nothing we can do about it. Save yourself from fear. Be true to who you are.
I'm nailing this intro that is happening right now. Welcome to The Last Hit. This time I'm going to remember to say the date of the start. It is July 20th. We just had some games happen.
Wait, what year, Lyric?
What year? 2022.
None of these years matter. We're still 2019, all right?
I actually genuinely had to look because 2020 onward has just felt like one big long year, which is even crazier when you factor in LPL because then it just feels like a never-ending league of 7 days a week.
Yeah,
just saying it gets harder each time.
I was with Oshin today, and he turned around and was like, "Yeah, someone said to me that we're like veterans of the LPL." It's like, no, we're not. We've only been here, and it's like, we've been here 3 years, Lyric. We've been here a while.
And you know, I never like piece it together in my mind of like other leagues, right? Like the West, LCS and LEC, not only doing weekends, but I also realize that typically like they'll kind of swap up the cast like halfway through. So it's like, my God, we have actually that's one day for us is like their whole weekend. It's pretty insane.
A lot of mileage.
But yeah, so 3 years, I agree. I feel like a 10-year chiseled veteran of the game, Rob. I don't know about you, but I've seen some things.
Yeah, seen some things, lost my voice. Like, there's been, my mind's been broken a couple of times watching some of these teams play, but look, you wouldn't change it, right? Like, LPL's an absolute banger.
Yep. Another thing I wouldn't change is being joined by you guys this week, because last week, none of us were here. We actually had the special episode with Munch, Hysterics, and Mazel. You know, they talked about their thoughts on playoff teams, all this fun stuff, but they also had a fun question from Ox. And Ox, you had expectations for Mazel. When you gave him the question of what would you want to cast that isn't esports, you had some level of faith that he would say a rodeo. He didn't. This is your time to give your thoughts.
I just felt like it was a no-brainer. You can imagine Mazel in like a 10-gallon hat just being there like, yeehaw! Oh, he's going round and round on this one. Oh man. That's what I'm looking for. That's the energy I want from Mazel. And, you know, I mean, his answer's decent, logical, makes sense. It clearly appeals to him.
He said he'd do it to make you happy, but that still wouldn't be his first choice.
I respect that, but I want the passion, you know? I want him to want it.
Yeah. As a matter has got a chance to look at it, what was the answer?
NFL,
like it was
yeah.
the NFL.
NFL,
yeah, you know,
of course. He's a Texan, I suppose. Yeah.
Very typical answer. Even Joe's answer was what I'd expect if he said like board games. Jake didn't have one until he said.
I mean, he specifically said
Wipeout.
He said Warhammer,
said
right?
Wipeout.
It wasn't. Yeah, Jake said Wipeout,
True.
but it was for Joe it was Warhammer. Which, you know, I mean, because I feel like when you say board games, that's like people think like Monopoly. Like,
honestly,
yeah.
I'd be down. I'd be down. It might be like a 5-hour job or something, but I'm in.
Yeah,
it kind of sounds like fun.
Does a massive game of like D&D count? Like, can you just play D&D instead of count it as casting? Because I would want to do like Critical Role. Because Critical Role is just fantastic.
Yeah,
I feel like it doesn't really come into casting, but it'd be fun, right? You know, and I feel like
I'd like to cast some like early 2000s like Club Penguin or Neopets or something like, you know, some like, that's what I want to do. Just chill times. Like, look at him go as he slides on his belly. I did also watch the Penguins of Madagascar the other day, so that might be why I'm so entwined by penguins right now. But I don't know. I don't know how we got here. I guess it was bringing up last week.
Let's just penguin slide our way back
People
into the
tuning in, they're like,
conversation.
the colors are back. Time to hear them deep dive in the LPL. They're like, yeah, the Penguins of Madagascar are probably.
So, what are your thoughts on how they operate? Like, could they really be spies with that sort of operation? I don't know.
I mean, Perry has shown the potential, right? Perry the Platypus Thomas has shown what small amphibious animals can do. So I think it sets a precedent.
But I agree. I like what Rob said, sliding our way into the first topic, which isn't even much of a topic because it's just us highlighting, guess what? After this weekend of games, JDG and TS have locked in playoffs for sure. Two teams that we knew were going to be in playoffs, but just cool to have them locked in. I feel like these are teams we talk about every week, so I don't really know if there's any new thoughts. Top Esports still look like a monster.
Yeah.
JDG still the most aggressive blood to the blood gods team that I feel like we have this year by a mile.
Yeah, the only real thought extra that I've had, because I actually haven't had a chance to properly cast Top Esports yet, and I'm literally coming in today after the broadcast to do it. I was really impressed with just having a look at their games, like how much TN has stepped up. Because I've kind of felt like when we looked across at TN for a while, especially when he's back on FPX, it just felt like there was a huge amount of pressure on his shoulders, and he just really didn't do well with the pressure. But it feels like coming into a team with top Esports where, let's be realistic, it's a bit funky. They're not exactly the most serious of teams. I kind of look at them like the G2 of the LPL, where they're all kind of like friends who just have a laugh and like have a very unique dynamic between the team. It feels like it's kind of worked for him a bit better, with like Knight not being as like serious. He's a little bit of a goofy guy in the mid lane. Same when you look at Wayward, obviously not a guy who takes himself overly seriously. Like, it feels like this is definitely a spot where TN can thrive, and I think he's doing spectacular. And I really hope we kind of get back to where TN was, where he is like the superstar jungler, and he's able to keep that for playoffs, because you've seen good splits from TN where he then just crumbles under the pressure of playoffs. But if he's got like a good support system like he seems to on Top Esports, I'm really looking forward to seeing what TN can do at that playoff spot.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I feel like he's, there was definitely really strong early games from Top Esports in spring that gave me like a big positive look at this team, and TM was often a big factor in it. But I feel like it's like even elevated in this, but especially when we expected the meta to slow down a bit, they've still managed to maintain pace. But we've had games where, they've fallen behind early, still strong in the mid game, still convincing at the later points of the game. The RNG series was a big one for me, obviously a bit like their kryptonite in the spring playoffs, but the fact they managed to take them out. And also what I found really cool was the fact that like they were very active in like setting up these level 1 plans. Like game 2, Wayward invaded on the top side. And then because he provided that pressure, they knew they could just all invade on the bot side and steal away the red buff. And then game 3, they also went for a level 1 invade that didn't have as many moving parts, but they weren't contested, so they just grabbed the buff. I just feel like, for minute 1, Jen has clearly got a plan in his head of how he's going to try and gain an advantage in the jungle. And if he's able to do so, it's like you have 3 really strong lanes. If you manage to take over the jungle matchup, it really feels hopeless for the enemy team.
Yeah, and it feels like TS have just cleaned up a bunch of their issues across the board since spring, right? Like, I love the highlight of TN because I remember one thing that we found when we were going into that playoffs and like the three of us were coming together doing our reviews was like TN's invades, right? Every game TN would invade in spring, like always, regardless of the prio he had. And just so many games were thrown by TN, who again was overall still having a good split, but just that bad habit was like opening up so many games for TS to lose. I think their mid game is something we've all noticed is just like nowhere near as shaky as what it was before. And again, they kind of have that V5S quality to them where V5 always looked like they knew how to like move the game forward, and TS definitely are the same right now. And kind of tying them in with JDG also locking in, like, I'm excited to see the V5 team go to Worlds and, do crazy things. And I think like their ceiling could be winning Worlds. But I would still just love for the story aspect if we did get TES JDG in finals. It feels like it would be so cool after 2020 of them both just not being good in 2021 to like make it back. You have the 3-6-9 like first former team. Just so many cool stories. The only thing about that is like, well, JDG are on a team I can see like taking it to like huge Worlds momentum, but I think for an LPL final, it would be cool. Then you leave V5 to win Worlds. Everyone's happy, excep I guess Top Esports fans.
AL
I mean,
are winning
win
Worlds,
that final,
dude.
matter.
AL for sure, man. I don't know what you're talking about. That's locked in. I've already predicted, right, Top Esports are going to win the split. AL are going to come in a Worlds 4th seed and then win the whole thing, knocking out Top Esports. Kind of like Suning did, but they're actually going to win the finals. That's the script. It's been written, so unlucky, dude.
I do like how you've actually just unofficially become the face of AL. Like me and Mazel actually used you on a graphic to represent anyone's legend, which is great because I feel like everyone needs their time to find their kind of underdog obscure team. I guess I don't have one anymore because V5 became good. Rob, I don't know if you ever had one like the rest of us, but now Ox has his.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's kind of a talking point in and of itself is like how good are AL at the moment? Like, do we think AL? Like, I mean, I'll answer it myself. Like, I think AL have a rough schedule coming up. If you look at their week 10 and week 9,
Yeah, it's not good. It's really not good.
and I feel like that's really going to set the pace for them, because I think regardless of the fact that week 9 and week 10 is rough, and just for context, they play RNG, JDG, EDG, and Top Esports. So, yeah. But
Oh no, that is so
regardless,
Yeah.
you know, they have FPX tomorrow, which might be close. They have OMG, which, you know, could go either way. I still think this team will probably make playoffs. You know, it's possible they don't, but I still think they're in a position where they will.
Yeah.
I just don't think they'll be as high as 5th. But that's the real test, those last 2 weeks. If they can come in and, like, they took a game of V5, if they can challenge some of these top teams and can actually start to pick up, you know, games or series against them, that makes me a lot more optimistic for this team, like, getting in top 4. But I do think, you know, it's always the way with the LPL, because we're single round robin, because AL has dodged these stacked lineups for so long. It does mean that maybe their position in 5th is a bit inflated. But, you know, then again, V5, they challenged. And I think that's the thing you have to remember, is that, like, there is still potential for them to go up against these top teams and actually give them a fight.
Yeah, I just want to add that, like, I think there's almost no way they don't make playoffs. Like, the fact that they're at 7 wins, and I mean, FPX and OMG, I'd put AL's favorites over both of them.
Yeah, I
so I at
agree.
least think their playoff hopes, like, are pretty solid.
Yeah. Also, I was just going to add to that, saying that, like, a lot of the teams that are below them have, like, a lot of mingling to go on towards the end of the split. So there's definitely going to be, like, a few teams that can pick up a couple of wins, but it feels like if you can get to 8 wins, we've kind of seen it pretty consistently be the definer that you will get in towards a playoff spot. But yeah, I think they definitely have a tough road ahead of them, but I think that's the thing. We've kind of seen them settle into a style, and I'm excited to see, with the time that they've been given to get used to it, understand how they want to function within that style, like how it will now face up against the really, really good teams. Because we kind of talk about a lot of teams needing time to get into the split, but it felt like AL at least have a very much settled into how they want to play the game. And I think against teams like RNG and all that, I think it'll be curious to see how they actually do manage, and if they could cause an upset, because I definitely think they could in given the right circumstances.
Yeah, and, like, I'm very interested once we get to the postseason, we start getting, like, you know, like the All-Pro and, like, first, second, third team, and, like, seeing which members, if any members of AL make it. I would assume they should.
Yeah.
Exactly. I was going to say, especially Chocho, because, man, Chocho, like, having a career split at the best time ever, where we've talked about people like Mako not really finding their impact, Chris kind of stuck on BLG, not really able to have an impact in the situation he's in, to where Chocho popping off at the right time. So I really hope Chocho can, like, get that recognition for how much he's done for this team.
It's also like Chocho's not exactly a new blood to the LPL, right? He's
No.
24 years old. Like, he was an AD carry, then moved into the support role. So the fact that
Dan
he's
Gaming.
continued to improve and, like, having the split of his career is really impressive for a guy that's, like, been in the LPL this long.
I feel like
Yeah, I remember 2019, he was on TS with a top laner called Moyu, and they only got subbed in, like, twice or something, and it was just like, aw, feels so bad for Chocho, man.
I feel like so many of the players, I mean, I feel like, you know, Forge is an example of someone who, like, you have this preconception of, you know, very underwhelming in lane. We've seen him perform. I feel like a lot of the players on this lineup, you know, they are really having a fantastic split and are working well as a team. I just think the fact that, like, they didn't sub anyone out between spring and summer, you know, they kind of just worked on the areas they were good on, but also really refined their early game, which was their biggest weakness. And now the fact, you know, they're going up against some stronger teams, winning out in the early, able to carry it through, because I think their late game team fighting is just excellent. It's just fantastic to see. And, like, it kind of just shows that, you know, in the LPL, we often look at the big names. And, like, you know, as much as V5 have only recently become a big name, you stick Rookie in a roster and it becomes a big name automatically. But it's just kind of cool to see, you know, a roster where, you know, the expectations weren't necessarily the highest, especially coming off spring, and they can just show such massive improvement and look to challenge it. And I honestly, in their current form, I really hope they continue their form. I feel like I agree with what you said, Jordan, that they'll beat FPX and OMG. I feel like going up against those other 4, I think bare minimum, I think they upset one of them. I honestly think that JDG is actually a good matchup for them. You know, JDG is super aggressive in the early game, but, like, AL have shown they can bounce back consistently. Like, I've seen games where they're like 6,000, 8,000, 10,000 behind and they are winning team fights. So I feel like, you know, any team that disrespects them will pay.
Yeah, and I agree. I think JDG is a good example of a team who wouldn't surprise me if they lost a series to anyone's legend. But kind of moving past AL, because then the teams above them are, like, very kind of secure in their spots. We kind of have this next interesting hurdle of teams of, like, EDG, Weibo, LNG all sitting on 6 wins. I guess you guys have any doubts in your mind about where their standing is? Because for me personally, I don't. I think LNG were the only one I was looking at. Like, maybe they don't make it, and it's still possible, right? But now that they've marched their way up to 6 wins, they still have WE and RA left on their schedule. They're the 3 teams will be hard: V5, EDG, Weibo. But like, okay, this is the hardest schedule, or like hardest team out of those 3. And in my mind, if they're making it, I don't know. Do you guys have like any fear for these 3 teams?
You can go first.
I'm just not fully sold on LNG. Like, I think they will make it, right? Just because, as you say, they have 6. They still got WE to play, Rare Adam to play. But I just, every time I will look at this team, I'm just like, this team just doesn't function well together. Now, I know they got Allah, who's been swapped around, and we'll see how that one goes. But I'm curious to see that, like, if that makes that big of a difference to this roster. I just don't have any faith. Like, even if they do end up hitting in towards playoffs, more than likely, with the way things are going, they'll get to like 8 wins, maybe 9. I'm not sold on that fully, depending on how they do against Weibo. I think Weibo should beat them. Then you end up in a position where you're like, okay, well, this team's probably honestly going to fall out in the first round of playoffs. Like, when you look at the teams that they've actually beaten, like, they end up beating BLG, who are going to see hit playoffs. They did actually beat Anyone's Legend, but I think Anyone's Legend has gotten a lot better since then. TT, who have also improved dramatically since then. And then LGD, who's not in playoffs. IG, who's not in playoffs. And then Ultra Prime, who won't be in playoffs. So they actually haven't beaten a team that is above them in the standings that hasn't drastically improved since the start of the split. So I really just don't have faith that they're actually going to be able to beat, if they end up against an Anyone's Legend or one of these teams like TT or something who've already picked up the pace. I just don't know how they're going to fare in that first round.
And I agree. Like, I feel like as well, if you look at the level of play in the series that they won against TT and AL, against TT was that one where like TT was smashing and then they just completely threw. Like, it was the most egregious throw we've seen this entire split. And it was like, then LNG threw, and then TT threw again. It was like, it was horrifically messy, that series. And then against AL, there was that game where they were like, they were 10,000 gold up, and then AL won like 2 or 3 fights in a row. And they still ended, like, but it was like so messy. I feel like that's the thing, is that, you know, regardless of the fact that LNG have a 6-5 scoreline, as you said, I'm very unconvinced, but also like, it's the fact that they have that extra loss compared to Weibo and EDG. I think even if Weibo and EDG kind of beat who you expect and lose to who they expect, they're still in a pretty comfortable spot. That extra loss for LNG, though, all it needs is like 1 extra loss, and maybe we could see them not make playoffs. But as Rob said, I don't think it really matters at the end of the day. You know, was it in summer? I think they went up against Top Esports in their first round. You know, they actually placed pretty highly, and Top Esports just 3-0'd them. And it's like, okay, well, cool. It's completely irrelevant. And I think
spring.
Oh, actually, LNG had the
spring. Yeah, sorry, spring. Yeah, this spring. This spring is what I meant. Yeah, the previous split. I feel like if LNG end up in playoffs, it'll be something like that, unless they improve. I still feel like there's so much I need to see for this team.
I do think it's looked a bit better in their past 2 series, which in their past 2 series have been the ones where they've subbed out Ala, they brought in Pandacy. Pandacy's a lot worse than Ala, which makes sense. He wasn't even their starter for their LDL team. He was the sub-top laner for their LDL team. But in their past 2 series, the biggest difference to me has been Tarzan has been, like, absolutely popping off.
Yeah.
Tarzan's poppy now. Tarzan has made his poppy a must-ban just because of what he did in that RNG series and how much trouble he was causing them. Kind of like very much in the same vein of like how everyone's banning like Shuns in Italy and things like that. I expect the poppy to ban to be kept there throughout the rest of the split. And against Ultra Prime, which is obviously not a great bar, I feel like Ultra Prime give you a lot of breathing room to do whatever you want. The good thing in that series to me was like, Lumao had a good series. Lumao was roaming. Lumao was like constantly playing around mid, and like we were seeing more of, you saw the glimpses of like how this LNG team you thought would work on paper, like actually performing in reality. And even though Pandacy is like, again, he's really struggling. He's been giving an impossible task. Anytime it comes out onto their little booth of where they are, they look like they're in such high spirits. So you got to assume, I mean, you don't have to assume. You know with how bad that this roster's performed all year, that there was like behind the scenes, like emotions, maybe things like just all this stuff going on. And like now, you know, it seems like maybe these guys can kind of refocus a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's like the biggest change. Oh, sorry, go on. I was going to say that's the biggest change for me is just like seeing them happy coming out of the booth. Because like every single time you looked at an LNG series, win or loss, it was the exact same. Everyone just scooped up their stuff. No one looked at each other. Nobody interacted with each other. And they just walked off stage very solemnly. So the fact that you're actually seeing them interacting coming off the stage is such a massive difference. It actually feels like the entire team environment has changed.
Yeah.
And they are playing against EDG and Weibo in the last, like, they have both of those in their remaining schedule, who are teams. I feel like that's going to be the big test, right? If this is an improvement and a consistent thing, because, you know, I think Tarzan popping off is a big reason why this lineup, why this org has been successful before, like when they went to Worlds.
Yeah.
Whether it's like the Poppy caught RNG off guard and, you know, teams will respond and ban it, and then that will just mean they're not going to find the same impact, or this is like the sign of them, you know, really being improved. I feel like, you know, they have games left, they have series left that will test that, and I feel like we'll have a better picture by the end of the split. You know, if they just end up flopping between the harder opponents and make playoffs, then yeah, then maybe it's going to be from the perspective me and Rob had. But, you know, there's potential there for them to prove themselves and prove that something has changed.
I feel like that's the big thing. It's like, I don't really have high expectations for them. Like, I'm sure they're going to make playoffs. Beyond that, whether they get past first round or not, but as long as they can keep it competitive against EDG and Weibo and kind of build on what they did against RNG, and then maybe, you know, you go into playoffs and there's some confidence there, then who knows, right? That's kind of when anything can happen. But if they just really get crushed by EDG and crushed by Weibo, the V5 one, whatever, like, it's going to happen. V5 are the best, but yeah, that'd be great to see from LNG. Weibo and EDG, I don't have much worry about them at all, and I'm honestly just curious of both of their ceilings.
Before we move on from that, can I just very quickly add it? Poor Panda C, he joins the LPL, and he has to go up against Breathe. Has to go up against what's it called? Rich. He's going to have to go up against Flandre. He's going up against the Shy. Like, this man is having a true trial by fire coming into the split. And it's just like, by God, you either are going to be one of the best top players in the league by the end of it because you've learned so much, or what is probably the more likely, well, you're just going to get destroyed. I'm sorry for you.
I love that the Shy is the last one he faces, because he's going to go into playoffs, if, you know, soon he makes it. Either with the mentality of, dude, I held up against the Shy, that was sick. Maybe even solo kills him, right? We've seen it before. Or the Shy crushes him into the dirt, and he's just like, I'm a fraud. I can't play top. Like, I feel like that's the two sides of it that will end up happening.
We see how Wandy gets subbed in top for playoff or something like that. No. Bring Jana back, baby. I love it.
Plays bar top. That's all we need.
Oh, no. Rob's opening up a cursed die blind that I am not ready for. I am not ready for this. But yeah, do you guys have any strong feelings about EDG or Weibo kind of rounding out their split? I feel like for Weibo, their win against V5 definitely opens it up, especially for the Shy, of like, cool. I mean, we already knew the Shy was like this. We already knew that Weibo was a team who could beat anyone. But does that build your guys' confidence anymore into like bringing them more into that like dark horse territory?
I feel like for me, Weibo, like, we know the potential of these players. Like, the Shy is the epitome of a player who has like fantastic potential, and we've seen what this team can do, like the other parts of it, you know, when they were as tuning. But like, I feel like them beating V5, like, it was an upset, don't get me wrong, but it wasn't like really surprising. Like, I can rationalize that, I can see it happening.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really change my perception of this team. I definitely think these players are capable. I just feel like it's not always something they display, and I feel like, you know, there's a lot of inconsistencies with the lineup. Particularly, I just feel like, you know, I feel like that's the thing, is there's so many players in this roster. Like, I feel like everyone is that sort of player where they can have this pop up. Like, I feel like SOFM is someone who, like, we've been heavily critical of. Don't really appreciate the style of jungling he has, but then some games just absolutely goes crazy. The Shy, you know, don't even need to mention that one. On as well, kind of similar to like Hylissang in EU, where he can just have these insane engages, but also just look like he's running it. And I just feel like, you know, when this team strikes right, if they have a playoff run when they strike right, this team can make worlds, you know, convincingly. But I don't know if I have faith in them. I feel like you need to be like Joe. You need to be really vibing and just believe in them.
Yeah, look, I haven't got a chance to watch the V5 Weibo game because I was casting the real esport Boomerang Fu at the time. But the biggest problem that I see is, like, again, same as Ox, this to me still feels like Suning of 2020 that went to Worlds, right? Where you're like, even when it all comes together, this team can look spectacular, but it's a case of it all coming together at the right place at the right time. Just seems really, really hard to do. And it feels like you're basically just flipping a coin and you're like, all right, well, what's the percentage chance that this comes up like tails 8 times in a row and we get to where we need to be? That's where I'm just never able to be fully convinced, because again, the coordination doesn't really seem to be there fully, at least in their previous games before this. They have strong, capable individual performers, but the actual trying to get that all working towards one goal at the same time and setting that all up correctly, where there seems to be so little communication. I think even like Jordan, we've laughed about on the show before, where you were like the most chill comms in existence.
Oh yeah,
as
yeah.
we're in the team fight. But I mean, it doesn't really seem to be working towards like kind of energizing people to go like, oh yeah, well, we'll move over towards Dragon, or we'll move over towards Rift Herald. So yeah, I still can't say. I'll have to watch back the game, but I can't say that like one time where they pull it out of the bag will fully convince me of this team.
Yeah, I'm on the same page. Like, Weibo are a team that I think are fun, and a lot of that fun definitely coming out from the Shy. So it'd be cool if they could, make that run. But they definitely feel like, got to check what their astral sign is, see the angle of the moon that day, and then,
is Mercury in
maybe
retrograde? Yeah.
Exactly, have some dream catchers. I don't know. They need something there so that on
the weird, Jordan. You know what the weird is.
I don't know. No,
They need mojo.
We don't have much of this. We don't need to use that word today unless we're talking about. No, I'm not even gonna say his name either. Okay, Weibo need the mojo. I'm Soldox. If Weibo have the mojo, they make the run. And I mean EDG. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like EDG are still building up. But one thing I really want to move on to to make sure we have time for this is kind of that lower tier pack of teams we have ranging from like 9th onward. Because we had a bit of a mid-split shakeup with rosters. BLG bringing in Khan and Rise, TT of course, Kepler and Yao Yao, and then IG bringing up Mole. Kind of looking at how all these have impacted the teams. I think we can start with BLG because I feel like we've seen these guys come in the most. I think both have put up good performances. I like obviously Khan picking up the MVP like in the first series he got subbed in, but I know we talked about that a little bit of like, hey, how much is it him being individually good or just the team maybe functioning better that series? Just overall, like, what are your guys' kind of thoughts on the BLG roster moves and how the shakeup is gone?
So I cast them today, and I feel like the biggest problem for BLG is that they just don't really have they have a couple of different ways that they like to play the game, but I don't think any of them is quite right for the players that they have on the team. So I think the biggest problem is that like when you have Icon in the mid lane, Icon will happily like drop waves to make plays and like try and work with the squad. But I don't really feel like Rise is strong enough as a carry to try and like take that mantle and like run away with the game. And it's the same when they can try and play towards Bin, but I think Bin is a bit too much of an inconsistent factor to like set that up. And honestly, trying to carry from top lane is just super hard in the meta at the moment. So they're not really able to do that either. So I think their best way to play the game is with Fofo, because they kind of had the opportunity to like give those resources in towards the mid lane. And specifically as well, after today, like seeing Rise get resources from Icon and then like get caught by Xiaohu and die, like instantly like throw the whole fight is why I'm like, I don't think Rise can actually like be the carry for this team. So I think Fofo is required to be a presence in this team. But the problem is then that like Crisp isn't really in a situation because he's with Rise to like leave from the bottom lane, it feels like at the moment. So you're not able to play through the mid lane as strong as you'd like. Also the fact you're seeing like Victor and Azir be like the key picks for Fofo in the mid lane means you don't really want to be like investing heavily in the mid lane either. So it just feels like a catch-22 where they're like, oh well, we need Fofo and we need Fofo to play late game, but the late game champions don't let us to give stuff to Fofo. So now we're just like not able to do anything in the map, and our entire early to mid game doesn't exist. And then we're all in the late game fights with hopefully Fofo can carry. So it just feels like none of the mid laners that they have fit the style that they want to try and play. And then unfortunately Rise just isn't strong enough in the bot lane to actually be a carry that can actually threaten either early or mid game or even fully late game, so they can try and like mix and match or find the puzzle piece that they need.
I agree with Rob. I think that it's the right call, though, to start making these moves. Because I think the team was incredibly dysfunctional before. I think they're still dysfunctional. I don't think it's, like, fixed it. But what I think the bigger thing is that, like, looking forwards, I feel like this team should be looking at 2023. I know you've given your LDL players a chance to play in the LPL against some of the good teams. It means you have more information going forward. So I feel like, for example, Khan could be someone they could invest in the future and have a roster that works and fits him into. You know, maybe Rise needs some more time, but like I feel like if they were just going to keep playing with the same roster, they wouldn't make Worlds. You know, they may make playoffs, but they'll probably not make far. So I at least appreciate they're doing these changes. I think Khan has been a really solid addition. I agree with Rob's sentiment, though, that Rise has been a bit weak. But, like, I think when you have the amount of money that BLG invested into having the roster that they had initially going into the start of this year, not making Worlds was, like Worlds was, like, the bare minimum, I feel, right?
Yeah.
I feel like at this point, they're not making Worlds. Like, I'll flat out say it. BLG is not making
I don't
Worlds.
even have to make it playoffs.
I don't think they're making playoffs either. I completely agree with that. But they're definitely not making Worlds. And I think based on that, it's like, you know, what else are you going to get out of the split? You might as well try these new players and then look for something. Because I think it's at the point where it's like, okay, BLG has failed completely in terms of the current roster. It's rebuild time. 2023, you know, you pick a couple of pieces, maybe Chris, maybe Khan, maybe Bin, and you say, look, these are the ones we want to keep. Change the rest. And you just completely redo it. And maybe even 3 is too many. But we'll see what they look to do. But ultimately, I think, like, I have really low expectations for BLG, and
You know,
yeah,
it's crazy to think, because when you said that of like coming into the year, it's crazy to think that this lineup started like with Uzi's name on the dotted line of the roster, right? And like to see where they've come. I do agree that this does not look like a team that makes playoffs. If you look at their schedule, JDG, V5, FPX, OMG, all teams that'll be, I mean, 2 of those teams they just outright should not beat. 2 would be very hard, and their only real winnable game they come in favorites is against WE, and they're only sitting at 4 wins right now. So I definitely think BLG don't make playoffs, but I like the sentiment because it seems like the overarching feel is like we can say it's either like a neutral change or just like neutral positive in terms of like hope for the future. At least they're building and they're not just sitting on another dysfunctional roster that they just have to blow up next year, right? So yeah, I think for BLG, kind of all on the same point. Not sure if anyone has anything else you want to add about BLG, or can we talk about the best player in the universe?
So the last thing I would just want to say is that, like, I think BLG need to figure out a better game plan, because this has been like since essentially we joined the LPL, Jordan, in 2020, that they have consistently taken good players and just that roster has not worked. They have not looked together how these people actually fit together. And I think honestly the general manager in the background needs to like actually sit down and think, like, are these people going to function together, or am I just throwing money at the wall and seeing what sticks? Because so many times we've seen them like bring in Fofo, him not really gel with the team, and the whole team starts to fall apart. Back in 2020 when we initially joined, BLG looked absolutely fantastic, and then suddenly, you know, their entire spring split goes to crap. Like, this has been like too consistent of a trend now where money just isn't going to fix it. You clearly have to fix your background environment for these players, because something is not working.
Yeah, it's actually crazy to think that they haven't been successful since 2019, which is when they had people like Kuro, Meteor, Jinzhao, Shinmo, like these guys on the roster, right? And yeah, the 2021 was the weirdest thing ever, considering we had like 2 weeks of LPL in their like 2 games, their 2 series they had that time. You're like, oh my god, BLG, those are gonna be a top team. We have like that little break when the pandemic hits. You come back and it's like, what is going on with this team? And yeah, just a good point. You know, trend that's been over the years. BLG, I don't even know, considering that the fact that they've blown up like every roster, right? They never really come in and make like small changes. It's always been like full rebuilds, and they're still not making it work. BLG guys, where did we go wrong as casters? Parents, did we not feed them?
We didn't love them enough.
We didn't love them. You know, that could be fair. Maybe we do need to be giving BLG some more love. I don't know why that would mean anything from us, but I want to especially see it coming from you, Ox. You owe it to them. You owe them that.
I love certain players on the roster. Crisp. And what was the next topic? Sorry, John. Moving on.
Okay.
Players.
No. There's definitely something. You know, I feel like other players on this roster have definitely been better. I think that's the thing. Is like, you know, as Rob said, like when every player you bring onto your team ends up having like the worst split or year of their career, that really makes you think.
It sounds so bad out loud.
Who knows?
But speaking of another, you know, team that's obviously done full rebuilds, IG brought in Mole. Time to celebrate is what none of us thought was going to happen, because my God, it's actually changed nothing. Like, I think Mole has come in, and Mole's looking fine, but at the same time, like, barring the last maybe 2 series, right, Uakai was looking fine as well when he was on IG. It was never really about the mid laner, why IG was failing. Their individual problems have been with bot lane, and in their mid game especially, you can see it even now. Like they have no idea what to do. They don't know the limits of their comp, or like they'll show glimpses. I know Ox had the last IG series where they have the one really good team fight, baiting out the abilities. Then the next team fight, they're just all jumping in. Even Shun putting himself in like kind of tragic positions, flashing in on the Nidalee and making sure he gets caught out. So this move feels very.
Okay, sorry, Jordan, can you just keep talking? I want to see more faces coming out of Ox.
Okay, so, and then we bring up TT, LNG, that one was a big banger. But no, yeah, I feel like Mole has still looked like, you can still see he's solid in lane and like all these like small things, but at the same time on this IG team, it doesn't matter about Mole, it matters about Shun. But even then, it matters that their mid game sucks. I don't know. This team is so frustrating, and I am the president of frustration.
I just feel like it's mind-blowing. This team can go up against JDG, who is just this fantastic early game beast team, have a decimating early game, Shun's mega fed, and then he like, if anyone who didn't catch the series, he's on Nidalee, he's like super fed, and he like jumps in on a team fight. Like it's a full 5v5. He like jumps in into 5 members of the enemy team, in cap form, in Cougar form, onto a full HP target, and does like half of his health. And I'm just like, what was the plan? I just feel like that's the thing. It's like, I don't know. It's such a weird one because IG, like, they'll come out. It's like IG scrims go like this, right? They just end at 10 minutes. They either get stomped in the ground, like, okay, let's remake, guys, go next game. Or they, like, absolutely decimate it. And, like, Shun's on Nidalee. He's got, like, an 8k gold lead or something, just himself or something crazy. And then the enemy team's like, yeah, guys, call it. You know, scrim's over. We're done. There's no point playing this on. IG just need to be, like, to all their scrim partners, say, please, just let us continue playing the game. Trust me, it'll be worth it. Because they'll play for like an extra 5 minutes and they'll throw, and then IG will hopefully learn how to play the mid game. If it actually feels like they just like, if a team struggles in the early game and then just gets swept, that's one thing. But it's the fact that this team consistently finds early advantages and then just somehow consistently just flops every time. It's like, you know, I feel like there's so many games where if IG have like a substantial lead, I am just still like kind of, you know, I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting for the moment. I know it's coming. Everyone who's watching knows it's coming. IG themselves probably know it's coming. I'm thinking the coach sitting backstage like, oh god, not again. And then it happens and it's like, well, been here before.
You know, it's even weirder considering the fact that, right, my idea of why Wink's on this team, from how like the community, like the Chinese community spoken about Wink, and it seems like what's come out like around the team, is the fact that he's like a caller. He's like a big voice. That's kind of why he'd been had been brought in and out of teams in the past. And with the fact that they swapped into support, to me, that kind of confirms that that is, you know, must have some semblance of truth to it. But it's like, my God, what's the good of having a shot caller if it's not like bringing these comps, if it doesn't do anything for them? Like, I don't know if it really changed much just having him off the roster and bringing in someone new. Because, yeah, their mid game feels like it can be thrown from anyone, but I still feel like a lot of the time it's mostly coming down from that bot lane, which, I don't know. You just have to accept as an IG fan, I guess, that you will never go back to the glory days of Jackie Love and Baolan.
Yeah, I just don't know how it's gone so wrong so quickly. Because the thing is, I think my biggest problem with the initiative was that like the bot lane was just not working out at all in the early stages. They fall massively far behind. And as you say, it's like you're starting to see that kind of correct itself. They get to a good spot. And then every time their team fight just seems to go completely sideways. So honestly, I think the part that frustrates me is that, like, when you looked back at them in spring, we saw Zika come into the roster for the first time. They really had a good understanding of how to play the map. Like, Zika was actually pretty decent at, like, hey, I understand how I can use this wave, how I can actually put pressure here, where I need to roam to. And I thought that was just going to continue. And I'm just so baffled as to, like, how that communication point is broken down so considerably when it looked immaculate, like the second Zika joined the team. So I don't get how it's just vanished like so entirely from where it was. Because I mean, if you're able to even play out a little bit of the map better, it feels like IG are just in so much of a better spot. But just having absolutely no breeze about what to do and just A-ramming essentially for a good portion of the game, I just don't understand it at all.
They have like top esports problems like times 10, which is kind of rough. Because I feel like typically when you're a team with like a good early game foundation, those are the teams you kind of believe on going forward in terms of like, hey, well, you know, with again some like team discussion, coaching, whatever, it could get shored up. But this is a team kind of like Ox said, they could have like a 20K gold lead against like Ultra Prime. And in my mind, and I'm gonna say I'd say it on cast, like Ultra Prime still have a chance in this game because it's IG. And I don't even think we have to talk about playoffs implications for IG, right? Like
I think
there's
that,
actually no hope of them making it being at only 1 win and 9 losses. With the
Jordan,
performance
do
they've
you
given,
still think Ultra Prime are going to hit their top 4 spots?
Yes, I was going to bring this
That's
up.
the,
Actually,
was-
Jordan,
top
remember
four,
when
I
you
think it
actually
was, yeah.
criticized me and you were like, oh.
hey guys, I see you a topic list. I don't see Ultra Prime's name on this topic list. I'm just throwing that out. Ox, your secret topic better not be Ultra Prime because, you know, the hype train is derailed. We can say the official day was when they lost to LNG because Dom, who was another conductor on the Ultra Prime hype train, put out the tweet, said it's over, and, you know, it's finished with, we act like it never happened, and we just say I was never wrong. Thank you, guys. We agree?
No, we'll
I'm
bring it
ready to
back
hold
later.
you to this, honestly.
We need to do
I'm
like
ready
a
to
forfeit
sit
challenge or
and
something, you
For
know?
anyone who isn't clued up, Jordan made a statement that he thinks Ultra Prime will get top 8. And I said, yeah, I think in that, you know, they could make playoffs. And he chastised me. He was like, oh, that's such a bland take. Come on, live a little, get some chest hair. And I'm like, I'm just not delusional. And look where we are now.
Would you say that Jordan's crying? Hey?
Oh no, dude, he deserves better. He deserves better.
I mean, I just want to take a moment to say, you know, Cryan obviously. I feel like that's the thing. Is like he was, you know, when RNG went MSI, he was the worst player on the team, and he got a lot of criticism for that. But he's looked good in Ultra Prime. Like he has looked really good. So,
Dude, his seismic shoves don't miss. Like the fact that he just hits them in lane, and you're like, what is he combos perfectly? I don't get it, dude. Cryan is insane. And, you know, I would pour one out, but I don't have one to pour out for him. So, you know, I'm spiritually pouring one out. But, you know, I want to get off of these bad vibes. And I want to bring it to some good vibes. Because there's a team that came out of left field and kind of makes up this amalgamation of like 3 teams I see competing for those last 2 spots. OMG, FPX, and TT. And TT was another team that had, you know, kind of the mid-roster shakeup. And, honestly, I like it a lot. It was actually Rob who was telling us, because I know like he'd been doing a few TT games, of like, man, like mid-jungle support, they're just working together. And I got to work on my first TT series the other day, and it's like, yeah, Yao Yao and Beitron especially just seem like they're really pulling the pieces together for this team. Beitron's still like extremely aggressive in the early game, and it seems like Yao Yao is just like full commit to be willing to do that. When they have a lead, they play the map better than like a lot of our mid-table teams. Like you're like, oh my god, you're actually like setting up 2 waves, pushing in the enemy jungle. They're going back and forth as a unit, and like, how did we get here? How did TT become such a fun, good, awesome team who, I'll be honest, like, I want TT in playoffs at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the addition of Yao has just been fantastic. Because, like, I was only just thinking of this. Like, I can't think of the last time I've been that impressed with a jungle support synergy. Like, honestly, like, even looking at our teams at the moment, like, I don't want to say they're the best jungle support in the league, but I can't think of a team that really works as well as they do through their jungle support. And it's really interesting to see how well, like, Yayo's just come in, works with Beishwan, plays around mid lane incredibly well. They get, God, I want to say Chieftain there ahead. I was like, no, that's not Chieftain. Yukal, sorry, ahead in the mid lane. And then they're able to lean that pressure into, like, as Jordan was saying, like, push waves, group enemy jungle, look for picks, like, very quickly start to get the game running forward. And I think it's a really cool way to play the game, and one that's crazy exciting. The biggest downside for TT, I think, is their team fighting just sucks. And I think the hardest part is, like, you can see there's communication issues with the 2 Korean guys that are on the team. Where my favorite team fight I saw from them was, like, at Rift Herald, the teams like slotted into the middle, and it almost looked like they were like all try to very but slowly but surely circle around into different positions. Like they were all gonna like ambush them at the same time, but every single one of them was just walking across a ward. So the enemy team knew exactly where they were, and they just said, "Oh, so you're very spread out. We're just gonna engage on the right hand side." And everyone that was over the far side was like, "Damn, we were screwed." Back to headquarters. It was like we gotta redo the mission because they had no idea what they're supposed to be doing. And it feels like every time I see them try and go for team fights, they're trying to like slowly but surely like ping their way into where everyone needs to be positioned beforehand, and it's just not working out. Like they haven't discovered the like select all in the RTS yet, like the other teams have. It's really making them struggle.
Yeah.
Max, do you have any vibes with TT?
I feel like they look. I have still some reservations just because I had to cast that TT
You've been
LNG
hurt.
series.
Oh, you're scarred.
And that one hit me on a deep level. They've definitely looked better recently. So I think they're in. The thing is just like 'cause currently they're in an okay spot, but the remaining schedule they play Weibo,
It's
FPX,
doable.
Top Esports, RNG, but they still have like LGD Ultra Primare. It's definitely doable, but I feel like to like make a convincing argument, they need to take down one of those stronger teams I mentioned. Because right now they're on 4 wins, right? 8 sort of like that magic number. They would need to take down one of those stronger teams. So, do I think they're capable of taking down one of those? Absolutely. I feel like Weibo and FPX, I could see it happening.
You know what?
But there's still
I'm
work
gonna
to be
put my
done.
spice out. TT will beat Weibo. That's where I'm putting my spice. Yeah, I think TT beats Weibo. I think they're gonna win their next series. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean Weibo kind of due. Let's be real.
Yeah.
After beating
I can already-
V5, Weibo, yeah.
I can already tell Rob's betting on like this team of like that like does things, the pieces link up, just beating this team that right, maybe Weibo do just stomp them in laning, because I do agree with everything Rob said about their like team fighting, but also when they fall behind, like it's a harder skill to learn how to play League of Legends from behind than it is from ahead, right? It's just this is a snowball game, so I could see that world, but I like that spice. That's the kind of spice why I stay up until 7-8 a.m. to be on the last hit.
God.
Thank you, Rob.
I
gotta say, though,
well, I feel bad for
I
keeping
not-
you up till 7-8 a.m. now.
Whoa. But for TT, they're a team that like. Actually, I think their schedule looks a lot more reasonable than some of the other teams, right? Because in my mind, it's TT, FPX, and OMG competing for those last 2 spots, which is also great because it was FPX and OMG competing for the slot last year. And, well, we're back once again, boys. And I think OMG actually have the hardest-looking schedule out of the bunch. Every team they play is a team that I think they can lose to, barring maybe IG. They have one easy game. Then it's like Weibo, AL, V5, and even BLG.
yeah.
Like, I mean, OMG just lost to TT. OMG just lost to TT themselves. So, like, I wouldn't be surprised to see them.
I feel like OMG is such a weird one because I feel like out of all the teams in the entire league, I feel like I have the worst read on OMG.
Yeah.
But I just feel like some series, like against EDG, like it was fantastic play. We had the Shyvana come out, Shanji just dominating. I feel like that they took games of RNG, they took a game of Top Esports. Then
Their FPX series was nice.
Yeah,
they ended FPX's win streak.
Yeah, but then they struggled against WE a bit. They lost to TT, they lost to LNG when LNG they were looking rough. I just feel like they're really hard to place.
So
in terms of it feels like they kind of match the level of their opponents, I guess, to an extent. Like they can actually at least put some pressure on some of the stronger teams, but then they'll just play like a team we'd expect them to be comfortable based on their recent form, and then they flop, and I'm like, that's not good.
I think the problem for them is their drafts. I think that's why they're so hit or miss. Because like you see a bunch of times where Abel will go for Samira and against a team where you just cannot play Samira into this composition. Or they come in with a very defined game plan of like what they want to achieve, but never really consider what's on the other side. And I think that's why like there's been a lot of games where I just look and go, oh, OMG have just dug themselves a hole with draft. And then they just get demolished in that game. So like, oh, well, this isn't actually a particularly good team. But it feels like when they actually come in with like either an even draft or a draft where they're slightly ahead, like they can actually do things with them. But it's so difficult for them, for whatever reason, to actually like lock in that style. And I think a lot of it does kind of come down to like certain preferences within the team. And they've even said it in like some of the interviews that we had at the start of the game, is like they're trying to play their style and not listen to what everyone else is doing. But I think that can hurt them sometimes where they index too heavily into that, when they can actually just have like, say, like a long range composition that could work out well for them.
I think OMG is weird because I also feel like a lot of their wins come off the back of like a lot of those niche picks or like the more surprising ones. Like we just had Shanji pull out the Lilia the other day. That was the only game they won against TT. Obviously the Shyvana games. Like a lot of these picks that I feel like also kind of catch people off guard playing against them, how much practice do you have against them. And Shanji being the one bringing them out, a lot of the times is the one carrying those games and having like the big highlight performances. To when we see them get on more meta picks is when I feel like they're just so underwhelming.
Yeah.
Even Cream, I mean, I think we've hit a lot on Cream this split, especially like in our pregame segments of just like how he hasn't really been here. But it's even weird of like we've now finally started seeing him go back to the Akali and it's been like mixed. Same with the Silas. It's even on Cream Champions, Cream's not really finding the same impact he did before. And I feel like for OMG, a lot of their heavy lifting is going onto Shanji and Abel, which is crazy to me to think considering like how decently they've looked. But I feel like because of those things, because of that like inconsistency, the fact that I think neither Shanji or Abel are like every game going to be able to bring you across the finish line, why out of them, TT and FPX, I have my least faith in them, despite the fact that they actually are the ones sitting on 5 wins. Both TT and FPX are only sitting on 4. But yeah, I don't know. OMG feels like they need to show, they need to have a consistent carry on this squad before I can believe in them even being able to consistently beat bottom teams.
I think as well they have the hardest schedule out of that those bottom few teams like Weibo, AL, V5. Like BLG is still capable of beating OMG, and then you've got IG at least that's in there. But honestly, if IG show up on a good day, maybe they could beat OMG. But again, like I think it's just the consistency from this team doesn't fill me with a lot of hope for them to actually be able to take down like essentially what is like our top teams that are all in the top 6. Yeah, well, top 7 of the split at the moment.
I think the thing for me, I mean, just going off the schedule thing, it's like OMG have played, yes, they got 5 wins, but they've played 11 series. FPX have played 10, but we haven't it before, right? They got all the hard ones out the way at the start. And like their final schedule, I'm pretty sure is just clean sailing. It's like AL, Challenge, GTBLG, Ultra Prime, WE, Weibo. No one like super hard. Like they could potentially win every single one of those series. Whereas like, you know, when you see the others going up against V5, it's like,
yeah.
And so I have confidence in them. And then GT, you know, they're 1 win behind, but they've only played 9 series so far. They have quite a loaded, and that's perfect for them because like they are in form at the moment. The fact that they have the most less to play actually gives me a lot of confidence. So I kind of feel like that's how I expect it to pan out ultimately.
Wait, so did FPX and TT you think will be the playoff teams?
Yes.
That's where I'm going. I think it's FPX TT.
Yeah.
And my only question mark is LNG. Do they definitely make? I think so. I think they definitely do. You know, WERA, I think they beat. So yeah, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
I think TTFPX, I think, will end up making it. That'll be our top 10.
Yeah. It is kind of cool that we ended up here, and at the same time, the fact that like that upset potential is still close enough. Like heck, we might even have teams qualifying for playoffs on 7 wins if like we have like some weird tie scenario. And then we get into like the weeds of TT beat this team and that team beat OMG, and I don't know. It'll be a really exciting week 10 when I feel like a lot of splits we've come into week 10 not meaning too much. Last split we did specifically because we had OMG's games move to the end, so we actually did specifically have those tiebreakers able to come out. But yeah, that'll be fun. We only have about 10 minutes left, so only 2 more things I want to hit on. LDL, I'm sure we've all seen, has brought in its fearless mode. They've moved over to doing best of 3s because they did their first half of the split as best of 1s. And the way it'll work is after game 1, you cannot play the same like champions that you did the previous game. So game 2, you can't play what you did in game 1. Game 3, you can't play the champions you picked up in game 2. And I think that's so cool. I think it's like such an exciting idea to see kind of come into a development league. And I guess especially for you, Ox, having come from being a player, it's like, what are just overall thoughts on this change?
I feel like honestly, it gives players with more flexibility a lot of opportunity to shine. You know, there's some players who can perform very well because they're not challenged in drafts. So, you know, there's such a limited amount of drafts compared to the champions that are like strong in the meta that you're not forced to adapt or move. And they're just trying to like adapt, sort of copy the meta because, you know, a lot of these development teams will be scrimming against the main league teams and they'll kind of just become very rooted in this is the meta, this is what we do. And I think the fact that like you could have like a great split in the development league and it's just because the champions that are meta at the moment are ones you're really good on. So I think the fact that they're doing this means, you know, players have to show a bit more depth. There's going to be, they're going to be tested more. You can bring out a pick that really works for you, and then you're going to be able to play it. You might get targeted in bans as well. And I think it's great for a development league. I think this is exactly how it should be. And when you look, I feel like other regions should be looking at this and think, hey, maybe we sort of adopt this. Especially, I feel like, it's a bit different with the EU ecosystem because we have like EU Masters where a bunch of different teams come in. It's not just like the academy. But I feel like when you've had, for example, in Korea. So in Korea, they have like just their academy teams playing in their academy league. It's like, what's the reason for not doing this, I think it has some limitations when you go to like first division. For example, let's say you end up picking a power pick like Zeri, and then you lose on, you end up losing a game on Zeri, you're in a really bad position because it's like, oh, well, if it gets to best of 5 in particular, it's like if you miss an opportunity on a powerful champion, then your opponent doesn't have to ban it for the rest of the series because you can't play it. And it's like, oh, well, that could be a little bit rough. So I think it's definitely, because a lot of people, I've seen some dialogue about, oh, they should bring this in the main leagues to like change drafts there. I don't agree with that. I think it's great for a development league is essentially the point I want to hit on, and other regions should be sort of looking. And as the goal of the LDL is, to bring up the next stars, it's just going to test them more and allow them to show more diversity.
Yeah, I also just think from the perspective of like how many power picks do you commit to a certain draft, right? Like, I think it definitely ends up favoring Red Side a lot because you get a way more information on like how many power picks your opponent has committed to this draft. So if they've got like 2 of the 5 insanely strong for each of the roles, or 3 of the 5 insanely strong for each of the roles, you kind of can just watch the rest of the draft, go, cool, well, we'll just take a stronger draft in the next one and make sure that we're all fine there, right? So I think it's kind of got like a little bit of exploitability, but as you say, for a league that you're looking to develop and for people to be able to show, hey, I've actually got like a cool depth of champions that I can play, then it becomes a lot more interesting. And I think that's where the actual onus, or at least from my understanding, why it should be implemented is so that you can actually check, hey, look, this guy can play on multiple different champions, perform across the board, rather than, hey, he managed to get his top 2 or 3 champions for the entire split. Because I think we've seen a lot of players that have come in and kind of been drowned out in the LPL because it's like, hey, we banned 2 of your champions and now you've nothing else that you can play at a high level.
Yeah, I think we even have just good examples of like maybe people like Kadaya and On and like some of these players who have like 1 or 2 champions you could see are like very clearly more comfortable on than the rest. Those guys aren't examples, I think, of like where they necessarily suck on everything else, but like things like the Rakan, you're just like, they're iconic with those players, right?
I mean, even when you think of like Cream and Shun, like again, it's a similar thing where I don't think these guys completely suck on their other picks, but it's very clear that like there's a stark difference. And it's like, maybe if they were playing in with the current Fearless mode, like, you picked in Italy and then you have a successful game on it, but it's like the team don't have to worry about banning it for the whole series, so you're forced to move on to something else, and obviously you don't have that same extra value of just them being forced to ban Italy the whole series, I think. So yeah, I think it's interesting. I also think one thing from a viewership perspective, it makes it different because especially with LPL 7 days a week, unless you're like really really into Chinese League of Legends or it's like your job, I feel like it's hard to like convince, especially a Western audience, like why they should be watching the LDL. And now that there's something different, there's something new, rather than just like, oh, well, it's the next stars are tomorrow, because a lot of viewers will be like, well, I'll just wait till they're there then. But now there's like a reason, like, oh, this is really cool, I want to check this out, I want to see how this Fearless mode is going. And I know that like I know Hysterics has been doing the co-streaming, and there's been people interested in that because it's just like, it's a change of pace. It offers something that you're not getting anywhere else.
I can only imagine how hard it is for like coaches or players or teams like in the moment of like picks and bans when you get into game 2 of like, right? Because it's not like these champions are banned for both teams. It is only banned for you. So you have to like factor in those for only individuals. Like, okay, wait, what is actually the highest prio pick here? When it's like, cool, I might not need to pick the Zeri because you can't pick it, right? Maybe I need to pick up something like a Nautilus now because I know like maybe that's the highest priority support left open between our bans. Like, I don't know. That would be really hard, and I think that would also be
can't
building.
Forget the notebook.
Yeah, you can't forget. Well, Assassin. That's another rest in peace right there. Is no, hasn't been showing up on, at least on the graphic for WE in the recent series. But Fearless mode's super cool. It's also great right now, kind of having like the co-streaming of LDL coming, that like not only fans but like we can like tune in and like have an easier experience rather than like having to like kind of search on like Billy or any of those platforms, right? But Ox, we've gotten to the promised lands.
Yep.
We've gotten for your time to take over. Here's the host hat. Take it off.
No.
To you. And...
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I have a fun little question to round it out.
Suits you.
So I'm going to sell the scenario to you, right? Coming up to World Finals, and what ends up happening is the entire crew, all the casters, end up getting some food poisoning. They can't cast. You're the only one left standing. And actually, it turns out there was a big party with casters from in all of esports. No casters from esports are available. And they're like, look, Dagda, look, Lyric.
What is this?
We need you to put together a cast for the finals. Budget is not an issue. You can have anyone in the world who is going to be your tri-cast for the world finals, but you can't use esports casters, right? And you have to justify it. You have to say, okay, why should we, maybe spend all this money or bring in this person we don't really know? Why should this be our tri-cast for the world finals between AL and top esports?
I like how you just slipped that in at the end.
I mean, I have my answer. If I want to go first and give you guys time to think.
So I feel like I've already got a decent answer.
Okay.
I feel like you go for Henry Cavill, right? The dude's already a massive nerd, plays a bunch of games, looks fantastic on camera, has a silky smooth voice.
Yep.
Like, it just feels like a no-brainer to go for that guy. And like, I'm sure like he's involved in like watching online sports already. I think he plays a lot of, it's World of Warcraft he plays, not Warcraft 3. He's definitely
Warhammer, though,
somewhat familiar with MOBA mechanics. So I feel like he'd be the one you go for, right?
Well, so that's one of yours, but would you have him dress up in the full Witcher garb? Would you have him do that on foot? Or would you just plain clothes? Yeah.
He's going to show me up either way, so I don't think it matters what he's wearing, to be perfectly honest. If I'm standing next to him, like, it's all over anyway. That man is just going to outshine you regardless, so he can wear whatever he wants. Let's be realistic. Look, he's doing us a favor. Look, bring him in. It's all good. Whatever you're feeling.
Okay. Do you have your other part of the TriCast yet, or you just got that one for now?
I think that's just a one for now.
Okay. I'll do mine since I've had mine prepared. Okay. I've known this question before. Mine would be The Rock and Jack Black, right? That would be my TriCast. I don't know if you guys...
That's actually one of mine. I was going to go with The Rock as well. Keep explaining, but my God.
I love The Rock, man. I know everyone's like, oh, he just does the same movie. They're in the jungle. I love it. Movies. I watched them all. If anyone's seen Jumanji, him and Jack Black absolutely rock that film. It's fantastic. It would just be so much fun. Jack Black has so much range. The Rock can do his smolder, the whole... Oh, man. And he's done wrestling. You know that he can just put on a show. I mean, obviously, it's expected he's an actor, but I'm gonna pitch this to Riot. This is my pitch to Riot. Okay, if you want to put me, it doesn't have to be me. I don't even care, right? This isn't just about me. If you want to put The Rock and Jack Black on World Finals, sticking with Kobe, for example, everyone would tune in for that.
Can I take myself out of the TriCast and just add a third different person? Because I was gonna go a similar route. I had The Rock in it, but I was gonna go with The Rock's partner in crime. I was gonna go with The Rock, Kevin Hart.
Yeah.
And then as you were hitting on Jack Black, I thought, who's another person who's been in a movie with The Rock in like a random jungle or desert setting or whatever? Ryan Reynolds. Give me the Ryan Reynolds, Kevin Hart, The Rock TriCast of World Finals. I don't know what will be going on. Ryan Reynolds is so like matter of fact, and then adding The Rock and Kevin Hart, like, dude, it will be a banger. Dude. They can come host the last hit. Come, The Rock, if you're listening, come take over. Hit up Ryan Reynolds and Kevin Hart. Get in here.
Dude, imagine as well, Kevin Hart would be like, yo, you sure you can see? Can you reach the monitor? And like The Rock would pick him up. Oh man, I can imagine it. It's in my head.
So, Henry Cavill as my color caster. I need someone who's going to help me out to like be able to cast the game. But play by play, Lil Jon. So he can just absolutely he sees a play that pops up like, yeah, just the entire thing. Absolutely genius. Like, look, if he doesn't nail it, I don't know who else will.
I think we have some bangers. I gotta be honest.
From the windows to the wall, just absolutely
why
pulling
did they
all
hire
the
us? Honestly.
No, I don't know. I don't know if this B word that you said at the start. I don't know. Budget.
Yeah. But
I
small
have always
company,
considered the
what
three
can
of us
they do?
budget
Yeah,
Henry
you
Cavill
know.
personally. I don't know about you guys. We definitely are a budget Henry Cavill.
Hey,
you know?
I gotta say, in America, my phone contracts with Mint Mobile. That's owned by Ryan Reynolds, where he does all those
true.
commercials that
Yeah.
go, "I'm Ryan Reynolds, and I bought this phone company, so subscribe." And I'm like, dude, that got me. That commercial had me sold. So I can hit him up. I have him. I probably have him saved in my contacts. But
Is that, do we each take one? Like, we all bring in one big celeb for the world final? You take
Okay,
Ryan
Ryan
Reynolds, I'll
Reynolds.
take The Rock, right? Rob, you want to take Henry Cavill? And then we just
I'm on. Yeah, I'll get him. I'll
bring
get
them in for the
contact
last
with him.
hit. Right, like, dude, that went so well. World finals, boom, done.
Yeah.
and then we become the head of Riot Esports talent assignments. I don't know. I don't know what kind of world we're getting into with this. But
A good one.
guys. Actually, it would be the best timeline for
Yeah.
all the shenanigans that have happened over the past 3 years with the world and broadcasts. That's the timeline I need. But speaking of time, we're out of time, and I could be like, "Do you guys have any final thoughts for the fans out there?" Guess what? We all cast every day, so people get our thoughts every day of the week. We don't need final thoughts. That was the end of the episode. We're on YouTube. We will hopefully once again be on Spotify soon. And yeah, thank you for coming. Next week, we'll have another awesome, super secret banger episode planned that has definitely been planned out. That's it. Goodbye.
Not so
Bye.
secret.
I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me right. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me through the night. Look at me in my eyes. I wanna see my own reflection, knowing I'm all you see. When I'm speaking to you, I want your body and your soul and mind to pay attention. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love so emotional that I keep on reaching for the sky.
无语事件。近日，有多位观众反映，想要一档名为《观赛指南》的节目周更。令人没有想到的是，这档节目真的连续2周更新了，真是令人大跌眼镜。
各位亲爱的召唤师们，欢迎来到本周的观赛指南，我是你们的老朋友乌鸦。不过以后请不要再对我直呼其名了，我希望你们在外面对我尊重一些，要叫我经理。你可以对我说，
经理，本周的观赛指南就要开始了，快来制定一下本周的观赛计划吧。
本周的第1幕主演来自 WE 对战 IG， 主要讲述了主角内心中的迷茫和探索，中间穿插有老艺术家质疑 WE 的这种艺术形式对现在的人类来说还为时尚早。
是回归到卡列斯塔的出招嘛？
但是大家想一想，失败总是贯穿人生始终的，也许这就是人生。
他真的，我哭死。
接下来登场的这2位更是重量级，到达 LPL 最高峰 JDG，
太美丽了 JDG。哎呀，这不 BLG 吗？哎呀，还是看看远处的 V5吧，家人们。
JDG 的成绩已经取代 V5占据第1。
哎，九哥，你嘛时候是联赛第1呀？就在今天。
周6的压轴戏便是 RNG 对阵 EDG。从塔拉哈西到雷克雅未克，再到雷克雅未克，这一路我们走了太久。这2支队伍之间的对决总是如此的抓马。幻想此时的弹幕，我就知道又要说德比了。嗨，还有银翁金女，藤井就是玩烂梗。
大南经理，你又在看着历史发呆了，没时间去欣赏别人的荣光了。你还记得成立那天的豪言壮语吗？想要的阵容我自己凑，现在下载电竞经理，完成指定任务送 SSR 自选包，突破职业生涯里程碑，更有好礼免费领取。
是谁？谁敢在我的节目打广告？你太卑鄙了！
可是他叫我经理耶！我彻底疯狂！
回到周末的偶像剧，与光对阵的 TS 哥哥们，接下来的每一场都在为自己的复活甲而奋斗。原来这世间所有的久别重逢都是蓄谋已久。老东西除了爆金币，现在还要给打装备，难道这就是所谓的奥恩人助力？最后一场大戏便是 OMG 对阵 WBG， 是 SSR The Shy 状态延续，还是败于山鸡哥的黑暗势力？乾坤未定，你我都是电竞经理。
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. I am Oshina. I'll be your captain today, leading you and controlling this ship all the way through our fantastic, wonderful world. That's a little bit of an inside joke there between myself and Jordan. Welcome, Lyric, to the cast, as we're going to be bringing ourselves some pretty awesome League of Legends. How are you doing?
I just love how you always come with your like kawaii swag onto broadcast these
I
days.
got him. Like,
That's the first thing I noticed.
Look at that. It's boom. Just got boom,
Wait,
man.
the delay.
Like...
There we go. It's looking beautiful.
Gotta always represent as we come onto the LPL. But of course, welcome. We're gonna bring ourselves up before we talk about today's games. We gotta talk about yesterday's games because we did have a nice little kind of upset, if you will, because I think a lot of people would have put AL over FBX, but FBX still showing they're going a bit stronger than people anticipated.
I definitely think we have this like middle of the pack that it just feels like anyone can beat anyone. The FPX, AL, TT, OMGs. And it was nice to see FPX be able to do it, bring in like a flavor of the meta pick with the Sivir and just get it done. And then EDG taking down LGD in, I'd say, an expected fashion. The surprising thing about that series was the crazy prio coming out for the Draven pick, which, I mean, Viper, maneuvered beautifully.
Yeah, absolutely. Did look exceptionally well. And of course, good to see EDG kind of slowly getting back into their form. It has been a bit rocky. We've had a couple of questions, but of course, we can move on and see how that leaves our standings because, Lyric, we've already got 2 teams locked into the playoffs so far. It is Top Esports and JDG. 10 at the moment is the magic number. That guarantees you into the postseason. 10 for the top 10, and that's all you need.
It's great, too, because we have Feet5 playing later today, so they have their chance to make their way to that magic number 10. And then, right, a lot of our middle-of-the-pack teams are not too far off either, especially RNG, who've still played quite a few less games than a lot of teams in the league right now.
Yeah, at least 2 series most time. Even after today, it'll still be 2 series behind the likes of V5. So we'll see what they're able to make happen with this one, because as you mentioned as well, we do have V5 playing on later today. They go up against LNG. But before that, we got ourselves against Weibo versus TT. And honestly, this one's a very difficult one to call. TT kind of up on the up and up. And of course, Weibo, they took down V5 themselves.
This one is going to be so exciting, in my opinion. After seeing Weibo take down V5, the crazy form of the Shy. Like you said, TT have been so fun to watch and really putting up respectable performances in their recent games. The second series as well, V5 can make their way up to 10, but LNG, I think, also showing some improvements, but we can talk about them later on.
Yeah, we'll get to those guys a little bit later on. We got to bring ourselves back into the present, which is, of course, going to be Weibo Gaming coming up against Thunder Talk. Thunder Chad sometimes. They are kind of like making a little bit of a push towards playoffs. But we'll start with Weibo, because Weibo have kind of proven themselves to be V5's kryptonite. The Shy and Rookie. You can see why Rookie wanted to play with him, because he can't beat him.
It was one of those things, right, where both of them talked about wanting to stick together, play with each other for so long, but we saw in that series, my God, the Shy had not only Rookie's number, he had everyone's number on that team, especially Rich. Rich did not have a good time in that matchup. And Weibo were even playing like around the Shy. They were setting up early so he can get into positions like this where he was just consistently solo killing Rich and keeping him down in the side lane. That's one of the areas where I think Weibo looked very comfortable, is playing out these like 1-4 style compositions and just letting the Shy run free.
Yeah, I think the Shy, and this is like just a perfect clip as well, 1v2 underneath the tower, and he just shows, one, how good he is at just kind of kiting out, using his cooldowns to absolute effectiveness, and a little bit of alcove gaming as well, but also just the idea that he's unafraid. He's so exceptionally, intelligent at how he's able to move a champion and saying, look, I know I can take this, because even here, blind, he kind of goes, I know Rookie's in here somewhere, I've got a pretty good shot of hitting him.
Hey, when people have been saying for years he's been limit testing, like, there has to be a time where that pays off, and you know the line perfectly of how deep you can go. Like you said, that was just great of him in that 1v2. These are stats just from that series. 6 solo kills in one series. He was dominating in lane. He was the most aggressive player on the Rift early, and his damage numbers were absolutely bonkers. And even like a nice spread of champions coming in can play the blinds like the Gnar, or can go to more like counter-oriented picks, especially with that Fiora.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing as well, is that obviously with the patch being from 12.12 and even on to 12.13 now that we moved on to yesterday, this is becoming a thing that Blue Side was seen as this OP kind of setup. But when you're against a team like Weibo, where they can get counter pick up into the top lane for the Shy, you can't really let that one up for chance. There's not really a huge amount of blindable things against a man of his caliber. So very curious to see how today's series just end up going for them, because I think Weibo are in a fantastic shot to be kind of catapult themselves really back into relevancy. 6-4 isn't bad. 7-4 will put them alongside the likes of RNG, Anyone's Legend, and EDG in terms of where their standings in the grand scheme of the LPL.
And I think as long as Weibo can keep playing as a unit like we've seen recently, especially with SOFM, enabling this man, because it really feels like the Shy still just able to set himself apart when it comes to laning in that top side. So if Weibo keep playing around him, I mean, sky's the limit for this team like we saw in their last series.
Yeah, well, they're in the sky, they're flying high, but we gotta talk about the train tracks, because all aboard the TT hype train, they are making a bit of a run for themselves. We had a lot of different question marks. They were bringing in a lot of new players, but this team is starting to make it work.
They've actually gone 3-1 in their last 4 series. They seriously have just looked so much better. I'm so excited for this team. Like, Yukal's been having good performances. Beichuan and Yao Yao are consistently working together, going into the enemy jungle, especially hovering around mid. And then we've seen their mid game. If TT aren't behind, they're able to play out mid game like extremely well, just constantly ping-ponging between waves, keeping up the vision, and just searching for those picks. The real problem is when TT falls behind early. We haven't really seen that happening too much with how well they have been working together in the early and mid game.
And even things like this, where they're starting at the Baron, but they're also kind of saying, look, we don't need to have everyone on this, because Yukal is just strong enough right now, and if we can just keep them at bay, regardless, even if they lose the Baron there, hypothetically in the flip, they kill everyone regardless.
Especially going up against a team like OMG that they were able to do that. OMG's also been on the up and up recently. They're one of those teams competing for those playoff spots. It just felt like what they showed in that series could not have come at a better time and against an opponent that they needed to show it against. And I really just want to end this off highlighting Beichuan because he really just has been such a stud on this roster when he didn't really get the fair shake on FPX, right? He was always getting brought in and out, kind of waiting for their mainstay junglers to be able to play. Now that we get a full split of him as a starter, he really is proving himself worthy of being in the LPL.
Yeah, not only worthy of being in the LPL, but being the conductor of this hype train, because you look at some of these stats, like, these might not look exceptional in terms of, you know, where he is, but if you look at where TT are in the standings, TT are sitting down in 11th, yet he's 5th in KDA, burst and XP difference at 15, 8th in K plus A at 15, and just having that jungle support proximity of, you know, nearly 25%, it shows just how intimate he is with the rest of his team and how much he wants to try and influence it.
Especially when we've seen in the recent games how aggressive he's willing to be, the fact that he's also able to keep that experience difference over other junglers is pretty crazy. And even looking at his champion pool, he's someone who's very willing to pull out different picks, right? Willing to go towards things like that grave. So I think Beichuan's been a really exciting player to watch. And especially when we just highlighted the Shy for Weibo and kind of disrupting that game flow they have around the top half of the map, a lot of it is going to come down to Beichuan and then also Yao Yao kind of lifting up Hoya on that top side.
Yeah, I completely agree. And honestly, it does feel like this is a bit of a real test for the side of TT. Like we said, they are sitting down on 11th. They are 4 and 5, so not a million miles away, but just took down OMG, a fellow playoff contender. Weibo would be considered that same vein, really. And it's not just about kind of getting them in the regular season. You need to prove that you can take these guys in a best of 5 should you even make it. So big test for these guys coming into today. And obviously, we're going to be looking in terms of, like, you know, what the way the meta changes as well as we come to the 12.13. And we're looking at a bit of a top of the pops, really, for this patch, because these are the guys that, you know, these are the picks, I should say, that these guys have been playing so often in this meta so far.
Yeah, you know, we've seen when it comes to top lane, Hoya really likes leaning on that Gnar. That has been one of the Shy's go-to picks, even when it wasn't in the meta. So now that it is kind of the de facto strongest top laner, is pretty crazy. We still have SOFM going full scale on the Viego hype trade. He has 17 games on it. Once again, Beichuan kind of in a similar boat with 12. And when you look at the mid laners, right, having Yukal go up against Angel, both these guys have been very similar in terms of, like, leaning on the Azir for, like, their control mage pick, and when the Ahri is open, they both like to get their hands on it. So these are kind of the 4 picks I see being highly contested. The only one that maybe stands out as a bit strange to a lot of people would maybe be the Azir, which we have been seeing a lot more of lately, but still, you know, not that type of pick I think comes to people's mind in terms of the meta these days. But these 2 mid laners especially really do love to go towards that.
I mean, it's, again, Azir is one of those picks that I find that when it's in the right hands, I think immediately of Scout. It's like, it doesn't really hit my head as a 100% late game pick. It's something that can make plays if you're willing to try and go for it. And also, if you have the skills to be able to back that up, you know, the Shurima Shuffle into the Emperor's Divide can just be devastating for an enemy team because there's not really much counterplay than a wall literally completely separating you from your team. So this is going to be an interesting kind of setup for them. And of course, the Viego, like you said, both these junglers love to get this pick. And I think it just kind of comes down to how snowbally it can feel, because when you start to get those resets, when you start to get those heartbreakers down, it just feels oppressive. However, we have seen it where he doesn't quite get the resets, and that's where the Viego starts to look a little bit more shaky.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting when you think about the picks we're putting around it, like champions like the Azir being high prio for both these teams, because typically you want it with a lot of burst. Things like the Lissandra are the obvious combo, right, where you have the passive going off with all the ice zombies setting up for the resets from Viego with just how low that can take them. So kind of interesting the way both of these teams lean in terms of pick and ban. And now being on 12-13, I'm kind of interested to see how that shakes up even more. Champions like Vex especially getting a nice bit of win rate boost in solo queue with the changes they got. Sivir, which we did see come out yesterday. It did take, I think it was 580 carry bans for us to get there, and it was picked into a blind pick Ezreal. But point is, right, we might have like small changes in some of the priorities in our games going forward.
Yeah, a little small thing. I don't know if we'll actually see it or anything like that, but we did see a lot of like little minor buffs coming in for a lot of AP junglers as well, just to kind of make their time in the jungle a little bit better. Some extra HP, extra armor for things like Karthus, Elise, Evelyn as well, having a little bit of an update as well. So maybe a little bit of variety. We do love to see different things coming in. Of course, when I was thinking of variety, I was thinking of Shanji from OMG comes in with the Shen, the Shyvana, the Lily, and stuff like that. But you never know. We'll have to wait and see. And kind of coming into this one as well, like what are the I think the expectation is that Weibo are going to be favorites here, but I feel like TT are going to have a plan, and it's going to have to come from Hoya, kind of, as you say, kind of dealing with the Shy, because the Shy is just a force upon himself. So what do you want to see from the side of TT to really try and mitigate that threat in the top side?
I think it's going to come down to mid jungle support. If there's one area where I think TT have shown to be better than Weibo, it is just that constant map movement coming through from those three. Typically just Beichuan and Yayao playing around Yukal in the mid lane. And then like once he gets prio, or maybe once they blow a summoner or find a kill, they start bringing that pressure into the enemy jungle. So if they can do that, bring it up towards the top side, I think we've seen TT being more proactive than Weibo. For Weibo, in my mind, to counteract that, it just comes down to SOFM getting out of his jungle, playing for his lanes, getting some wards down, and spotting that out. Because I agree, Weibo should definitely be considered favorites coming into this, but it was great. We did just play the last hit before coming on to broadcast.
Yes.
And Dagda did predict TT to take down Weibo. So, you know, there is some faith in TT there. And again, I think there's a clear way they can do it. It'll just be difficult.
Yeah, I mean, there is no easy matchups, I feel like, in the LPL. Everyone has their own style. Everyone has their own way of playing the game. And I do like how Dagda trying to be another Ox, shall we say, who call FBX taking down JDG in that series as well. So curious to see how this one goes from it, to have the same kind of success rate as such. And again, we can't really understate how important this matchup is. We are very quickly coming to the end of the split. We only have 24 match days left, so little over 3 weeks in terms of gameplay. And we are starting to see teams get into 10 games, 11, 12. All of a sudden those wins, they're starting to become a little less frequent, shall we say, or a little less I suppose less likely to happen if you go up against the likes of V5, JDG, Top Esports. So you have to take the most out of these opportunities. And like I said, the difference between a 7-4 Weibo and a 6-5 Weibo could be huge at the end of the split.
Yeah, it definitely goes both ways. I think especially for the teams on the lower end, or like the teams coming in as underdogs, right? So in this series would be TT, but really like any of TTs, the BLGs, of like when you're playing up against a team like Weibo, who have looked good, but have also shown like areas that can be exploited. Those are the most important, since like you're saying, right? The RNGs, the V5s, the TSs, like those wins just might not be able to come through.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. We are going to jump into picks and bans. The Azir that you talked about earlier is being banned away, I should say. The Nara as well, not going to be let over into the hands of Hoya. And the Poppy and the Zeri. The Poppy kind of creeping up ahead of the Wukong right now. The Zeri has just been a definitive forever, but Poppy definitely kind of showing how good it can be in this meta.
I feel like especially after Tarzan's been popping off on it recently, a lot of teams are paying the respect to what Poppy's able to do. Now TF off the cards. Things still open. The Wukong you already hit on. The Viego, obviously that is one of the go-to picks. But Talia, a champion who didn't really hit on much. She's a champion who overall pretty much just got buffed on this patch.
Yes.
She was already seeing so much priority in the LPL. Seems like Riot kind of wanted to lift her up a bit more in other regions. But teams in the LPL just going to be feeling good about going towards this pick.
Yeah, absolutely. You got a couple of different things coming in from her, and especially on the Q right now, does a lot more damage,
Yes.
and that's the big thing I think with the threaded volley coming in as well. As her passive got a nice little update as well, so curious to see what people end up kind of going into her at this time. And the Kalista still being a very high priority. We actually have Kepler coming in for Yao Yao as well, so this is going to be, again, TT saying, like you mentioned earlier, getting away from the top side and saying, look, we're going to put all our eggs into the bot lane basket, and we're going to use that priority that we get with Yukal and Beichuan to make things happen.
Yes, and I like that we see the Sylas coming out in response. It's going to be something I was actually even going to highlight for a Weibo potential first pick, but with the Talia going over, TT decided to go towards this, already setting up for a composition that plays heavily with all in, just looking to dive on the back line on the side of Weibo. So I would expect the Aphelios to be locked in for them, considering you do have a lot of like lower range champions on the side of TT, and then you could round it out with Viego. So maybe Viego, Aphelios kind of being this rotation for the side of Weibo.
See what they want to go for. Again, the Viego being picked up. SOFM will get himself up to 18 games this split on the particular champion. If he makes it to Worlds, it's just going to be the champion he has to. It's just going to be banned against him, I feel like, at all times, unless we get some uber OPs. But we're going to see now the final pickup. I love the Amumu into this, especially with something like a Sylas. Getting that extra 10% through damage on your magic damage, and especially in the early skirmishes, is going to be so big for TT. And honestly, I think both sides are pretty happy with what they've gotten so far.
And I'm really curious to see what Weibo can end up going with if TT, like, right, you still have like things like Alistar up. I don't think Weibo would really want that, considering Sylas on the opposing side. The Leona still there, could be a potential that TT look at banning. Then we're kind of left with like Braum, Rakan, and just a bunch of enchanters for the side of Weibo. So Rakan maybe wouldn't be a bad shot, considering you are playing against On, and I think that is his best pick by far. And now for Weibo, time to see what they rounded out with top lane.
Yeah, we're going to see the Gangplank band away as well. So the Shy kind of saying, look, you can't take some safe blinds. We're going to make sure that you're in a little bit more of a interactive matchup, shall we say. And speaking of interactive, one that is not very interactive if you go tank v tank is the Sejuani. So TT, though, having yet picked their jungler, they are going to have pretty much anything they want, really. No junglers were banned whatsoever on either side. So that the Viego is picked up, they can pick into whatever they want to go for. I do like the Lee Sin. It does give you that good early skirmishing power. I will say, though, that if you do end up giving over the Lee Sin over to someone like SOFM, can be a bit detrimental as the effigy, but the Wukong does get locked and loaded. So again, big skirmishing powers coming out from TT. Big AoE team fights as they look to try and engage in that mid game.
I'm curious to see where Weibo go with their top pick. Gwen was another champion who got, like, we'll just say changed because there were some buffs and there were some nerfs. Her late game damage now, I think if she goes late, could just be insane. Her Q really got some nice buffs early on. But a lot of hits to your E in terms of like the cooldown and the cooldown refund make her a bit harder early on. So Weibo not going to go towards that. Actually just going to end up going straight towards the Kennen. So Weibo so far is setting up for huge 5v5 prowess able to come through. They need to round out their comp with some lockdown in my mind. So again, we still have things like the Leona being free.
Yeah, and the Leona just fits into On's Champions, kind of wheelhouse so very well if you just want to end up going for it. I do think they need a little bit of extra engage, someone who could be a primary initiator there to work alongside the Viego and the Kennen. The Leona does that absolutely perfectly, and it has been creeping back up into priority. We did lose her for quite a while there. In spring, all we saw was her and Nautilus, so it's nice to kind of see her go out of meta and then come back in. We will see now TT thinking about where they want to go with this top lane pick into the Kennen. Honestly, I think the Orange just fits their composition so damn well, and even the Gragas as well, just something beefy and tanky just to kind of round it all out.
Going with something that could have a little bit of a neutral laning phase. I mean, Kennen with the range can look to bully him out, especially with those Qs, but Gragas into like 90% of top lane matchups can honestly like get through lane pretty decently, having the range from your Q, having the mobility with your E, and like you said, TT now also having another champion that can be able to go in. Like, everything in TT's composition is just about getting on the back line of Weibo and finding those kills. So a lot of pressure going to be on Angel and Huanfeng to be able to step up and make it through. The nice thing for Weibo's comp going against what TT drafted is that it should be pretty easy to find some high impact slicing maelstroms for the Shy when you already know everyone's going to be jumping into your team.
Yeah, absolutely. When you know they're all going to be clumped up as 5, the Kennen just works out very well in that particular situation. I will say as well is that if TT throw everything at Weibo, if Weibo just survived that initial kind of setup of the ultimates, there's not really a lot else that you can do outside of some isolated skirmishes with the Silas as such. So very curious to see what they're able to kind of go with this one. And for TT, they have put all their eggs into the dive basket, the 5v5, go for those big objectives. So they're going to be wanting to fight around those dragons. First and second Herald, I imagine we're going to be seeing some fireworks as well.
Yeah, 100%. And I think another distinction between these two comps in terms of how they want to fight, right? When you look at Weibo, it wants the traditional front to back. Maybe Kennen coming in on the flank, but still, like, everyone's set right in front of your two immobile carries. To where for the side of TT, you're fine if fights break out to, like, let's say more chaotic, smaller skirmishes where UCal's maybe fighting a 1v1 or a 1v2. You have Kepler and Yaya on one side, and everything just spread out. These, like, very high sustained bruiser champions really do thrive in that scenario, especially with the Kalista, who can just skirt around the whole fight.
We'll have to wait and see. No more theories, no more hypothesizing. We are jumping straight into the game. Game 1 of this best of 3 between Weibo and TT. Remember, we are getting to the state of the series, or even of the season, I should say, where you need to start racking up these wins. And against potential playoff opponents, there's never been a better time to come into form. No one really going to be doing anything. We're going to have a standard 5-point setup, really. No one going for any kind of aggressive move into here. And first strike onto the Shy for the Kennen. So not going with the phase rush, which we tend to see, or even the electrocute. Going for more of a lane dominant thing that can scale a little bit well into the later stages.
First strike still gives you like burst with especially the true damage that comes through, kind of in the same veins of what you're looking to do with electrocute, and obviously being able to stack up all that free income when you are going to be playing against the melee champion just feels really nice for the Shy and top side. But for TT, I expect to be playing a lot more heavily around their bottom lane. You have a Gragas on top who's very self-sufficient. You have this Kalista Mumu who wants to constantly be looking for these aggressive trade patterns. So for TT, I already like that we're seeing a little bit of pizzazz with the level 1 invade, but look at SOFM completely circumventing him. And both teams just going to trade buffs on opposite jungles.
Yeah, and again, it's a Viego. He's very self-sufficient, should be able to take this one without a leash in a pretty decent time as well. Knows that the Raptors are going to be taken there by the Wukong. So, and this is just the early vision they were able to put down. On went out, put that ward down in the pixel brush, recognized they were 3-man stacked, and kind of they just like slowly said, right, we're not going to be able to win this fight. Let's just move our way around. So we get a little bit of vertical jungling, but we're not really going to lose anything. So curious to see how both these junglers end up transition from this state. And as you can see now, there's Beishuan just kind of finding himself in the red buff, and he actually has no idea, I'm pretty sure, that the Viego's taking his bottom side camps.
No, I think he definitely doesn't. And considering that you can see as an engage comes out, just some nice trading, but SOFM's taking all of TT's jungle. To where Beichuan did take 2 camps. Looks like he ended up leaving a small raptor, so the camp doesn't reset, which could be a bit of a pain, but SOFM going to be getting so much more off this, going to go straight into the reset and probably head right up towards that top side where he has Pryo with the cannon.
Yeah, and again, you got Pryo with the cannon. You're going to have Pryo in the mid lane as well. The Talia should be able to shove in the Sylas as well. So the top side of the map, where Beishuan is right now, is going to be very difficult for TT to really make things happen. Like you said, it's going to be more about that bot side and getting that mid-jungle support synergy going once you start seeing that post-level 6. Beishuan now going to go in towards this thing. And actually, this is very unfortunate in terms of the timing and the pathing because, like you said, not only did he not take the Krugs on the bot side, but he's also not taking his own Krugs. So wasting a little bit of his time and giving himself a little bit of an unfortunate moment here where TT kind of say, right, well, I guess we've been duped.
You could even see that they were expecting him to be there with the fact that they called their bot lane up, but yep, for Beitron, just gonna have to deal with that. Is Weibo, I think, set up really nicely with how the early game plays out. You've already highlighted both their solo laners do win their matchups outright, so it gives SOFM a lot of freedom to look for invades, or if you want to like hover around mid, try and make sure no shenanigans get set up, and then start establishing that control of topside so the Shy can keep playing like this for free and just bullying Hoya out of this lane matchup.
I mean, this is the difficult thing as well, is that most top lane matchups, yes, the cannon will be able to get it. I might have to stop myself as Beishuan finds some bot side. Very difficult to really make this one work in the pre-level 6 stages, so I'll continue with my point. But the Shy has been getting himself back up to the form. I've probably been one of his more vocal critics in the past of, some of his low lows as such, but he has started to show that form back when we, even 2020, where he was just absolutely slapping everyone in lane. And regular season, the Shy kind of proving again that, yes, he's limit testing, but he's doing exceptionally well at it.
We've heard throughout the years of players in interviews, even when the Shy was being criticized, about like how he's the hardest person to play against for most of the top laners we've had in the LPL. Even going back to 2020, where we did have some ridiculous moments from him. I think people forget that in one of the regular seasons, IG ended first, and in the other one they were still top 3, top 4. So it hasn't just been a terrible few years coming out from the Shy. Has been in terms of results, and I think 2021 was a little bit rough, and obviously the moments were always there, but the highs have been there consistently.
Yeah, again, he has just been a consistently monstrous top laner within the LPL, and right now we can see that he's going to have a little bit of a free time. That's why he went with the Cull. He recognized, look, very unlikely I'm going to be able to kill Hoya pre-level 6, so might as well get that little bit of extra gold and try and work that one out for myself. But we'll see now TT looking to try and make something work in the middle. Yukal goes very aggressive. He does have the Amumu here, but he can't really continue with this because the Ignite came down from Angel. Yao Yao, we were just singing your praises. Lyric thought you were the chosen one, and unfortunately, you've just been sent back to the gray screen.
I gotta say, that was not it. That was not it, Yao Yao. Going in as Yukal's already chunked incredibly low. I don't know if, in his mind he's thinking, okay, putting some pressure so Yukal can back off, but I think Yukal would have been fine and would have been able to get out of there scot-free. Just giving a free kill over to the side of Weibo.
Yeah, it is. That is rough, because it just looks so forced as well from TT. Yao Yao really putting himself in a bad situation, which honestly he just didn't need to. I think Yukal was out. Like, Yukal even still had flash. He wasn't going to die.
Even putting Yukal in a bad position, considering that Angel was the one who picked up the kill, so going to be able to come back to lane. Already have Sorcerer Shoe, so getting a bit of that magic pen early so he can get some good trades, and then tier Mana Crystal. Like, he's going to be able to start spamming some of these spells down. So Weibo so far have just used the game plan of using the pryos they had to get SOFM an advantage. TT's comp, the first few levels, can't really do too much. We're really waiting for that level 6 mark before they're able to come online, and they're able to look for those big wombos of, You know, Beichuan Yao Yao jumping in, UCal able to steal away some impactful ultimates, I think preferably like the Shy or Ons, and then you really just have that giant death ball coming at you straight from TT.
And TT recognizing they can't just let this one go. UCal stealing the Weaver's Wall. That's a really nice way of separating Angel from this potential fight. On is in a little bit of trouble. They do get the Hoya in a flash belly bop. SOFM now trying to flash away and abscond, abduct, almost catching Huanfeng. But TT loved that play coming out from them, recognizing they had some of the big ultimates you were talking about, and they capitalized over a very way too comfortable Weibo.
I still also want to give some props to Angel for saving his AD carry there, because Huanfeng should have gone down, but the seismic shove was nice. But TT rotating their members over, this was one of the ways where we thought maybe TT would be above Weibo, was in terms of being willing to transfer pressure on the map. We can even see now on the mini-map, look at UCal. He's making his way up towards top to look for a gank on the Shy potentially, but looks like not going to end up committing for it in the end.
Yeah, hard to do when you've just used the explosive cast and, of course, the hijack as well, so can't even steal a slicing Maelstrom. Let's have a little replay here, because UCal hits 6, immediately has the Weaver's Wall and says, cool, if I stop Angel from getting here, this is a 4v3.
Separates Angel. We see Hoya coming around from the opposite side, just really nowhere to go. You have so much CC there to knock them down. Huanfeng with a nice flash to buy a bit of distance between himself. We do know that SOFM is just dead, but there was that seismic shove from Angel, making sure Huanfeng gets away. But with the pure numbers, with the way they played the fight, TT just able to come out ahead.
Yeah, 100% great play there from TT. I will say, though, the Shy still got a fair bit of free time on the top side. He's turned that into about a 15 CS lead. I'd say about 10 if Hoya can get all of this underneath the tower. And it's going to be tough, to try and really deal with the Shy as he starts to hit towards that big, power spike. I imagine he's going to go towards the Proto Belt. Could technically go towards the Night Harvester, but Proto Belt for the extra mobility tends to be what we see in the Kennen builds these days. And Huanfeng's got to be a little bit careful now. Without Flash, without Cleanse, he gets caught by an Amumu. He could just straight up die.
They do have to be very careful, as we see TT have actually put their bot lane in mid. They're just having UCal cover to try to make sure that they can guarantee this Herald. This does open up Weibo an opportunity if they could posture long enough, because Weibo had man advantage in bot. Of course, it's going to take more time for UCal to get here. So maybe not the most sound plan coming out for TT, since Weibo always could just look to do this to contest, and that's what they're going to do. So maybe TT actually just going to have to drop Prio for Herald overall. I was thinking maybe find a kill onto the Shy first if that's what Yao Yao's looking to do.
And they're not willing to let this Herald go for free, so the Shy now in a little bit of trouble. Will have the Slicing Maelstrom available to him, but he flashes in with the Curse of Stab Mummy. He doesn't get a chance, Lyric, to do anything. They CC lock him, and now we can go back down towards the Herald, because you're not a man disadvantage. I don't know if TT want to fight it, though.
For TT, I love how they saw the 1v2 from the Shy last week, and they didn't want to risk it. Just like flash Amumu ulti, look for the play, but we see Solar Flare comes out.
Oh, they do not land it onto Beichuan completely. He does get a little bit of a slow, and now he gets hit by the Zenith Blade. He does get back out with the decoy, but he's been surrounded. He has been taken out, and that will be a nice trade back there for Weibo after the fact that they took down the Rift Herald.
And just teams trading on both sides. Ultimately does come out in favor of Weibo, since they went 1-for-1 in kills, and they were the team who ended up picking up the Rift Herald. They did give a bit of freedom to UCal down in that bottom half of the map, but still not outpacing Angel in terms of farm or even experience coming through.
Yeah, and again, with the Rift Herald, yes, you get a couple of free plates on the bot side, but the Shy can answer that wave now. You get top tier 1, so the map is starting to open up a little bit here for Weibo as TT. They are making good plays, but they're still falling 2,000 behind. It's kind of down, as you said, to these big kind of XP and CS leads that they've been able to accrue for themselves in the solo lanes.
A lot of this is still going to pan out in terms of how fights are able to be taken. The fact that Weibo should be able to have that side lane pressure with how accelerated the Shy is feeling pretty good. And if he can get on top of members, like we said, that's when Weibo will be solid. But TT do have some tools to try to work around that. I want to see them being the more proactive team right now in the mid game, and have Yao Yao, UCal, and Beichuan kind of roaming together like usual and looking to pick off members of Weibo and sides.
I know they want to try and pick him off in the side lanes, but I want to see now what Weibo can do about this. The Shy has got that Proto Belt. He's in a pretty decent power spike. Still hasn't got boots yet. Still just kind of doing that very slow movement speed. You can see it's a bit of a struggle for the tiny little Yordle to get back up towards that top side as TT now start to push out those waves. The map is starting to open up just a little bit. We're only 11.5 minutes in the game. Still plenty of time for plates and plays, as you say, to be happening. As we can see now on, The Abscond Abduct comes in, and he might be in a lot of trouble here. He's trying to put himself in position to knock Yukal back over, but this Silas is starting to get a bit scary. Everfrost picked up now already. This is the power that we said that this pick can bring. This, isolated skirmishing can be so devastating.
And this was a time we needed to see it, right? Is H1?
Ooh,
Wow.
Yeah, did not have decoy. He used it already, so that's unfortunate, but he gets himself out, so it's all right.
Oh, and we even have the Shy TPing straight to bot. So they're like, hey, we got top pushed in a little bit. We know Hoya doesn't have that much pushing power to really take that turret down. With Dragon coming up in 10 seconds, they just want to guarantee themselves some prio in bot to force their way into River.
Yeah, they really want to try and stop this Dragon stacking from TT. Like we said, TT, with their composition that they've built for themselves, they want to be fighting 5v5s. They want to be forcing Weibo around these pits, but at the moment, not really in a position to really make that force happen for themselves. So with the amount of resources that Weibo had pushed down towards the spot side, TT will end up forfeiting that Dragon. Aishwan looking maybe for something here. There's a Curse of Sad Mummy coming out there, but there's going to be a Weaver's Wall to separate out everybody else. They will get the Fate's Call to save out the Amumu, who's on very, very low. They kind of re-engage this one as Weibo, but it's all a bit tentative. No one really fully committing because they know how powerful every single person's ultimate can be.
I like the respect coming out from Weibo, especially since they know they've already naturally been accruing gold leads just from how the trades have gone out. And the longer the game goes on, I definitely favor what Weibo has to offer. So they are a bit more tempered, despite the fact that they did have a lot of ultis available. I think if you don't have an easy way of getting the Shy on top of multiple members, you're like, hey, we already got the objective.
Oh!
Fog!
That was so nice to see, but he's still not gone down yet.
Oh,
he's still alive. Oh, Hoya finally takes him out, but the Shy saves it. I gotta call out Hoya. That was fantastic, but what a response from Weibo.
The fact that TT couldn't finish him off and it has to go for a 1-for-1 is so tragic, because like you're saying, Hoya setting that up was beautiful. Juanfang going just a little bit too far forward. And Yukal Hoya not really able to get enough damage down in time to prevent that from having to be a 1-for-1. So overall, we're kind of in a similar place to where we have been. We are getting more items coming out, though, especially for the side of Weibo. Now also having Ludens in the mid lane. We have the Gale Force Power Spike for Juanfang, so can look to play, I guess, as aggressively as we're already seeing him angle to play. And I wonder if we're just going to get a replay of what just happened is, yeah, Juanfang playing right in Hoya's face. I mean, he made it easy for Hoya to land, but chains it into the body bop, is able to get some damage down, and Yukal not able to connect with either hit of the Q, which kind of forces Hoya to have to go for the 1-for-1 after the Shy pops his ulti.
I mean, it was so tragic. It was so well played. Even the fact that he uses the belly bop to get him back into more range of the turret and rather than using it immediately just to get the CC layering down. Fantastic. I do want to bring our attention. You did mention items there very, very quickly. SOFM bringing in some new dark technology. What are your thoughts on the Chempunk Chainsword first item on the Viego? Not something I'm particularly familiar with.
So we have been seeing more of this. When the Grievous wounds got hit, it got given 10 more ability haste and 10 more AD. Just in terms of stats, the item's something like 125% gold efficient. So pretty nice, cheap first item spike for a jungler, as SOFM might get caught out. We also do have, a lot of healing coming out on the other side, right? Of course, Silas being the obvious answer, even Gragas with this passive, Kalista's going to go towards the Immortal Shield Bow. So even with, the nerf Grievous wounds, that even adds on top of it. But just those base stats, man, really cost-efficient item.
Very cautious fishing, does get a big old stat stick basically for yourself. Looks like he's also going towards either a Sunfire or a Frostfire Gauntlet. I imagine it is the Sunfire. The Frostfire, because you get the extra slow. You want to try and give as much sticking power to as you possibly can as the Viego to try and make sure you're being as much of a nuisance as possible. Beishuan looking for something in this mid lane, but Juanfang does not walk forward. And I gotta say though, with the next Rift Herald spawning, you do not have Flash or Cleanse on your Felios. Makes it very difficult for him to plant his feet and do the damage.
Yeah, this one's going to be a bit of a rough one for Weibo to contest.
Ooh, the slicing maelstrom from Yukal. It's not exceptional. He thought he had landed the abduct as On gets himself out of there, so he's not going to die just yet. They've already used the Fate's Call. That's an awful lot used here on the side of TT. And Weibo are looking pretty damn fine. They don't care about the health bar of On because he's the support. It's his job.
That's my problem, is TT just committed so much to only really get damage down on to Weibo's support. You weren't even in a position where like members like Kepler are able to follow up with damage either. It was really only Yukao and Yao Yao able to go in, and then not able to burst him out, of course, right? Being a bit tankier, being a support. Yukao also very defensive in terms of his itemization, Everfrost standard, but already going straight towards the Banshees.
Yeah, getting himself into a much better situation to be defensive, but yeah, Yukal, I feel that slice and he felt like he had already caught out the Aphelios, so I admire the commitment to it. But we're going to have it happen all over again, because with these resets coming in, you now have the Rift Herald in the back pocket of SOFM. Weibo going to reset now off top of that. TT get bot lane tier 2, but Dragon in 30 seconds, and we're already starting at GSC. It's Crown of the Shattered Queen here for Hoya. So he's expecting Burst to come out here. So many interesting builds coming out right now today in this particular first match.
When we look at Weibo's comp, they do have a ton of bursts, right?
Yes.
I mean, the Shy's Cannon and then Angels to Leah hopefully can get, you know, some good damage soaked up. Maybe something like one of the rocks that Leah does throw out. But we see TT already trying to force her way into the spot side river. For Weibo, I like what they did. They're trying to manage sideways first. They'd already just pushed out top, and now the Shy answering in bot. They know he is TP, so he's fine to look for that recall. Sadly for Weibo, they don't really have any vision set up behind TT to give the Shy an easier time going in, but they do have that Rift Herald to try to pull TT out, so they have to respond in the lane.
Yeah, well, it looks like TT are kind of saying, look, we don't care about the Rift Herald. We're going to let him get that full push, or her get that full push in that mid lane. There's going to be a full, don't think there's going to be the tower just yet, unless, of course, you do see Huan Feng on the bottom left there pushing it in, so that's going to be the tower going down. And that's going to be a confirmed objective for the side of Weibo. Now TT on the Dragon is an Infernal Dragon and an Infernal Rift, so the angles of approach are far more creative, and they find the Shy, they CC him down, and again, he is just locked out of being a participant in that fight.
This is why watching this TT team is so fun. They're so decisive. That came out of nowhere from Hoya and Beichuan, and they're looking to keep going.
They gotta keep going. The Weaver's Wall is gonna come out, but they've only caught out on between a rock and a hard place. Now Beichuan thinking about maybe going forward here. And they're actually trying to just kind of coerce him around. They got Yukal there over the wall. He's got the Abscond Abduct. He just landed there onto Angel, who flashes away. There's going to be a flash from Yukal because he knows if he gets knocked back by that, he's in trouble. Hoya's still on the hunt, but very difficult to make something else happen. But TT, they're still going tit for tat.
I also like the idea of bringing Yukal around. If the other members had been closer and able to follow up, I mean, there's just nowhere for Weibo to go in that situation. So very clever, very creative play coming out from TT. And the first thing we hit on, the decisiveness, the fact that they weren't afraid to pull the trigger right when the moment was needed.
They pull the trigger and they get themselves up to a second Dragon. Still nowhere really near a soul point. It's about 9 minutes or just about under it. But let's have a look at the replay here, because again, like you said, the decisiveness after the fact to just say, look, they're not going to be able to protect the Shy here. We could just burst him out.
Yeah, he's walking very far forward to get some of this trading down, and Hoya straight E-flash into the ulti to bring him down. They even commit the Amumu ulti. Like, they don't want to take any chances on the Shy not being CC'd and being able to layer any more damage down. They keep following up because they do have that Solar Flare available. Then with the CC following through from Yao Yao, it's just very easy for TT to guarantee some more kills.
Yeah, I will say, though, when you commit so many ultimates to killing off one member, it makes it very difficult to really get those big AoE ultimates or big AoE fights for TT afterwards. They're not able to get anything else, but they brought the gold back into a little bit more respectful, about 1,500, just a little bit underneath that. So, Weibo, they're slowing down the pace just a little bit, and it's honestly TT who feel like they're owning the momentum as of the moment. They're dictating where and when these fights are being taken place. I will say, though, you have got some significant scaling on the side of Weibo, so the longer this game goes on, TT will find those picks harder and harder to make.
Was SOFM kind of playing with fire. I don't know if I move on, Ashino, or if we're gonna see these teams go toe to toe. You look at Hoya, and he's just like menacingly walking around this wall.
Yeah, it's like the SpongeBob thing.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
He's just standing there menacingly. Get out of there, SpongeBob. That's basically what I find Viego players do all the time. They pop up their invisibility or their camouflage, and they just sit in the camouflage and kind of go like, that's it. What am I doing? You don't know. You have to just kind of assume I'm here at all times. But As we come back into reality, we do, of course, as you mentioned, see the Banshee's Veil for UCal finally being finished up here, so giving himself an extra survivability in those fights. And I will say the kill distribution for TT has been nice as well. You've got basically all of them onto Kepler, giving this Callista a 2-item, very powerful spike on the Guinzoos on top of the Immortal Shield Bow. So this is still a very good time for TT. If they can find another fight around an objective, I don't know, maybe in a minute 43 seconds, they could be in a fantastic spot to really snowball this away from Weibo. And Weibo, what do they do to kind of try and stop this?
For the side of Weibo, I mean, they're still hitting those nice item breakpoints. Because when you look at plays like before, right, where they were trying to do 2 things at once, is now maybe finding Beishuan.
Yeah, they're looking for him. We're going to see him use his decoy and the Cyclone. It's not going to be too detrimental. Should be up again before the next fight does happen. But he is still level 10, so actually a significant cooldown on that. He needs to be level 11. There it is. But it's already been used, so he doesn't get the benefit of the lower cooldown.
Yeah, but going back to what you asked me before about what Weibo can do, right? We saw in that last fight that Weibo weren't like wholeheartedly committed to the fight. They were actually just trying to abuse the double Herald charges and posturing around. I still think Weibo are in a place where they can take team fights, but right, they need to be pushing in as a 5-man through River, forcing their way in, and then they have the poke coming out from Angel to try to force members like TT off. Of course, TT are going to look for a decisive engage the second you walk in, so a lot is going to be up to On to soak that damage like we saw him do earlier, and for the Shy to just pop that Slicing Maelstrom pretty much right away. Because if they can kind of counteract that initial engage from TT, they will win out in an extended fight.
All right, well, Banshee's Veils has been picked up there by the Shy, so has a little bit of extra survivability should they just try and turn and burn onto him. Shouldn't be CC'd instantly with that little bit of an extra spell shield. You do have a stopwatch as well for on the side of UCal. And a Zanya's here for Hoya. So Hoya, very defensive build right now. The Shattered Queen into the Zanya's means that he's not doing as much burst straight up damage, but I think he realizes his job in this is just to find a target, isolate them with the belly bop, and of course with the explosive cast. Now we're going to see both teams start to posture on this dragon. It has spawned, and you do have the Rend available here for TT. They are just putting themselves a 5-man here as the Shy looks for a little bit of a flank. He's not been seen just yet, but TT have got to know that someone's going to be at the top side of this map.
Yeah, I like their formation so far, right? They're having SOFM and On play up front to try and soak some of this damage that'll come through, and they're trying to find an angle for the Shy to should have cut them off for Drake.
I love this from the side of Weibo. Angel really does so well to separate them, but they haven't burned down the Drake just yet, and it's actually stolen because the spellbook on Hoya, he had a smite. I didn't even notice it because the spellbook wasn't something we talked about, and they can get away with murder. It was all perfect from Weibo, and they just didn't anticipate the spellbook.
Oh, that's so tragic come out, and yeah, for the side of Weibo, not able to guarantee that smite. It was very weird as well because it looked like some members of Weibo were really looking to posture for the fight. Like the Shy looked like he was ready to go. We had things like the Solar Flare thrown out while the wall was still up. Maybe you could have held that a little bit, but we'll get a replay of it here of how it went down. Weibo were trying to force their way into River. We can see On and SOFM kind of walking forward and making sure that if an engage come through, it's on one of these members that can survive. But Weibo kind of calling Auden, and they're like, hey, let's just separate them from the Dragon Pit, fully commit. Solar Flare lands. It actually doesn't even connect to anyone, so you're not even buying more time, but again, felt a little bit redundant as wait. On.
He's gotten caught out here. The Stolen Slice, the Maelstrom will stick him to the ground, and Beishan picks that one up. You're going to see a TP coming in, though that's going to be the Shy joining in with the team. He has got his own Slice the Maelstrom as he wants to try and go for this. Hoya flashes over the back as UCal's very, very low. They need to fully commit onto the Shy here as the Fate's Call comes out. The Shy flashes away, but he's followed straight away by Beishan. It looked like maybe TT have overstepped, but they do trade it back 2 for 1. It ends up being a little bit of a scrappy affair, but TT, they're not too unhappy with that. They got their 2 kills, and they only lost 1 member.
No, the fact that TT, again, are just consistently keeping their foot on the gas is a breath of fresh air from where they started this split. It is weird, though, because Weibo are still the team with the gold lead, just coming from some of the CS advantages we have. Specifically, if you look at top and mid lane. And then, right, Weibo were able to get those 2 mid lane turrets earlier. So, still competitive in terms of gold and where we're at in the game. I feel like the biggest difference maker here is just TT being on soul point. Not even necessarily about them if they get soul. It's just them having more options as UCal. Not going to find anything, but TT now being in the driver's seat means come next Dragon, right, they could trade for gold topside. If they don't have a favorable position, they could look to go for maybe a 50-50 smite and just luck out and bank on getting that. We'll go straight into the replay of On walks up to get a ward and kind of ends up just getting caught out.
Yeah, he just straight up got caught. And you can see Weibo, they know that they need to try and maybe hard force this because a lot was used just to kill the support. Great, actually, side from Shove there. We're to come straight back out of this as Kepler has been caught out. Used his cleanse, but I don't know if he's going to get out of that. And honestly, without the Callista, Weibo might feel confident to go for this Baron. They're going to try and posture around it.
I wouldn't be surprised if Weibo go for it. That is the big member on the side of TT, sitting at 3 items. He's a full item up, even the second strongest member on their side. Even if you don't get the Baron, if you can try and find a fight with numbers advantage while you do still have things like the Slicing Maelstrom up and Moonlight Vigil up soon, that's what Weibo are banking on.
Yeah, because your damage source was that Callista. There's a good seismic shove onto Yao, who has to use his stopwatch to keep himself safe, but don't know how safe he's going to be. Angel gets a little bit caught out there. The Slicing Maelstrom's going to be good to kill off Yao, but the Shy trying to run away here from the Cyclone. He still keeps himself alive and healthy, gets the stun down as they kill off the Gragas as well. Beishwan kind of feeling all alone right now. A TP coming in from Yukal to try and save his jungler, but it's exactly like you talked about, Lyric. They knew they had the advantage. They went for the big fight.
And they're going to just go straight back to the Baron. Now Yukal is here, has a Solar Flare. Can he make a hero play work with Kepler on his way?
I mean, Kepler is trying to make his way towards that mid lane. The Shy is still very, very low and does not have himself a TP. Solar Flare comes out, maybe just to try and stop some recalls, but at the end of it all, Weibo find themselves the Baron and a 6,000 gold lead off of one pick.
And we'll go straight into the replay to see how it happened. Weibo, after finding the pick onto the Callista, were confident going for it. Some good damage coming out onto Yao. And the Shy just commits on one side of the fight. He's marking 3 members right now. It lets Weibo easily just bring down Hoya because it looked like Yukal had already used his Abscond of Duck and it wasn't able to connect. And then with Weibo finishing off Hoya, they can just keep running forward to get this 3rd kill onto Bechuan.
This is why you can't really count out Weibo, I should say. I was going to praise TT for how they've been able to kind of approach this game so cohesive, so on the nose with how they wanted to go for engages. But now, 35 seconds till the Dragon spawns. This is soul for TT. It doesn't matter if you're 6,000 gold behind. That soul will drag that gold deficit right the way back up. I don't know if Weibo know that there are 3 men of TT stacked here. They're kind of pinging on it frantically on the mini-map, but I'm not quite sure if they know exactly where they are. They finally dropped them down, and now the Shy can fully commit on top of this one here, but the Shy now getting locked out of this one here with the Curse of Staff Money. The Shy is dead. They trade it back for the support, but that's a trade you take any day of the week here as a side of TT. You can see Angel trying to see if he can catch out Kepler, but Kepler using that martial pose as Beishwan goes down the backside of this one here. Nice Moonlight Vigil, and SOFM finally gets on top of his mark. TT, they knew they had to go for something, but Weibo, they just sniffed it out.
Weibo able to find the desperation play coming from TT, because TT, after losing that fight and losing that Baron, should know, hey, we're a bit behind and we're definitely getting outscaled. Kepler, though, didn't have any summoners, so TT were really going for the full-on Hail Mary, looking for that. Weibo now able to push up with the Baron minions, and Yukal, better be careful, buddy. You're playing with fire.
Yeah, an Infernum gun as well. They have got the Calibrum as well, but Huanfeng does actually have to use his cleanse. He did take a little bit of an unfortunate trade there, as the tower did turn onto him. The Solar Flare doesn't really do a lot, as Huanfeng knows he's just in a much more powerful, much more secure position here. And now, 8,000 gold up. Weibo, they're starting to really put the pressure on the TT. And TT aren't out of it just yet, but it's so hard to really make this stick. We talk about how longer this game goes on, the harder and harder it becomes for TT as we're going to look at this replay, because again, Weibo just knows something's up. They know that they're going to be probably in here because they haven't shown anywhere else on the map.
Oh yeah, and also spotting Bechuan when they're finally kind of giving up on the play, maybe looking to walk around a posture. Slicing Maelstrom able to come through. Doesn't really matter that the lockdown's there from the Amumu because Kepler had already gone golden, so not able to dish out any DPS. And now Weibo able to keep running down Kepler. Doesn't matter how much he thinks he's able to kite out, because we do have members with a lot of mobility like SOFM able to chase it down. Good Moonlight Vigil coming out from Huanfeng as well to guarantee the damage. And, well, Yao Yao's gone.
Yeah, now Yao's gone. That's your primary engage, no longer available to you now. Yes, you can go in with a flash belly bop and Hoya, but not really ideal in this circumstance. And now Angel thinking about maybe finding somebody. He finds Kepler, which means Kepler's not going to be able to clear out these minions. Weibo might just turn around and try and take the entire base. They're going to chip away at everything TT own and love, and there's nothing they can do about it.
No, they're confident. They're playing right in the faces of 4 members. And sure, some members of... Oh, okay, that was just a clone. Still actually did a respectable amount of damage to the actual Bechuan, but we're going to see them just keeping up this pressure. They have a second wave funneling in now, and the Shy is just constantly hovering in mid lane, so they have to think about these different angles that Weibo can potentially force a dive on.
Yeah, and there's going to be the Weaver's Wall coming out. There's a stop Hoya from escaping, and he's kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. Actually, he's caught between a rock and an SOFM, who is just pushing himself in. The flank of Daze from UCal. He's going to TP in. He's got a stolen slicing Maelstrom, and maybe they go for a big fight. They have to try and throw something here. There's no vision on this whatsoever. UCal, you're going to be a hero or a zero. Here we go. He's trying to get onto the backside here. He flashes in. They do find it onto the side of the Aphelios, but the Shy says, anything you can do, I can do better. But TT are still pushing to fight this one. It's a 3v2. SOFM trying to make this one work now. It's just Angel versus the world. He's 3v1. The decoy deep ended up baiting me just a little bit. He flashes away. They flash forward. He's doing so well. We've seen this before. Angel survives and gets them all back. TT, they throw the miracle Hail Mary, and they do find something.
Oh my god, the fact, like the seismic shove, hitting so many Qs, Angel making it work. I do gotta say though, this is still an overall win for TT to actually be able to find a competitive fight coming out from that flank from UCal. You can see the difference. They took down Weibo's AD carry to where Kepler was left untouched that whole time, able to skirt around the members of Weibo. And let's be real, it doesn't really change the state of the game. They're still 7k gold behind, but the fact that they're able to buy more time is huge. And we'll see here, like you said, going for the flank of the century, pretty much going straight to the Baron pit. You can see Weibo have an idea that something is up with the way they're kind of walking back, and TT are walking forward. Yayo finds the initial engage, are able to stun Huanfeng, and once the Slicing Maelstrom comes in and Beishuan even flashing to guarantee that, everything does work out. But Slicing Maelstrom only gets Kepler at about half HP, and then with the amount of lifesteal he has, he's able to get good and healthy again. Without SOFM or Angel able to instantly reconnect onto the Callista, they do just run Angel down, but I mean, he kites this one out perfectly.
Yeah, they had to use so much, though, on the side of TT to make that one work. Look at the lack of flashes now available to you. You've got basically Hoyas, and that's it. I will say they did burn along the side of Weibo as well, but just so hard to really make that one work. And now they've got a GA here onto Kepler, so he's going to have a little bit of a better situation, and it's just going to be hard for them to really make this one work. UCal looking to try and trade solo players, but they get themselves on the top of this one. This is ongoing in, but a curse to Sam Mummy into the explosive cast, and they're able to get the GA immediately. Huanfeng, though, still doing well. And the Shy with the slicing Maelstrom right onto the backside. Kepler knows he needs to do something. I will say that Beishuan's doing some significant damage, but can they kite this one out? They cannot. SOFM's getting his reset. You can see the triple kill for the Shy. And unfortunately for TT, they threw everything in the kitchen sink, but it's all gone to nothing because at the end of the day, they're just too far behind.
And now Weibo can look for the end. The Shy has TP. They already have so many minions funneling into the base, and that's exactly what Weibo are going to look for.
Yeah, On doesn't matter if he dies here either, because he's going to be able to try and get Hoya out. He's going to have a Shield of Daybreak. Will sacrifice his life there as the Nexus turrets do fall. Weibo, they had to work for it, but they do eventually take game one. You can see Yao Yao thinking about how he's going to try and engage onto this one here, but he's a sad little Amumu, and as we all know, Amumu has no friends.
Nope, but Weibo have lots of friends today because, you know, all those Weibo fans who maybe are always a little bit shy about being like, I love Weibo. People like Munchels are not shy, but now they come in. Weibo just looking solid overall. This game was scrappy. This game was messy, no doubt. But some of those fights were so fun to watch. Even that last fight, it felt like TT had as good of a setup as they really could find with the Amumu into the Gragas. But we saw the Shy able to find members in the back to hit the Slicing Maelstrom on, and more importantly, Huanfeng able to survive a lot of that initial burst as well, get off a good amount of damage before the game ends. So this game was just another highlight reel of LPL team fighting that is so exciting to see. And at the end of the day, Weibo come out ahead. I feel like we did see strong performances from members we expected, like, you know, the Shy being ahead early, SOFM kind of keeping up, him being willing to pressure early on. It wasn't as much about lanes, but just using his pryos this game to really abuse Beishuan in the jungle. And then for Weibo and their team fighting, it's been pretty solid all year long. So not too surprising to see them able to take it once they were able to find those early gold leads.
I will say as well, I really have been impressed with Angel so far this split, and I think that he's really showing us that 2021 form where he was able to, or sorry, not 2021, excuse me, 2020 form, where they, of course, on Suning and stuff like that, going to Worlds, he was exceptionally, powerful on so many different meta picks at the time. Things like the Talia, the Silas, even the Respect Bat, the Twist of Fate, which nobody is picking, not even the likes of RNG, because you just have to respect it. On the side of Angel, he just knows how to use that champion, so really nicely done there from the side of Weibo. And I will say, look, yes, TT did lose, but they kept it competitive. I think TT were constantly keeping Weibo honest in this game, and that was the important thing to see from them. They didn't just lay down and die. This wasn't just a one-sided affair. They nearly got themselves onto Infernal Soul and gave a lot for Weibo to think about.
Right, and like I feel like we saw the ugly and the beautiful from TT in this game, where we have like moments like Yao Yao in the mid lane early on, kind of giving up his life to the side of Weibo. But then some of those engages and just the trigger pool was so great to see. Hoya especially, I think, had a lot of like really solid moments, going back to when he caught out the Shy when they were looking for that Herald play on mid, and then just some of the synergy coming through for TT. But still, there were some lost fights as well to where Weibo were able to pull out ahead. But the fun thing about this game is it shows, maybe we are looking at like a really competitive series that could potentially bring us a distance when both of these teams are teams that right now I'd love to see in playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. I think both these teams we would definitely expect to see Weibo, TT a little bit more of a question mark, but again, just kind of it just echoes to the point that the LPL is so damn competitive. You cannot take anything as a guarantee in this league. And I think again, look, we talked about how SOFM and how when he is performing and he's able to kind of set up his team, it does end up being successful for Weibo. 80% kill participation, he was kind of at the catalyst of everything alongside Angel, so it really does show that finally now in the later half of the season, Weibo are starting to get that cohesiveness that we know they can. They have some of the highest highs and arguably some of the lowest lows as well, but they are a team to be trifled with, and as we saw last week, they are a team that can beat anybody on their day.
I also feel like, very much like Suning, once Weibo kind of finds that rhythm, they could just kind of keep up that momentum going forward. So we'll keep our eyes on Weibo, especially once we get to Game 2-ishing.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to take a break first, and then we'll get to Game 2. So we'll see you guys on the flip side.
But Ox, we've gotten to the promised lands.
Yep.
We've gotten for your time to take over. Here's the host hat. Take it off.
No.
To you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I have a fun little question around out.
Suits you.
So I'm going to sell the scenario to you, right? Coming up to World Finals, and what ends up happening is the entire crew, all the casters, end up getting some food poisoning. They can't cast. You're the only one left standing. And actually, it turns out there was a big party with casters from all of esports. No casters from esports are available, and they're like, "Look, Dagda, look, Lyric.
What is this?
We need you to put together a cast for the finals. Budget is not an issue. You can have anyone in the world who is going to be your tri-cast for the world finals, but you can't use esports casters, right? And you have to justify. You have to say, okay, why should we, maybe spend all this money or bring in this person we don't really know? Why should this be our tri-cast for the world finals between AL and top esports?
I like how you just slipped that in at the end.
I mean, I have my answer. If I want to go first and give you guys time to think.
So I feel like I've already got a decent answer.
Okay.
I feel like you go for Henry Cavill, right? The dude's already a massive nerd, plays a bunch of games, looks fantastic on camera, has a silky smooth voice.
Yep.
Like, it just feels like a no-brainer to go for that guy. And like, I'm sure like he's involved in like watching online sports already. I think he plays a lot of, it's World of Warcraft he plays, not Warcraft 3. He's definitely
Warhammer, though,
somewhat familiar with MOBA mechanics. So I feel like he'd be the one you go for, right?
Well, so that's one of yours, but would you have him dress up in the full Witcher garb? Would you have him do that on foot? Or would you just plain clothes? Yeah.
He's going to show me up either way, so I don't think it matters what he's wearing, to be perfectly honest. If I'm standing next to him, like, it's all over anyway. That man is just going to outshine you regardless, so he can wear whatever he wants. Let's be realistic. Look, he's doing us a favor. Look, bring him in. It's all good. Whatever you're feeling.
Okay. Do you have your other part of the TriCast yet, or you just got that one for now?
I think that's just a one for now.
Okay,
to-
well,
yeah.
I'll do mine since I've had mine prepared. I've known this question before. Mine would be The Rock and Jack Black, right? That would be my TriCast. I don't know
Dude,
if you guys...
that's actually one of mine. I was gonna go with The Rock as well. He's explaining, but my God.
I love The Rock, man. You know, I know everyone's like, oh, he just does the same movie. They're in the jungle. I don't
Yes,
care, man.
yes, I
love
love
those
it.
movies. I watched
Yes.
them all. If anyone's seen Jumanji, him and Jack Black absolutely rock that film. It's fantastic. It would just be so much fun. Jack Black has so much range. The Rock can do his smolder. You know, the whole. Oh man, and he's done wrestling. You know that he can just put on a show. I mean, obviously, like I
Yes.
suspect he's an actor, but I'm gonna pitch this to Riot. This is my pitch to Riot. Okay, if you want to put me, it doesn't have to be me. I don't even care, right? This isn't just about me. If you want to put The Rock and Jack Black on World Finals, sticking with Kobe, for example, I would. Everyone would tune in for that.
Can I take myself out of the TriCast and just add a third different person? Because I was gonna go a similar route. I had The Rock in it, but I was gonna go with The Rock's partner in crime. I was gonna go with The Rock, Kevin Hart.
Hart,
yeah.
And then as you were hitting on Jack Black, I thought, who's another person who's been in a movie with The Rock in like a random jungle or desert setting or whatever? Ryan Reynolds. Give me the Ryan
hell
Reynolds,
yeah.
Kevin Hart, The Rock TriCast of World Finals.
stacked.
I don't know what will be going on. Ryan Reynolds is so like matter of fact, and then adding The Rock and Kevin Hart, like, dude, it will be a banger.
Dude,
They can come host the last hit. Come, The Rock, if you're listening, come take over. Hit up Ryan Reynolds and Kevin Hart. Get in here.
Dude,
got
imagine
one.
as well. Kevin Hart, like, yo, you sure you can see? Can you reach the monitor? And like, The Rock would pick him up. Oh man, I can imagine it. It's in my head.
We're free. I don't look back. With me, we stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do. Days like these, while we're free, you and me. Days like these, while we're free, you and me. We're free, in love with life. With me, perfect night. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do. Days like these, while we're free, you and me. Days like these, while we're free, you and me. Days
我觉得山寨塔姆这个组合 在下路强度上没有那么高了，因为版本削过了，然后就很需要能 carry 的，能打伤害的 C。我觉得 TT 下路是很厉害的，就有那种年轻的拼劲的。我跟 OWO 也不会让他们过那么舒服。
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We have just come off of a game one where Weibo were able to take down TT. I am still Ushi, and I am still joined by the illustrious Lyric, and we are going to be bringing you, hopefully, picks and bans for game two very shortly. But Lyric, before we get to that, we got to talk about our MVP from game number game number one. Before we get into game number two, it was Angel. I talked about it in the game, right after the game. The man was just on a different level with the Celia. The Weaver's walls were fantastic. One or two small mistakes as a team, but outside of that, near perfection from the man in the mid lane.
They first picked it as well. So if you're gonna use the first pick on a champion like Talia, you really have to step up and deliver. And Angel did. He had some phenomenal seismic shoves this game, was locking people down. We saw him, with that beautiful kite out in the top side team fight to make sure that he didn't give another kill over to the side of TT. And Angel every year just has these off and on moments, right? Where maybe for a split or half a split, it'll feel like he's very disconnected from the team, not moving too much unless he gets his hand on that Twisted Fate or Galio. And then he has some splits or some moments thinking back, especially leading up to Worlds, or 2019 is still so vibrant in my mind of back when he was on Suning and him and Maple were flexing back and forth, where he is just having stellar performances. So it's great to see in this game, and hopefully throughout the series, that Angel can keep this up as we are nearing closer to Worlds. And who knows, maybe we get the same Cinderella story as 2020.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, remember they went all the way to the World Finals, sadly losing out to DK, but I think if you're going to lose to anybody, DK is a pretty solid shout to be losing to a team in the grand scheme of things. But now coming into game number two, we have TT this time on the blue, so they'll have their first pick priority, and we talked about it a little bit earlier today about how powerful this meta can be when on the blue side, and even with 12-13 coming in, we're not seeing a huge deviation from that path.
No. Right, a lot of the same picks kind of still being strong. We hit on earlier that yesterday we did see a Sivir, but it was after 580 carries had been banned out. So I don't know how much difference we're really going to see in terms of meta champions. Like maybe things like Vex are able to come out as a counter in some situations, if we have blind pick Aries, but going into game two, at least now TT not having to ban away that Zeri, I wonder if they'll opt into banning the Talia after the game one performance. UCal hasn't played it so far this split. You would imagine it should be something in his wheelhouse, especially with kind of how long UCal's been a player and been around. But at least gonna have that free ban now. We'll be able to get their hands on a top priority pick, and maybe that could change things. So we've seen some series like at PXAL yesterday where all blue wins, but then we had, I remember, a JDG series the other day, JDG-IG, where it was all red. So you hit on it earlier. Weibo are definitely a team who can use things like counterpick very strong.
I mean, counterpick for the Shy, and we know he will pick the weird and wonderful into it, but we'll see what both sides want to end up going for. TT on the blue, Weibo on the red. The Zeri, as he said, has been transferred over to the Weibo side, the Weiboys side. Oh, I've got some memes there. I'm going to try and figure them out. But Weibo themselves not going to let the Talia in, say, look, we know how powerful this is, and we're not going to let you have it in your hands.
Oh, wow, yeah. Weibo, I mean, after the buffs, right, Q damage, I mean, Talia didn't really need any buffs, so the fact that her Q damage and even Q mana cost did get a buff was pretty crazy to see, but now we see TT keeping up with two of their bans. The only other ban they're bringing in is deciding to bring out the Renata. Azir now left open. UCal's favorite.
UCal's favorite pick, and honestly you can see why in just some of his stats as well. He picks it so often. He looks exceptionally comfortable on the pick.
He's undefeated
as well.
on it.
He's undefeated,
4-0.
yeah, 4-0. So TT looking to try and make that to a 5-0, keep that 100% win rate going for themselves. But we'll see what Weibo have got to say for that in that particular department. I will say we have seen a fair bit of mid lane priority going over to the side of Weibo in their most recent series. And again, I think Angel's been having a fantastic split of recent days. So now they're going to try and put Huanfeng back onto the Aphelios and the Tam Kench for On. So kind of saying, look, we just want protection for our AD carry.
I am so shocked they did not pick Viego for the 19th time this split, but they will give some peel down in that bottom lane to Huanfeng. And now TT, I mean, they have potential to take that away if they want, but still, I think things like the Jinx maybe would make sense with how TT's draft would pan out in terms of looking to play from a range and then matching into that Aphelios. They do decide to lock that one in, and then typically here's where you would go with a jungle pick. I'm not sure if they're afraid of the support pool getting pinched in the second rotation. The fact that I feel like a lot of enchanters would also be fine into the Tahm Kench. Like, you have a lot of options. I definitely think jungle here, whether they want to take away the Viego or they want to try and have some insurance policy engage with the Wukong once again, we will find out.
Yeah, I think the Viego was the pretty safe bet coming out for Beishuan. And of course, again, we talked about it. SOFM has played it 18 times this split so far. I think they've played 28 series or maybe 29 games in their series.
He has 11 games on other champions not named Viego.
There you go. So it shows you how diverse SOFM likes to keep his champion pool. But does mean that we're going to have to see him on something slightly different now in this game. Maybe looking for the Vi here. I do see the Vi kind of creeping back up into priority. Of course, we did see T1 play it as kind of the first, real advocates of this particular pick, because it just has a really solid, instant engage. It's point and click. You can get onto the right carry and force them to burn summoners if they're not, respecting you.
Especially when you kind of want guaranteed engage against TT's composition so far, right? Because they have fully indexed into like, hey, we will outrange you in late game. Anytime we're contesting like over mid-wave or posturing in front of Dragon, those are times where they should be able to win out. So the fact that they get the guaranteed engage with the Vi really helps out Weibo. It does kind of thematically, I think, go against like their support pick. So I wonder how they will look to round out the rest of their composition and like giving more champions who can find access to the Azir and the Jinx.
Yeah, we will see some of those big, hard engaging champions being taken off the board here by Weibo. This is Wani, the Nautilus, and now TT. I wouldn't even be surprised to see maybe even Elisandra ban coming out here, something that can have that point and click kind of effect on a champion, so you can combo it very, very well with something like the Vi. Have seen it a couple of times so far this split from various different teams, but wait to see where they want to try and take that one now. So for Weibo, you imagine they're going to try and get themselves a jungle pick, probably the Lee Sin, maybe even the Wukong, and then look to try and keep that last pick for the Shy as the Kennen gets banned away here. They're not willing to let that one go over and kind of said, look, the Shy, yes, you didn't have the most, amazing ultimates, but you got onto our AD carry all the time, which meant that Kepler just couldn't really plant his feet.
Now I wonder where Weibo will go with mid-pick. Things like the Silas still open if you want to have more champions that can look for engage. I feel like a lot of the standard picks wouldn't really fit their comp, and they actually decide to bring out the Seraphine, so will lose out a little bit in terms of pressure that you provide, but later on in team fights, going to be able to find a lot of great access. If SOFM's ulting into the backline, you can find some really nice extended ranges with your ult. Make sure you lock people down and get the fights that you want.
Well, the Seraphine going to be locked in here for Angels, so getting themselves that big team fight ultimate, and that's again, well, you know what, in a really weird world, we could see the Aphelios go mid. I don't think it's going to happen. I just like to, I have seen it. I have seen it happen. I do check out some of the solo queues, and you do end up getting a random AD carries mid lane for whatever, reason they can think of, but probably going to be Seraphine mid, and the Tahm Kench and Aphelios bot side is going to see Hoya go back towards that Kragas. I don't think he did exceptionally badly on the pick either. I think he absorbed a lot of that early pressure that he had on top of himself very, very well, and looks like the Gwen for the Shy could be on the cards here. His most played champion on the split, and something that could absolutely take over a game.
And something we hit on, right, on the new patch has kind of been adjusted a little bit. You have more damage coming out on your Q overall, other than in the center with the true damage, but a lot of like your cooldown and your cooldown refund on your E being hit a little bit, which can leave you more vulnerable in lane, feel like the biggest changes. But kind of coming in, I think TT's draft, like, very holistically sound. Gragas, Azir, Jinx, Braum, all these champions playing for the same thing. You have zone control coming out from your top end support. You have the range DPS coming out from your two carries. And the Viego there, just kind of a bit of a takeaway from SOFM, to where I think for Weibo it can be a little bit harder, considering that your only real engage is coming out from the Vi. I guess Angel can engage as well. We've seen some people look to flash ult with the Seraphine, lock people down, or get the extended range once SOFM does go in. But not a lot of other ways to find access onto Azir and Jinx, which I think can be a little bit of an annoyance.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the big thing there, is that, yes, you do have the point-and-click CC of the Vi, like you just mentioned, but if that doesn't really go in, or even as, the worst situation where SOFM kind of isolated away from his team, the Jinx and the Azir will just tear this Vi apart. The Vi is not an exceptionally powerful carry, or even an especially tanky carry either, so very much reliant on that big early-game spike of just kind of getting that first item, roaming in to make those flash Qs happen, and kind of, get themselves with the Vol Breaker out there, because outside of that, you don't really have that kind of sticking power on the side of Weibo. But for TT, hell of a lot of disengages from them as well. The explosive cast, of course, you've got the traps to try and disengage, and the Emperor's Divide. So alongside that Braum, they've got plenty of ways of stopping Weibo from getting on top of them. But if Weibo do get on top of them, that's where things get a little bit risky for TT.
Yeah, and coming onto the Rift, we just talked about the Gwen a little bit, but we hit on her Q&E. Her ult also has a change where, oh, maybe I'll pause.
Yeah, it should just be the two top laners just posturing for
not
top lane
dancing.
supremacy. Yeah,
not like
dancing.
Ming.
I love that Ming and it was Ming and Crisp, yes, and they just like linked arms. That was amazing. That made my that cleansed my soul.
And then Ming said he's gonna ask Mako to dance with him as well because
yes,
that is our match of the week this weekend. If you didn't know, RNG EDG, the old historic 1-2.
Yeah, big matchup. Probably our most storied organizations. Definitely two of our most successful in the league. So one reigning world champion, and one reigning MSI champion. So definitely one to check out over on this weekend. I can't remember what day it's on. Is it Saturday? I do believe it's Saturday. Yes. Yes, It's our final game on Saturday. So do make sure you check out that one. As we can see here, SOFM going to be starting off as Wolves, but Yao Yao, Beishuan, and crew are not letting this one go off right now, and they're really working on this level 1. TT have shown time and time again that they're willing to try and commit to this. This is going to be a bit of a smite fight. Level 2 could be huge for either of these junglers. As you can see, SOFM trying to just back himself away. He does have the Vault Breakers, but he's going to get concussive blows, and he didn't respect the CC. Braum in the level 1 is just too powerful.
That's it, right? You have the Braum level 1. You have the range advantage coming out level 1. Champions like Aphelios, you don't even have an ability at level 1. Seraphine as well, not really too useful. So I like that TT knew they could bully their way in. They're able to take away camp and find a kill. That is an absolutely massive start for the side of TT.
Yeah, huge to really put this behind. And again, we talked about it. The Vi, not exactly a scaling pick, not something that really does well in the backside. I will say in the LPL, though, the Vi has got 5 wins over the Viego in all the different matchups. But this is a great start for Beishuan to kick that trend.
I still kind of favor what TT have been able to put together because I feel like it should be really hard if TT play correctly later on for Weibo to ever get it in arm's reach of the carries. Like, you're going to be walking forward. Braum, throwing out Qs, able to use his ulti. Hoya can separate you with his cast. You have the Emperor's Divide. Just so many things keeping you away from them. So for Weibo, we're kind of really banking on an early or especially mid-game spike to come out from them to find the advantage. As we see in topside. Okay. Now,
yeah, it was just trading. I was waiting as well. I was like, maybe there's something to break down here, but yeah, it was just the Shy kind of showing why the Gwen is his most played pick so far this play. Beishuan, though, we're going to try and make something happen in this bot side. Again, you're only a Tam Kench and Aphelios flash in. The concussive blows could be huge. Huanfeng, you're dead, son. As On's going to get himself taken out of the situation, as Huanfeng knows he's dead. And ooh, Beishuan, we talked about this guy, the conductor of the hype train. He's checking tickets.
Yeah, but Weibo, ping's coming out to mid lane. They want to find Yukao.
They do. They're not going to quite land. Oh, that's unfortunate. You feel like if that CC lands there from SOFM, they're able to lock him up, either burn a flash at minimum or maybe get a kill, but it just wasn't to be. And this is the other side of the Weibo, the ugly side of Weibo that we're not really used to seeing of recent days, is that they can just kind of flub the execution.
And, I mean, right, it's coming off a really smart level 1 from TT and now just setting them behind. So I definitely want to give more props to TT for this and, like, Weibo making egregious errors because I feel like that level 1, stealing away camp, getting a level advantage, finding a kill just really sets Weibo behind. And now Beishuan, we kind of showed this is a player who's willing to be very aggressive early on, and he's going to keep going.
He's going to try and maybe punish the Shy here, who doesn't have a flash. He does have a ghost, but he's got very little places to go. I will say, though, the ghost gives him a fair bit of movement speed, and Hoya had already used the belly bop, so wasn't really in the position to try and follow that one up. And Beishuan's just been literally all over the map.
Oh, and he's going to help Hoya push this one in so Hoya can find a bit of a reset for himself. The Shy going to opt into staying so he can catch his wave before maybe he looks for a bit of a reset of his own. But Beitron so far, I mean, impacting both of his side lanes, finding advantage in the jungle. For Weibo, we've kind of already seen what they can do. I really feel like with SOFM and Vi, I mean, there's potential in all 3 lanes for you to be able to find ganks. Top would be kind of nice because you do have the Shy on Gwen, and even though Gwen's early game could be a little bit more annoying, her late game I feel like is just even better. Your R now as well. You don't have to like hit someone to get the recast of your ultimate. It just comes up after 1 second. So that's another kind of nice quality of life change coming out for him. So set up the Shy for success would be a great plan for Weibo to go back to.
I will say there was some mid-patch updates for Gwen as well. Like the cooldown on her R was increased as
yes, level 1.
Level 1 and level 2, level 6 and level 11. She also does used to do 60% of the amount of damage in terms of the healing when she was damaging champions. Now down to 50%. So little small things because she was a bit oppressive. Still very, very powerful in that regard. So we'll see what they're able to try and make this one work. Because honestly, right now it is going to be about the Shy all the time. Right now, you feel like with the priority he has, the CS lead he's able to kind of accrue, it's going to come down to how he's able to play this top side and get himself unlocked. If he can get onto a backside, like you said, it does spell trouble for the side of TT, but sticking onto them is going to be very difficult for him.
I think especially just looking at the fact that TT Weibo want to try and find this advantage. I think especially around when first Mythics come out, and especially when we're looking towards spot picking up things like the Gale Force, that is really when you could try and feel good about taking any fight you want and just knowing you'll be able to have more damage, more threat than the opposing side. If they aren't able to get things up and running, that's where TT are strong. But we can see now Weibo at least starting to link up as a unit on top side. Beitron going to try and punish bot lane once again.
Beitron going so ham all the time right now. He is not giving Weibo's bot lane a second to breathe. The great health from On will keep him relatively safe, but he flashes away because he knows one more auto attack and he's dead.
And this is not only phenomenal for finding these kills, but also getting Kepler and Yao back in this lane because Huanfeng has been able to find a bit of a CS lead. Now going to be able to deny some from Huanfeng, get a bit of a nice back. They have picked up a call and are at least a little bit ahead of Huanfeng and stacking that one up. So hopefully can try and start making your way to some nice item breakpoints. And they will be coming back to lane with a Noon Quiver as compared to Huanfeng with tier 2 boots and just a long sword.
Yeah, this is really well done here from Beitron. And like we talked about a little bit earlier, is that, you know, he was on FBX behind the likes of Tien, Bo. You know, can't really blame the guy for being kind of the third choice in a lineup like that, but really has brought himself back to the forefront, found his home now on TT, and looking fantastic because of it. He's been given the resources, and he's been given the time to develop. I think TT started off the season very, very rough, but they are starting to become a cohesive unit, and it's off his back. It's off his effort, I feel like, that the side of TT have been able to make this one work.
Look, TT just knows how to have junglers that we can believe in. We had Xiaopeng. Now we have Beitron coming in. You know, Chieftain was here as well. We can maybe push past that one.
Chieftain was in fact a jungler on this roster at some point.
Here,
yeah. It's like when you're in a house with like you know, all your family and you're just like, hey, ice cream. You're like really quiet about it. You don't really wanna go. He's not really hitting anything right now. He's trying to see if he can get onto Hoya, but Hoya is kind of tantalizing him, putting him close into it. But Hoya messes up the combo, and he doesn't get the kill. Oh, he had it. He saw it, and he just missed the execution.
Yeah, and Beitron maybe will be able to finish this one off. Has the ulti.
He has the ulti, but the healing as the Shy finally goes down. Now Yukal, he's going to take a lot of damage here. He's not quite underneath the turret just there, but they committed a lot to take down the Shy.
Man, that could have been such a cool outplay coming out from Hoya, but it is just the reverse. It is, I guess it is still a cool outplay coming out from Hoya, just Hoya outplaying himself in that scenario. I'm sure we'll get a replay at some point, but at this point, Weibo posturing around the bottom half of the map. It looks like they have the wave pushed in, so either stay away the red buff or look for a bit of an engage here, but Hoya making his way down from top lane.
Yeah, he's putting a lot of damage here onto Angel. It is still a Seraphine, though, as Yao does stop SOFM to really get any kind of dive going. You can see what the side of Weibo wanted to do. They thought, oh, we'll get the red buff. Never mind, we might be able to quash this wave and get themselves a kill onto Kepler while we have the level 6s here on our bot side, but not quite able to be done just yet. Kepler finally hits level 6. I will say it's actually behind in experience even compared to Yao. So bit of an unfortunate situation there for Weibo. They're not quite able to capitalize on the fact that Beitron had to commit topside.
Not able to find anything, but the fact that, right, they were at least able to kind of make up over the shine top. Is Yao now flash?
Yeah, oh the
cancel.
Fisher, they cancel it out On with his own cleanse, but I don't know if that's going to be able to help you here. There's the Emperor's Divide. It divides you away from Huanfeng, and honestly, the power that TT have been brought into this bot lane is actually so refreshing to watch. They're really, really punishing some very basic errors, and speaking of basic errors, this one's going to be hard to look at.
Yeah, we're back. We see the Shy going in. You highlighted it. I mean, kind of missing everything. Hoya doing a nice job of sidestepping all of these abilities come through. throws out the Q, and the Shy's going to pop his W here. Tries to hit him right into it, and looks like, oh, yeah, not able to go through. Even the Hall of Mist still being down. The Flash maybe trying to preemptively dodge out on an ability he thought maybe was going to come through, but still not able to connect with the damage. And the Shy just looking like a bit of a stud, able to keep up his 20 CS lead.
Yeah, just keeping his 20 CS lead, even gets that solo kill as well. I will say, though, you do have a 3-0-1 Beishuan.
I mean, the fact that that's a solo kill, right, is
yeah,
kind of hilarious. But like you pointed out, Beichuan, we've kind of been talking about Beichuan all the time in this matchup, but with how much aggression he's shown, it kind of makes sense. And now we can kind of take a look at vision lines because TT set up on the bottom side some really nice control wards. Honestly, just a nice defensive vision line throughout the map, so kind of expecting for Weibo to start looking for some aggressive plays now that SOFM has hit, past level 6 mark and has that ulti available.
Oh, here we go. They're going to try and jump on the Hoya, and this is going to be the cease and desist. Oh, but it's a fantastic cast, but not fantastic enough. Hoya goes down. That is just capitalizing on a flashless Gragas, and now the Shy, he's getting the resources. You talked about it at the top of show today. If the side of Weibo can give resources to the Shy can carry.
Weibo indexing into their plan quite nicely, but TT have just been so much smarter than we saw earlier in the split. I love how quick they were on the cross map to bring 4 members straight down towards the bottom side. They drop Herald. They get a turret of their own. They actually only lost 1 plate in top. They're stealing away jungle camps. Like, overall, this play coming up heads for the side of TT.
Yeah, 2,000 gold ahead as well, so they've got themselves a nice gold advantage. Haven't been able to spend it just yet, as we do have the Chemtech Chainsword being finished up by SOFM immediately, so he's already got his first item completed. The dragon has spawned, and 12 minutes into the game, it's going to be difficult for either side to really hard force this. You can see Hoya now having to cover mid as they did TP UCal towards the top side. So TP for the Shy, but no TP here for UCal, so it's going to be a little bit of a mismatch. Here we go, the Shy trying to make this one work, gets himself the Emperor's Divide out. The Shy hasn't used his Ghost just yet, as he's thinking about maybe trading this one back. Still going 1 for 1 in this one, flashing in. Has he got the damage? UCal not quite able to get it, and again we see the Shy just dancing with danger and showing that he is taking the lead.
The Shy able to survive is huge, but I also want to say for UCal, I mean, looking for that all-in, partly obviously the Shy being low and like him seeing the opportunity, but also you look for the all-in, so then the TP advantage is kind of negated, right? It doesn't matter that he is TP, because now he is fighting you and he can't recall, because in that time, TT were actually able to secure the second dragon.
Yeah, get themselves a second dragon. Now, unfortunately for them, it is a Cloud Soul, but still something to be working towards. I will say with something like Beishuan and, of course, the Azir, having that extra little bit of movement speed can be absolutely massive. Even the Braum, to be perfectly honest, can be huge, but we'll wait to see now where that one goes. It's going to be a Night Harvester picked up for Hoya. You've got the Divine Sunderer as well for Beishuan. Gale Force finally picked up here for Kepler. Actually going for safety over the fact that he, normally we see the Kraken Slayer. And this kind of just echoes to what you were saying, that if Weibo want to try and go for a big fight, getting on top of these carries and staying on top of them is just even harder now.
It's going to be insane, especially with Hoya kind of going back to the Gragas build we saw come up more prominently, which is pretty much just stacking tons of ability haste, going, with that Mythic straight into the Seraphs, and then your E or Q, you can just pretty much show these out constantly. Your ult won't be on that long of a cooldown either, so having a lot of those defensive tools to keep your carries safe. Weibo kind of know the script at this point, and it's like, hey, it is indexing where we're strong and where we do have a pretty sizable lead in top to hopefully bring into the next objective fight strong. But UCal being on the Azir is pretty fine to just turtle next to his turret and pick up these waves.
I will say SOFM has snuck himself up towards the top side. Remember, UCal used his flash, and now the Vi's going to be able to come up behind him. Beishuan is here, though, with Yao Yao, so they're going to have to try and burst him out quickly. I don't know if they have the damage in them just yet to really make this one stick, and SOFM, in my opinion, wisely holds the trigger there on that QR combination and lets them just kind of set themselves up around the Rift Herald.
So this could set up an interesting dynamic where for Weibo, with those members top, you can get this wave pushed in and try and keep your prio up through top side, because TT are doing a nice job of keeping up their prio through mid. So having those options is Hoya. Oh, he might find it. Oh, he's surrounded.
He is absolutely surrounded there. There's the flash in, the belly bop. They're going to be able to completely CC him down. Very nicely done. We can see why TT and specifically Hoya has been prioritizing this Gragas. The pick potential is just too damn strong.
And it's just so crazy to me. A roster that has pretty much just been thrown together out of nowhere. A bunch of like random, let's say like misfit members. And their synergy, the way they're playing together, looks like they've been together a lot longer than some of our teams who still struggle with the same aspect. So all praise to TT. They aren't going to go straight for the Herald just yet. I wonder if they're maybe sitting on some like backs and mythics, especially Yucal, who hasn't picked up his just yet. We'll get a replay of how it happens. They have control of mid. No one's showing on bot wave. Huanfeng not really expecting anything to be up here, and then straight in with the E flash into the casket. You can even see that Beitron was able to land his stun as well to make sure that there's no, like, let's say 1 second chance where he has the ability to flash away. So great CC chain coming out from TT.
Yeah, really, really nicely done. Just echoing what they were able to do in Game 1. They've got themselves a 3,000 gold lead now and kind of control over this top half of the map. They were able to take down the turret in mid lane as well. So this is where the game gets very difficult for Weibo, just to try and make plays happen, because you want to try and maybe, get that isolated 1v1 with the Shy kind of pushing in now with the Riftmaker available to him. But with the map kind of becoming more and more exposed, less and less safe for you and your team, you don't really have that luxury. Yes, he's going to be able to kind of go for this bot lane, but the Gragas going to be able to clear this pretty damn easily. And yeah, it's hard for Weibo right now.
It's going to take, bringing multiple members over to be able to find those picks, like we've been seeing them try to do with SOFM. But now with TT coming off resets and having some more of those mythics, specifically Yucal picking up his Ludens, it feels like it's only going to get a little bit harder. But at least Weibo, since they were able to get on the map first, and actually when we were in the replay, TT got Rift Herald, Weibo kept up control over the bottom half of the map. So trying to keep up this vision for Dragon coming up in 30 seconds. TT will always have the option of trying to force them mid with the Herald drop play. So we'll kind of see what they lean into, or if Weibo finally engage first.
Look at their gold as well. Kepler, huge. Beishuan as well. There's another great explosive cast, but no one really to follow up on it. Yeah, going to use the Glacial Fissure to try and disengage, but Hoya in a lot of trouble, and the needlework is good to finish him off. Yeah, trying to see if he can get the Unbreakable up to defend his team, but Rift Herald's going to be dropped into mid. But Weibo, they've got the pick. It's a 5v4, and I don't think Shelly's going to have a huge amount of relevancy unless you can get TT
they have the
defender.
turret.
They have the turret. You're right. The Shurima's legacy has come up, so it makes it very difficult for them to actually try and go for this one here. Never mind. The Shy says, I don't care about your turret. I'm going to go for full engage. Beishuan now has to force his flash out of this one. There's the Encore. They completely forgot that Angel was in the game. His first real involvement. But now On trying to flash away, but he will go down. It ends up being a 2-for-1 play at the end of it, though. The Shy still hunting, still looking for more as Yucal maybe finding Angel here. He gets stunned up, but he gets himself the Emperor's Divide. Angel still running for his life, but I don't think there's many places for him to run. The Azir. Hoya finds himself in topside after dying. Nearly gets himself there, but the Shy is taking this 1v2, tuned to be 1v3. He's not got a lot of mana. There's the explosive cast, perfectly set up to get him away from his turret, from his safety. He's still got the Shy, but he's not quite able to make this one work. TT just finessing at the end of that fight.
That was absolutely crazy with how extended that fight ended up being, and TT coming out ahead in the end. It looks like on the minimap, Kepler was even able to prevent SOFM from looking to do a cheeky solo dragon while they were spending so much time on the Shy. So TT overall kept it. Oh, Yucal.
Yucal, just
I see you.
Yeah, he's trying to go for it right now. We can see why he has a 100% win rate on this champion. He is just so fearless. 2-0-3, 30 CS lead as well, and he's honestly just scaling into a fantastic point in the game.
This is why, some people will have their champions they hate watching, and like a lot of times we'll name these like late game scaling mages, but my god, some people just can maneuver these champions so well. Watching Yucal's Azir this split has just been such a treat. And with the pressure they've kept up, they're able to get this dragon. They have Weibo's bot side completely warded up. But we'll see here, this fight actually kind of breaks up into multiple different layers. Turret goes down very early on, and the Shy and Angel, who are some of the strongest members in lockdown they have, coming on to Beitron. That Seraphino could have been on the two members of TT trying to bring them down. And instead, again, committing to chasing Beitron down, it opens up for TT to find the kill on Tahm Kench on the opposite side, and we're going to see the Shy here. Again, the E cooldown being longer, the fact that the refund is not as much, and we have another fight!
We got another fight, but it's actually just a pick. This time Kepler just gets completely CC'd out. He talks about sticking on these carries, but if Weibo just finds someone completely isolated, very hard for them to do anything.
Yeah, if they can land that CC, is huge, and the fact that they're committing to multiple places on the map is very nice. Also going to be able to pick up a bit of an objective bounty, so they have a bit of time where this will still linger when they're not too far behind in gold, about a minute to pick one more up, and if they do pick that up, that is when objective bounties will go away now. right? Trying to bring some quality of life
Yeah, he
changes
gets
to
this.
objective bounties.
Yeah, some quality
He
of life
does.
changes, and the Shy gets a absolute boatload of gold right there, just straight into his own and his team's pockets. So that is how you get the objective bounties to work out in your favor. Of course, like you mentioned, some of the changes coming out to those particular things, especially on the turrets. But yes, you're on 3 dragons here for the side of TT, but Weibo not too far away in terms of gold, only about 2,500 gold outside of this particular fight. And they are starting to get themselves some big items onto carries like the Seraphine and, of course, the Shy on the Gwen.
And I still imagine the only way that TT aren't able to keep this momentum up, or Weibo are able to come out ahead, is we can just seeing how Kepler was a little bit too far forward pushing in the minion waves, is through picks like we see here in the bottom right hand corner of our screen, or abusing that side pressure with the Shy, keeping it a 1v1, either trying to find the solo kill or trying to find an avenue to where you can roam first and have numbers advantage.
Oh, there's going to be an alley-oop coming out onto On as SOFM tries to keep himself there and going to be able to get himself over the wall with the Vault Breaker. But there's a nice little pick coming out from the side of TT, and without your support, without that extra safety, can you even kind of try and contest this Baron right now? Because they'll shred it.
We're going to see SOFM does have the cease and desist, so he can at the very least be able to find a guaranteed way into the pit, but Hoya doing his best to zone them off right now.
The Shy is trying to try and move himself forward. Baseron very low here at the moment. Just has to flash. Yeah, they can't really do it, so they're going to be able to back themselves up. That could mean the inside track here for mid lane. That's a big turret here for the side of Weibo. It means that priority around the Dragon, which would be the soul here in 2.5 minutes, won't be quite there, but Hoya very nicely posturing around that mid lane, saying, look, you cannot just take it. We will take you in a fight.
TT at least don't really lose too much off this, will be able to go for their resets, and with Weibo needing to answer some resets of themselves, both teams going to be coming back to the map at similar times, but Weibo will at least have this small window where Angel and On can look to clear away some of the vision that TT have in topside around Baron.
Can I just say as well, the Shy is obviously playing exceptionally well. One of the richest men in the game. I think he's just behind someone like Kepler, but he's going straight for a Rabadon's death cap right now. He is saying, I just need pure, raw stats. I don't need Demonic Embrace. I don't need anything else. I just need damage. That's all I need. He picks that one up, so he's at a pretty big power spike right now, because let's be perfectly honest, outside of literally 2 pairs of Merc Treads, there is no magic resistance, so he doesn't need the pen right now.
Especially with the fact that TT do have like a lot of squishies. Gragas, remember, is going for this more ability haste-oriented build, so he is not tanky whatsoever. Kind of left with Yao Yao. And then, of course, Beichuan going to be a little bit durable to be able to take some of the damage. You can see here, TT wanting to stick as a 5-man core. This is where the strongest. Weibo committing the Shy to top and engage.
They're going to go for the engage. The Glacier Pusher comes out. Huanfeng gets the Devour, but a flash away from
the
On.
Shy.
Here we go, the TP in, but he's 5v1 right now because the Emperor's the legacy of Shurima pops up in the mid lane. So they've actually isolated the Shy away as he tries to get chased down by Hoya. You still got to respect the damage. There's actually a 2-level difference between Hoya and the Shy right now. It's so big. You cannot take that 1v1. So we're still going for it. Here we go. Flash in. They found you, Callum. This is the pick potential with the Moonlight Vigil on top of the Encore. They try to catch out Huanfeng, but they're not able to do it. Now the needlework on the backside of this one here is the Shy. Try to 1v4, and honestly not doing a half-bad job. Really making them work from this one. And Weibo out of nowhere because the Shy is just too damn big. Finally, he goes down. Hoya goes golden to make sure he cannot be taken out, but that could just be Baron.
And honestly, I just think TT's confidence got too high. The fact that Yukao standing so far forward, not expecting or not even thinking about the possibility of SOFM just being right over that wall, can pop in, look for the ult. They will try and turn this into a Baron, but Hoya and Yao Yao are going to do their best to stop it. But what tools do they have? Explosive Cast still not even up yet.
Not up just yet. SOFM very low though. He's just relying on the shielding coming out from Angel. The TP going to come out from Yukao. This is a very dangerous spot to be now. You have to take the fight right now as they're going to have the Vault Breaker come in. They're trying to burn this one down, but Angel's already been taken out. This is all TT trying to make this one work. There's going to be the Shifting Sands, and they're going to be able to take them all out. Massive play from Yukao with the triple, and thank you for the leash. TT get themselves the Baron in the end.
Yukao might have thrown it away in the mid lane, but the fact that he had the TP available saves the fight, saves the Baron for the side of TT. And guess what? 3 members of Weibo are now dead. Dragon's up. This will be a Cloud Soul going over to TT as well. So they tried to throw the game back to Weibo, but in the end, they're still going to have to keep running forward with the ball.
to keep running forward. As you throw, I throw, everybody throws, and that's going to mean at the end of the day, it's just a game of catch, and whoever ends up with the ball at the end is the winner. So we can see it here. They kind of like try to coerce them away, because remember, this is after the Shy had TP'd in, but then UCal just thinking way too confidently that he could just stand there and keep everyone away.
Yeah, when we talk about, like, it's hard for Weibo to find access to the back line, it is not very hard when you're standing, like, 15 teamos ahead of your team. And the Shy, you already hit on the 2-level lead, but just being huge at this point in time with, you know, the amount of damage, the amount of sustain he is able to dish out. And TT just not really having as much damage with one UCal being dead, and even Kepler was taken quite low that he just had to, like, piece out of there immediately.
Yeah, I will say it's very unfortunate for the side of Weibo. If they had just kept chasing Hoya, Hoya definitely dies there because he used everything. He was in stasis. He wasn't going to go anywhere. But sadly, they did not have vision. They did not know that he was going to be there. And now we come back into the game. And it was kind of creeping back in favor of Weibo, or at least they were kind of getting themselves back into a relative standing. They're down again about 4,000 gold, actually maybe 5,000 gold as they try and defend themselves. I will say they only have a minute and a half left on this Baron. They haven't really taken anything on the side of TT because, let's be real, they'd already taken so much before this point that it's actually all the easy objectives, quote unquote, have already been taken down.
I'm kind of surprised they're showing so much respect. Like, they're very clearly afraid of Angel and SOFM's potential to lock down multiple members. But if they play like this, where the Shy is getting chunked out, having Yaoya and Beitron stand in front, it gives space for UCal and Kepler to poke them out. Rocket will be absorbed, but they should open up another turret for the side of TT.
Yeah, that's 2 turrets. They've broken up the mid inhibitor, and now they'll get the tier 2. They still have about a minute left on this Baron, so now we can start to see the real siege come out. You know, SOFM and the Shy had to go back to base. Not quite level 16 on the Shy just yet. Once he hits that, he will have one-shot potential. So, still got a couple of seconds after this Baron. TT, where do you want to try and go with this one here? Do you look to try and hard force this one, look to end the game right here, right now? Or do you let this team scale? Do you let them try and go for it? We will see on maybe try and bait out a Desolate Dive there as he kind of pushed himself into a weird position. But these two cannons, Ben and Jerry, in the spot side are just kind of really wreaking havoc on this tower. They really need to commit to it. Even the smite from SOFM just to make sure that turret doesn't go down.
I really like the way TT are playing this. When you said kind of how do TT look at this, do they, you know, maybe look for the all-in or keep this slow and steady pace? This pace is good for them. Make Weibo be the team that has to come into you and then use your tools defensively like they're built for. You're even about to have the Braum ultimate back up. Kepler's ultimate just came up once again. He's on 3 items, so last time we had items up, he was ahead of Huanfeng, who was still waiting for that IE to come out, and they could just look to abuse them with this range and slowly whittle them down, making Weibo's life a living hell.
Oh, this is perfect as well. They get both inhibitors at the same time, which means the timer on them is almost identical, which means the waves are going to be almost identical. 2.5 minutes till the next Baron spawns. 3 minutes until Elder Drake and TT. They're looking comfortable right now. It's going to need a pretty magical play from Weibo to really make this one work. Beishwan, why are you there? It's not really going to make a big difference in the grand scheme of things, you'd imagine, if he gets killed, but still need to be careful, dude.
You don't want to give any openings to Weibo to abuse, right? Jungle goes down. Maybe they like hard force through mid and top. They start picking up more turrets, evening out this gold lead. And sure, we've kind of hit on that TT should just do better the longer the game goes on. TT, even with all their recent success and how fun they've been and how good they've looked, we've even seen in this game they open themselves up to mistakes where they get picked off. So you definitely don't want to keep this game going longer than it has to. Especially now, we just hit on Huanfeng, hadn't finished the 3rd item before all that extended posturing and bot. He now does. So kind of sitting at that full point of power with the crit coming through. But for TT, the fact that Kepler's been able to pick up a stopwatch and still has his flash up to where Huanfeng doesn't. If TT can find a fight now, that would be quite nice. Is once again, what?
I don't know. I'm not quite sure. Something about that interaction with On and Huanfeng. Maybe showing they're still having a bit of fun there, as we did see the tongue lashes. They were kind of swapping themselves out. But like you said, the 3rd item has been picked up for Huanfeng. TT, though, going to be able to have full priority on this top side as the Shy is in bot. He's still trying to pick up the last little bit of gold he needs. He has literally all the components just before the Banshees, and once he's able to pick that one up, he'll feel a little bit safer going into these lanes. Still no Zanyas or stopwatch available to him just yet, but you'd imagine he's going to be start working up towards that as soon as he possibly can. I suppose if you're in stasis, he can't really do damage, and that's not really the Shy's way of playing the game. So
his W also does give more resistances now because it did lose one second of duration, which they try to recompensate by giving it more resistances, so at least being a little bit more durable in these fights with that alone. We've already seen now level 16 point, getting that next point to his ulti, definitely going to be putting up the big damage. But as long as TT keep playing out like this, Yao Yao kind of playing right alongside them, and Beitron and Hoya not too far behind to be able to, again, push the members of Weibo out, then TT shouldn't have to worry about that all too much.
It's going to be full summoners available. Angel's got himself an exhaust with that spell book, so he's looking to try and just maybe catch out Kepler, maybe stop Yukal as he goes in with that Emperor's Divide, and that's where he's going to find the most success. 12 seconds till Baron, just over 30. Ooh, that could have been bad for Yao Yao. He does get the timing right, though, and now that the Shy sees that everyone else was kind of moving away from top side, he can kind of deal with the bot lane push, and this is where the game gets a little bit more tentative. What objective can you fight for here as Weibo?
I mean, TT, it doesn't matter what Weibo wants, because TT are going straight towards the Baron. They want to force Weibo into this. The Shy does have TP. Hoya once again playing the zoning role. They do have to be careful, though, now, because if you overcommit to a Baron, that will open yourselves up for a huge encore from Angel to maybe set up the play to come out from SOFM and the Shy. So I like the back off, especially now that Elder is up. This is where it's going to get tense, Rashid, seeing which team is comfortable kind of committing to the objectives. TT, they do have control of the area. They are going to try and force Weibo in. I wonder if Weibo are going to either look for a trade or make a bluff. Feels like that would obviously just be a losing end of the trade inside of Weibo.
They're going to have the Elder. It's gone. They've already secured it, and now the fight can happen here for the side of TT. They've already got the knock up of the Glacial Fissure. The Moonlight Vigil completely whiffs as Yukal now finds himself on the backside. Angel has been irrelevant all game and now dies. You can see the Shy trying to get something happening here, but it's onto Yao Yao and nothing shall happen. Kepler looking to make sure something can work here for his team as SOFM just trying to have a little bit of fun here with this particular Jinx, and you're sadly not going to be able to win that 1v1. Nearly did, to be perfectly honest. There is the clean ace, and TT bringing us to a game 3.
Ashina, I gotta say, though, that was one of the most anticlimactic Elder posture fights I have ever seen in my life. Where were we, Weibo? TT, though, will be able to pick up the win. TT showing us once again why they are such a solid team who has to be respected right now. And heck, for this team who, when we've talked about their schedule before, have some games where they're favored against like Alray and up. If they can beat the Weibo and FPX in their schedule, that's where they keep their playoffs hope not only alive, but looking solid. So great by Weibo to force us to the game 3. And again, keep the TT Express going strong.
Yeah, it really does feel like the train looking like it was getting a bit wobbly, a little bit of turbulence. You're kind of going, oh God, I wonder if it's going a little bit too fast. But no, it was the exact right speed it needed to be on. And for TT, great way of bouncing back into the series. And honestly, despite the Shy getting all the resource he got, they were very much on par to be able to say, look, we can isolate him out. Several times we saw the Shy try to go for big flanks and just not really able to work. I think the Azir proving so difficult to navigate. And I got to call out Angel as well. I don't think the Seraphine really worked here. It didn't do anything. Yes, a couple of picks, but I feel like there's a multitude of different champions in the mid lane that could do that as well. So it just didn't work for me.
I feel like overall Weibo's draft just looks so weird to me into like what TT picked up, because again, you have this like full peel, full range poke kind of, you cannot penetrate the fortress setup, and then you have like a Aphelios Tom, which again, there's some aggressive playmaking there. Like you could you could look to Gale Force Moonlight Vigil in. Tom protects him. Vi starts off the fight, which maybe buys time for Gwen to get there, especially with the encore on top of all of it. But it doesn't feel like you're indexed heavy enough into engage. It doesn't feel like you're indexed heavy enough if you wanted to try to like go to that poke war with them. Side lanes, like sure, the Gwen's gonna win, but at the same time, we saw the Azir and Gragas were both able to at very least clear waves. So yeah, it doesn't feel like Weibo's draft had enough of a strong enough identity to win out in any area to where TT could just be like, hey, we can just play standard. And as long as we aren't like over-aggressing like Beitron being caught out in red side jungle or when Yukal got picked off, right, it was a decently smooth sailing game for them.
I'm sorry, I'm just quickly having a drink, but also that Angel did less damage than Yao Yao. That's how basically irrelevant that Seraphine was this entire game. So yeah,
and
not
after
really
his
a
game
fan.
one,
I was gonna say after I praised him so adamantly, it's just not quite able to work out. But yeah, this one was very much TT having a much more cohesive draft, a much more just honestly like straight up good plan as to how they wanted to play the game. And even the fact that Hoya on this Kragus is kind of saying, look, I'm doing the same thing, but I'm going a slightly different build to kind of give myself that little bit of extra burst. And Kepler, like you said, and UCal never really touched or even, you know, contested on anything really. I felt like, as you said, that there's no one who could really stick on the backside. It kind of came to fruition, even with the mistakes that came out from TT.
I feel like we've learned a lesson, though. I think everyone has learned a lesson. Ban the Azir from UCal.
Yep.
5-0 now on the pick. Every time he gets his hands on it, it feels like his impact is, like, immeasurable. He seriously is able to do so much on this pick. I guess we don't know how side selection is going to pan out for next game just yet, but it feels like no matter where you go, get rid of the Azir.
Yeah, get rid of the Azir. We'll see if Weibo do end up listening to us or if UCal will make it maybe a potentially 6-0 on the pick this split. We're staying into a break. When we return, we'll have the third and final game of the series in Picks and Bans.
Let's see who takes it. I say it's 1v1. Carson is literally right there in the brush. And Rookie, he's got, oh, the shy! The positioning was beautiful. He's about to turn Mega. No flash available. I don't think he escapes this one. The shy actually gets away with it again. Can you ever shut this man down?
He's going for it. He's going for it, man.
No way. No way! The shy!
I need a dub for shoulder, bag and trophy, I need to go. You cannot the glow, I'm covered, I'm shining from head to toe. Y'all ain't notice. Excel like POTUS.
Three people now fall. Soulflake comes through as TP as well. Ming in the middle of everyone. The Glacial Prison saves his life as he flashes over the wall. And Xiaohu coming through with the wall too. Gala picks up the first kill. RNG with the cavalry in the Panda only just dies. Under turret LNG have just been hand stiff as the triple comes round. The Quadra and Gala! Penta again, baby!
Sardines, we off this wave for all 19. I don't, got no words, don't say too much.
Misfits looking for it, trying to just burn it before they can get there. Misfits might be able to take this one before Razzle can get it, and he's looking for the smite. No! 34 HP, not enough PTO now, going to try and get off the back line. Mercer diving in as well, and Misfits might call the sound to retreat, but instead, they call the sound to dive! And the Misfits star shines brightly today. A triple kill for Neon. Only Humanoid survives. Misfits turn their eyes towards the Baron.
Run me my check, we on your neck, shooters on deck, all we do, win.
Very scary Manta Ray. I should probably run away from that thing as getting to work was umpty, but there are 3 members of Nongshim here. He is actually so tanky, and he is going to survive as Morgan comes in, peels very nicely for him. As here comes Nongshim with Meganar. And will they be able to kill this Ornn? I don't know. I mean, that's a 3-man knockup coming in as it's got Morgan against 4. He takes down 2 and nearly gets a 3rd.
Finally made it. I know some people that probably hate it. Yeah, I ain't worried about your opinion. I'ma live my life.
E agora o Dragão Ancião tem um a menos na equipe da Pen Game. Como é que vai ficar isso? Joga pra longe, agora o Croc tem que esperar ele voltar. Mas eles vão dando bastante dano. O Tinoz vai separar de novo a equipe da Pen. Por enquanto, sem definição, carinho. O Croc tá longe. Ace, sobrou o Brace, 4 abates, ninguém anota que é do Kaká! O Kaká entra no covil, pega o dragãozinho e a Ben puxa a rota no meio pro GG.
All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do.
It's gonna be all about Johnson.
They just gotta go, I think. If they try and fight early, that's their best chance.
And they're gonna look for Tukui, getting slowed up, gonna package around, a lot of spots being taken, and Soul dropped. One so far, Africa gonna burn the zone. He's packaged pretty well right now. Disengaged though, and a death onto the support, but he yoinks back. Well done. That is the 80 carry gun. Azir flies in. Zonia's popped, and here we go. It's time for Instinct to go for broke.
No way.
Number 4. Give it to him. You better not steal it. The kill comes through in his second ever LCS game. What is it with TSM 80 carry stand-ins and first week pentakill?
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Fleet Street, fat beast, downstairs rockin' soul in the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning, stunning, nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live, BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Light is Marquis. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangstar, G-Rap, LO, and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, DITC, Daru, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it. Now it's generational. They're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce. Cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep. The choice is yours. K Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far side. Lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water. Please give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction.
더샤이 선수가 이번에 엄청난 퍼포먼스를 보여줬다 생각하고 원래 잘하던 선수이기도 해서 잘 준비해야 될 것 같습니다. 초반보다는 확실히 나아진 것 같긴 한데 아직 부족한 점이 많아서 열심히 해야 될 것 같아요.
Welcome back to the LPL one and all. We are coming into our third game of this best of three, our first series of the day, as TT were able to clap back pretty damn convincingly, and the train has still kept itself on the rails. I'm still, of course, Oshin. He is still, of course, Lyric. And we got to talk about the man in the mid lane. 100% win rate, 5 games from 5. Azir and you, Cal, you just can't give it to him anymore. You have to ban it.
100%. Like, he is crazy on this pick. He is not only the huge damage dealer that TT need, he's also a playmaker. He is someone who is constantly going in, kind of keeping his eye on the enemy team, fishing for these picks, seeing if he can find a Shurima shuffle onto isolated targets. He did it numerous times throughout this game. And Yukal was a player who had a lot of bad moments at the start of the split. Like, just seriously had some bad plays. Like, you look at things like his TF games. But in recent series, my God, this guy has just been stepping up. And just the fact that TT's playing better as a unit, it's just making all of the individuals look stronger and able to perform to their best.
Yeah, again, just even little things like this. We're saying, look, I can chase down Angel. He's not in a position. Then TPing here and kind of saying, look, they're messing up. We just need to get ourselves in a position to fight this. And then they're just fish in a barrel. There's not really a lot else that they can do here on the side of Weibo. And honestly, it did feel like at some points that Weibo were bringing it back, but the execution just wasn't quite there. And again, like you mentioned many, many times, that this TT lineup is exciting to watch because out of nowhere, the cohesion is there, the coordination, they know what they want to play, and they know how to play it. And that seems to be the big difference maker between a lot of these teams. And again, Weibo, they're a playoff ready team, and this is a very close series.
I think the surprising thing to me is that a lot of things have kind of shaped up since Hoya's come onto the roster. But you got to assume that the language barrier is still between him and like the rest of the team, barring UCal. But they just look on the same page so many more times than not when these plays are coming through.
Well, we'll have to see. Weibo, do take your advice and mine as well, but more so yours because you said it first. You have to ban away the Azir. They actually ban away the Kalista as well alongside the Gnar. So basically saying the Shy doesn't want to play it and the Shy doesn't want to play against it either. So it's going to be able to try and take that one there. Talia, the Poppy, and the Zeri all taken by TT. And now we'll see what Weibo want to go for. An Angel onto the Silas this time around and saying, UCal, you're going to play 3 different champions in this game.
Yeah, and you know, to take away a bit of credit for myself, Weibo also did ban it in game 1. Kind of just to power blue side. I guess they could have banned it in game 2 as well over the Talia or the Gnar, but good they did it this time. Like you said, though, the Silas being picked up with not too many things that really are able to crush it hard enough in lane before it becomes such a nuisance in the mid game, just with how much pressure it does offer. And this meta, on top of like all the changes of whether it's Grievous Wounds or durability changes, there's also just typically a lot of great ultimates to steal in almost every draft we have.
Yeah, a lot of great ultimates to the Silas do. And again, you know, we've talked about it so extensively of why the Silas is seeing so much priority. But ooh, never mind. I'm going to bring myself right back into the draft. They're going to have the Sivir, the OG original teamfight, carrying the bot lane for Huanfeng.
And they've definitely indexed her new identity into being more of a teamfight carry, doing things like pushing her towards the crit build by giving her crit, scaling on her Q, and like more attack speed coming out from her W now. And then just the fact that the boomerangs can now hit multiple targets. And now it's not only like 3 times that your W goes off, like 3 auto attacks, it's now 4 seconds. So you're actually getting a lot of value out of the bouncing boomerang. So just better at team fighting in the late game. We're going to see what it's able to do. We've had it 1 game so far, and it was a win.
We've had it 1 game so far. Huanfeng's only ever played it twice in his career, and sadly, he's sitting on a 0-2 scoreline of that. It was LDL Summer 2019 and LDL Summer West in 2018, so not had an exceptional amount of play on that one there. I do believe the first time he played it was on Voodoo, which is an old LDL roster, and then it was on Invictus Gaming Young, so definitely something new for Weibo fans to kind of see if they can do it. And again, Huanfeng on something that can become a monster, you know, just having that constant auto attack resets, it is more about positioning than it is anything else. And that's the kind of skill expression that you would expect to see as some of our top 80 carries.
Yeah, one of the things that can still be punished is the fact that it still does only have 500 range, right? So you get into a fight, you get locked down, it is hard. But we'll be able to at least enable people like Angel wanting to go in with that ultimate. But now with picks and bans flying so fast, we get to see TT go towards the soul lane. I mean, Weibo's already showing a mid lane pick. But like we said, there's honestly not too many things that just outright destroy the Silas in mid lane. I'm almost positive you are not allowed to pick that Kepler, so they do move on to the Swade.
I was going to be real mad if that got picked. I was like, no, this is not allowed. I don't believe so. I'm going to be real mad if it is, but we're quickly running through my notes again because
it's one of those things where since it's LPL, you're like, I know that this isn't a thing, but it is also LPL. So is anything really true?
Exactly, yeah, exactly. Well, we'll see now. Wow.
Oh.
Okay, so Weibo going full aggression, full kind of teamfight skirmishing with the Pyke as well. They're looking to get a bit of a mid-game spike and just kind of keep pushing with it.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how this goes, especially in terms of the laning phase being alongside the Sivir, because your Q damage took a hit, but your W early on actually can do a bit more from that 4-second window that you do have. TT, though, do decide to go back to the Gragas once again. I mean, Hoya's been looking good on it, so I don't really fault them from wanting to stick with what they know. TT's composition definitely does well against champions that do want to come into them, right? Having things like the hostile takeover. We've already seen what the Grog is able to do. And then Swain, a huge benefactor of just keeping you in his ultimate so it can go on indefinitely. I feel like Weibo's comp, once again, a little bit stranger. Like, you have the ability to look for these all-ins, come off on flanks with things like the Cannon or the Silas, but also, like, Trundle seeing how that fits into things. And then this random Pyke in bot lane wanting to look for some aggression, wanting to look for map movement, look for picks all across the board. So we'll see what Weibo are able to put together with this kind of like dark magic comp thrown together. To where TT, once again, I think keep it very holistic in terms of what the identity is.
Yeah, I love that. It's like you think of Doomby, you think of dark technologies, but it's Weibo, it's dark magic. You know, it's just a kind of like, it's not the same. It's different. It's mystical. It's magical. It could be amazing. It could be terrible. We're not quite sure yet, but we're gonna see once it comes into this game. And honestly, I'm just excited to see the Sivir. And again, if you're wondering about the couple of the changes that came in for the Sivir, it's that a lot of really big, kind of basically an entire
There's
rework.
so many.
Yeah, there's
Yes.
so many. But the biggest thing that I always kind of look at specifically when it comes to the Sivir is going to be that spell shield. It no longer refunds mana. It refunds health. So it's going to be a bit more of a weird kind of resource management coming out here to see how this Sivir actually ends up, setting themselves up in those fights.
Her rework is definitely a bit weird. I would recommend anyone to go look at, like, you know how Freak does his rundowns and he has like the numbers
Yes.
of how things work out? Because a lot of Sivir's numbers are kind of like weird in terms of whether like it is a buff or a nerf in terms of like what the scenario is. We can talk more about the Sivir a little bit later though, as TT at least gonna try and establish some control bot and see if anyone peeks their head in. But looks like Weibo not gonna fall for any shenanigans this time. Because we gotta remember, game 2 was off the back of a great level 1 from TT.
Yeah, and even game 1, there was a level 1 coming out from TT as well. It was answered very nicely by SOFM, who kind of snuck himself around to make sure he was able to get himself the vertical jungling. But now TT's UCal, he's going to be hooked back, and he might end up losing his flash, maybe even his life. First blood, that was just really well played by Weibo. They did their homework and they counteracted.
Weibo able to find the first kill. Was 2 flashes for 1, so not going to be as much pressure, I think, especially coming out from, the Pyke, if maybe they're able to force something from Kepler and Yao if he needed to follow up, but still huge, yeah, I'm going to say it, huge gold, 500 gold when there's only 5,500 gold on the Rift. That's a large percentage.
That is a large percentage, but I will think the big thing that is going to actually come from this is that you can't use one of his pots trying to get out of that as well. So he actually only has 1 pot coming back into this lane with the Doran's ring. So not ideal for UCal coming to this. Of course, without his flash as well, if Angel can get to level 3 first, he should be able to kind of go for it. Of course, a long while ago, the First Blood advantages in terms of XP and gold and everything that was very much nerfed into the ground, so it's not a complete game changer. But this is the problem now. When you don't have flash, you're going to see Angel just looking for these aggressive trades, constantly going in on top of UCal, because it becomes very difficult for this Swain to really survive until level 6.
I mean, luckily, like, I don't feel like it's too big of a deal if you don't have, like, immense pressure, but the fact that Silas does just get a bit of a free laning phase does feel a little bit bad, since typically early lane and kind of bullying him out and making sure you're the one with prio is one of the ways you stunt his growth, because at level 6 he's going to be able to find a huge impact, especially just even stealing away UCal's ult and being able to get in the middle of so many members of TT. So UCal, Yao, and Hoya all have, pretty solid ults for Angel to be able to take away.
Some pretty decent ults there for Angel to go for. Should he go for it? We're going to see the junglers now kind of on the opposite sides of the map. We did say Beisha on top side and move down towards mid, or blue, I should say. And obviously on the opposite side is kind of the mirrored start, so it's kind of the equal start as well. So SOFM on this Trundle. And honestly, the Trundle has been something that has seen a lot of success of recent days, and I wanted to kind of pick your brain just a little bit about that, because why are we seeing a little bit more priority on things like the Trundle when we had so much, I suppose, time with things like the Lee Sin and the Xin Zhao? Why is the Trundle, the Troll King, come back into our screens?
I feel like he's still a pick we actually only see on, like, rare occasion, and I think a lot of his strength comes just in terms of, like, being able to duel other junglers or being able to, like, peel and sit up in team fights. Again, in my mind, Weibo's composition is kind of a little bit all over the place in terms of picks. So, you'd have to ask SOFM for why it comes out in this one. But strong early dueling potential coming out from the Trundle and just providing a lot of peel with that pillar. Not even too many tank stats for you to be able to steal away from later on in the game with your ultimate in these drafts.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. I don't think there's a real person you could look for. Obviously, the Gragas would probably be the one that comes to your mind, but doesn't generally build very tanky in these situations, so would be just kind of a curious one to go for. Maybe just use it as a stat stick, or a negative stat stick, I should say, to try and maybe take out one of the carries, but curious to see what they're able to kind of go for. Both junglers now on the bottom half of the map. As we can see, SOFM, after his reset, not going to be reaching towards that very first Chem Tank Chainsword, or Chem Tech Chainsword. Now Yao Yao here with Beishuan. So you can catch out on. Like I said, those flashes are down or SOFM and on, so you're not as mobile on the pike. Yes, you still have a lot, but I like this from Beishuan, kind of covering the fact that the Trundle is exceptionally powerful, especially into something like a Renata. He can just kind of sit here because he's not losing anything. His camps aren't off.
And you can actually see both junglers trying to punish where there is no flash, because SOFM has actually been hovering around UCal's lane for quite a while, was sitting in the brush on a ward before getting a bit of vision for himself. But neither team so far presenting any opportunities, and all of the splashes are going to be up again soon. But still, I like the TT are continuing to play around the spot side when, you know, they do have the double range coming through. On still hasn't had this flash. Because I feel like for Weibo, you're wanting more to move on out of lane. Sivir still having some solid wave clear. Her mana kind of getting hit as the game goes longer, got buffed a little bit early on, and you do have nice cooldowns now as Yao Yao.
No, bit of supportal combat. I will say the Renata doesn't have a huge amount of damage, but definitely going to feel a lot more comfortable with the CC. Is now on, has to try and rock himself away from this one. They know that he's sitting here in this brush, as they do have a ward there for it as well. And now TT, I like what they're doing. Like you said, kind of trying to punishing the flashless members of each team, but also the fact that TT are just kind of calling out Weibo and saying, look, we know you're going to try and bully out UCal on the sway and try and deny him from getting up to the unstoppable general of Noxus that he can be, and this is just really good posturing here from TT. Very smart play.
TT just making sure to cover their bases, knowing that Weibo have, you know, these early avenues to look for picks, constantly hovering around mid. And this is what we're hitting on for TT's identity, right? UCal, Beichuan, and Yao Yao kind of being the three-man squad, kind of being the boys on the side of TT, but still, we're about 2 minutes away from Herald. Why are we having a party in the mid lane in 6 minutes?
It literally, it was just like all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's resetting, everyone got the push, no problem at all. And then I was like, no, SOFM, get in here, they're posturing. We need to posture back. We cannot let them have this mid setup, but it ends up being just the scuttle taken in, just gonna stay. We're gonna see maybe a move here as they're gonna hook off, and this is kind of just the annoying part of the Pike. The Pike is just trying to be annoying. It will lead to TT getting themselves a dragon. No real contest available, but because Hoya did actually roam down towards that mid lane, but this is just such a strange passage of play right there where they've kind of forgot there was other lanes in the game.
Yeah, both teams kind of hovering around mid, wanting to make their way to bot river for the scuttle. Both mid laners also definitely wanted to reset. You just look at the mana pool available on both and not really being able to impact anything. So that's why we got that, you know, extended passage of play. But like you said, Hoya moving down, really being the thing to, I think, make sure that Weibo are like, hey, we can't look for this as Explosive Cask comes out for a little bit of a cheeky trade from Hoya.
Cheeky trade coming in, and they're going to be able to kind of push themselves back in there. I like Hoya. Again, I love what Hoya's doing with this Gragas. I think we're showing that he's very proficient on it. And I think the thing with TT is that it's nice to see them kind of bring themselves back in with comfort picks. He's picked this now 3 games in a row. They had not really banned it away, especially with all the other different things they need to go for. But a TP actually coming out for Hanfang on bot side just to keep himself safe. And honestly, I like the TP summoner coming out for the Sivir. It is just one of those things that you're just not really going to be in kill pressure. You don't really need the combat somewhere. It's actually just better to get you into a better team fight or just lane pushing position most of the time.
I do gotta say, I'm curious to see what Weibo and TT are both gonna do with Herald coming up now, because, right, you just committed TPing your AD carry to bot. He pushes him away first. He can move up and have this window. But more importantly, like, the Shy saw Hoya just waste his ultimate. So I don't know how much confidence TT are gonna have without Gragas having that Explosive Cask available. But so far, neither team really posturing or making the trek up towards his top side. We do have the extended posturing around mid lane once again,
I was just about to say, I was like, no, it's an ARAM. There is no Rift Herald in ARAM. Oh, Beishuan gets brought over from the wall there. Empire Vision's going to try and disengage, but he's already had to use the Heartbreaker. So now TT don't have a choice. I honestly don't think it's going to be. I don't think it's going to be easy at all for them to try and contest this. They are still going to try, but Hoya's a while away, and he doesn't have ult either.
No, so I think it's best for TT to just look to give this one away. Problem is they're not in a place to be able to answer back anywhere on the map.
No, they really aren't. So they're going to try and force this one here. They've got now 4 members in, 5 when Toya joins in. So this could be a full skirmish coming in. The Shy is there with flash available. And of course, the slicing Maelstrom. So now they're going to have pretty decent vision here. The Rift Herald down to about 1300. They're going to try and jump onto the side of Angel, who steals away the Demonic Convention. On tries to go in. And then, yes, you get the Herald on the side of Weibo, but you can't collect it. TT just hard forced the fight. And honestly, Weibo just didn't respect it.
I mean, Weibo took so long that Hoya had his ult back up in time. His ult was like 20 to 25 seconds slower than Rift Herald spawned. I feel like Weibo could have been a little bit more decisive looking for that one, as SOFM might be caught out.
I mean, there's 3 people here. He does have flash available to him, but just back away. So a lot of posturing, and eventually the Rift Herald does go down, but you don't gain it, so you're only getting the experience and the 25 gold you get for killing it. And sadly, a kill goes over to TT as Weibo fans kind of think about what really happened in that fight. It didn't really feel like Weibo, as you said, were comfortable kind of going for it, and then it just took way too long to take the objective.
Well, I could see how in this scenario where you have a Pyke and you have a Sivir that you're not comfortable looking for an early fight, but again, they took so long kind of just standing and dancing around mid with TT, they opened themselves up for this engage to come through, instantly layering the CC onto Angel after he gets caught by the hook, and then on. I mean, you're a Pyke, you're incredibly squishy, jumping into this decently burly team that TT have put together, gets instantly popped, and yeah, bit of a confusing situation coming out, but now we see Weibo back on the map. They have got vision control down in bot side, having a lot of wards towards this river, so can try and secure a Scuttle Crab for SOFM, but TT might look to try and challenge again, and there it is, Yukao's ultimate already back up on the board.
Yeah, and got the Imperial Mandate as well, so in a team fight, he is just so powerful, giving so much resources to his team. The Shy doesn't have TP just yet, and Hoya is just going to be having to deal with him, so if the side of Weibo wanted to go for it, it would just be a 4v4, and this is honestly kind of a... It's, again, just kind of what we were talking about for TT, where they're able to just kind of be more decisive. They're being very cohesive in how they want to play this game and how they want to play as a team. So the identity coming out, as you said, in the draft from TT, just far more cohesive and just far more easily executed.
And you kind of saw there, like what we were talking about with Weibo's draft of like, hey, again, you kind of have members like Angel and the Shy who want to be finding weird angles into a fight on... I mean, Pyke, not great in team fights, right? It's a lot about picks. It's a lot about isolating members. And then Sivir wanting to play front to back. So I think it's a little bit all over the place. I feel like Weibo definitely should be indexing heavier into picks with the Pyke, Silas, Trundle combo. That, you know, you can find the skewer. You can throw the pillar behind them, make it hard for them to find an escape path, and then try and take fights with numbers advantage.
We'll see if they're able to make that work. We'll keep an eye on it as we go on. We are starting to see first items being picked up here for the mid laners as Angel does get himself onto the Everfrost. And the Cole has been finished off for the Shy as well, so he's looking to cash that in. And, oh, good hook there, but it's onto Yukal. And with the rest of TT just constantly covering for this, it does feel like you said, those pick potential just not really there. I will say it's a 40 CS lead in the top side, maybe down to about 30 once this wave does crash, but it's a lot, and you haven't taken Dragon yet as TT, so you can't really cover for that eventuality, and Baitron has to use his Heartbreaker again.
Yeah, but there it was, right? That's how you set up for those picks, layering the CC, throwing out the pillar, making it hard for them to escape. Now, though, TT are like, fine, we blew the ultimate, but we still have confidence that we can take this fight, because look at Hoya once again. Hoya always makes his way down to bot. Oh, God.
No, keep going, keep going. He makes his way down to bot, and nothing happens.
Makes his way down to bot, which does open up for the Shy to take plates at top side, but that is why TT are so consistently able to guarantee that they get these objectives. SOFM being a little bit of a homie, giving them a kill as well.
I mean, you know, just wanted to give him a nice gift. You know, look, guys, you worked really hard this split. You've obviously come up with some good movements as a on. Gonna actually just what?
Oh. No. You know, well, even if he canceled it, I guess it wouldn't have made too big of a difference other than being a little bit of an annoyance. If TT would have decided to stay, it's like, I don't know. Could have been a little bit dicey for their side. But now where we're at in the game, right, it feels like a lot of power for Weibo is going to be on the Shy from the fact that he has gotten 3 turret plates up in top side. He just picked up his rocket belt, and now TPing back into lane, looking to keep up this domination. So you can see SOFM kind of hovering on this side of the map as well, just picked up top lane Scuttle, trying to give the Shy the safety and access he needs to keep bullying out this matchup, because right now he's sitting about 40 CS up.
Yeah, about 40 CS up. I will say, as much as you said that on delaying that back isn't anything but annoying, it is very funny, though, that he misses it. So, just a little kind of moment or two where you're just kind of like, okay, that's what. Again, it could be the mindset. You never know. TT gonna recognize that, and I love how as well Baytron just didn't flinch. He was just like, I'm not going to react to you. I'm going to finish my recall because if you try and fight me, you're going to die. But anyway, we come back in. As you said, the Shy is still pushing in towards that top side. This crown of the Shattered Queen this time around for Hoya. And I will say the Shy is starting to put down some significant damage. And you can see Baytron, he got to respect it right now. The Shy has been quietly accruing an awfully big lead. And level 11 now with the second point in the ultimate. He is pretty big. So it's going to be on TT to really put themselves into a good position to not get caught out by him.
It's seriously going to be on the Shy in my mind to be able to make sure these team fights go well. Because if you can get in, slicing Maelstrom lock numerous people down, that opens up Hwanpong to shred people with the Ricochet. That's really the combo you're looking at. It's the Shy.
Shy's going to look try and make it work here. He's going to be a little bit caught out, but the exhaust comes out. He's ticking down because of the burn. Ooh, Baytron.
I was scared. I was sweating.
I was a little scared as well, but he does end up getting it off. And that target you talked about for TT, if they can isolate him, he doesn't really do a lot after it.
No, I mean, heck, we talked about Weibo wanting to be the team kind of isolating picks early on to set themselves up for success. TT now finding that avenue. I do got to say, though, just from like the CS leads and things we've seen, Weibo actually do have the gold lead, but a 1.5k gold lead at that as well. So a lot of that just coming down to, especially that lead up in the top side for Weibo.
Yeah. I think it's literally just the Shy coming in. As we can see now, Angel looking to try and fight off Hoya, but Explosive Cast has been taken out. And that means Angel has to back himself away. But you're going to keep looking for these skirmishes. Very difficult to really kind of make this one work. But no TP on the Shy. The Rift Herald should be the next port of call. But Weibo looking like they're actually a little bit stronger to try and fight this one here. Not exactly in the best position to look for it as On. Maybe trying to be a bit more nuisance than he has previously been.
TT deciding it's not time to go for the fight. Hoya and Baytron both didn't have their ults. But still, there's no slicing Maelstrom on the Shy. Which does feel like an important factor, but with the fact that resets had been coming out from Weibo, and you look across the board, they have their mythics finished. Kepler still doesn't have his Gale Force stun. Seems like, you know, some of the decision-making behind why TT opted into just giving up the second Rift Herald.
You give it up again. The second Rift Herald is nice, but it's not detrimental. I will say it does give Weibo another option to try and pressure around that dragon. We always see it. You drop it down mid. You kind of say, look, this is a pressure point that you have to react to and gives you control of that dragon pit potentially. But we'll see what TT want to go for. An Infernal Soul and TT's composition with the pure amount of damage they have, it's pretty significant. So I would like to see Weibo definitely go for a hard contest over this dragon, but we'll have to wait and see, Lyric. But now, bring me back into the game as the Shy maybe going to try and catch out Hoya, who does not have his explosive cast. And why do you need a team final when you can bully the Gragas?
So Weibo at least do try to use some of these tools to be able to find a pick. Will give them pressure in topside. Angel even might just be able to guarantee this tower for them. But then Weibo definitely going to want to start making their way down towards that bottom side with Dragon coming up in 30 seconds. Tiki now just coming back on the map. We're going to have to see them reestablish some control, but with Baytron and Yao Yao here, and seeing Yukal make his way through bot side, they definitely should be able to do it.
Yeah, they should be able to. On, going to have to dash himself over the wall to make sure he does not get killed by Yukal, who does have his level 11 himself, so he's going to be able to kind of get that ultimate off for him, and a pretty decent power spike as well. Not actually going towards the Rylat's Crystal Scepter, actually opting into a early Oblivion Orb to make sure he gets that healing debuff onto things like the Trundle and the Silence. I will say it does have a lot of power as well into the Pike, so now with Dragon spawning, this will be Infernal Soul point here for the side of TT, and they're going to start this one straight away. Good vision control means that Weibo need to try and push this as far as they can. Good pillar to stop any re-engage coming out, though, as Angel thinking about going in aggressive. He does steal away the Swayed ultimate to keep himself alive, and now the Dragon can start to go over to the side of Weibo. We've actually just switcherooed the places as now the fight can really begin. They're trying to jump in on top of this one here. The Moonlight Vigil isn't really onto anyone of significance. Baytron in a lot of trouble. He gets bailed out, but only to delay the inevitable, and now the next fight can really begin. TT, their health bars are low. They're flashing away, but they're not really on the right side of the map, Lyric. They're trying to run away from this one here. Angel looking to see if he can catch anyone on the back side of this one. Actually goes over and flashes all the way back out. SOFM just trying to keep everyone corralled in this jungle as Angel over the side of the wall, and Hoya is the only one left alive. He's going to get knocked up by the pillar, but is he going to get taken down? The Shy wants him dead because he's his top lane adversary, but he should be able to get himself out alive. It ends up being the Dragon to Weibo and pretty much 4 free kills.
Yeah, Weibo got everything. They got top lane turret, they got mid lane turret with the Herald, they get Dragon, they get a bunch of kills. TT, in that moment, I don't want to say looking indecisive. It looked like they said, hey, Herald got dropped mid. We need to start Dragon now and force a fight now. But Weibo were kind of willing to play that stare off, make them back off, and then we're going to see Angel buying so much space with the Swain ulti that he takes away. Kepler forced into an awkward angle and has to kind of be very aware of where the Shy is. You can see here, right, Angel kind of being right in the middle of everyone. And this is where Sivir really thrives, like being able to you know, use a ricochet, throw out the Qs, and get this damage down. They get Beitron low enough to where On is able to follow up with the play. And then now members of TT are so low, the Shy is still full HP. They feel fully confident in chasing the members of TT down as Angel once again tries to create pressure, but gets pretty scared quite immediately.
I mean, rightfully so, but he still does damage over the side here and kind of just creates another thing of like, you can't exit through the Dragon Pit. You have to respect that I am here. And now we come back into live with 6-3 on the scoreline. Out of nowhere, a 6,000 gold lead, similar to game one. Just one fight and Weibo just accelerate the game. 50 CS now in the top side in terms of the difference.
And look at the gold lead, 6,000 gold for Weibo. Not leaving any questions in our minds about who's the superior team. And a lot of this just coming from some of like the simple trades on the map they're making or the small steps, right? The fact that Weibo, like, were confident enough to stay around the top side, get that top lane turret, drop Herald mid, got themselves another turret, and then go to Dragon. Like, even if the fight didn't happen, right, that'd still be a solid gold swing to the side of Weibo. So all those small little steps combining together to put the lead where it's at for Weibo.
Yeah, this is tough. This is tough for TT, and we kind of start to look at options available to them. Again, the Swain, great on that mid-game spike, but honestly, I think UCal's looked a little muted, to be perfectly honest, on the Swain. Just hasn't had the same level of impact, and already super far behind as well in this matchup, kind of sitting on a couple of half items. The SCV finishes off the Morello's Namakon. It's fine, but it's not the power spike you're expecting, and it's just hard for TT. Where do you want to see them try and prioritize? Because it just feels like they're going to have to try and hope for a misstep on Weibo's.
I mean, with this gold lead, definitely that's going to have to be the play, is waiting for someone to overextend. But I want to talk about Weibo's comp again, because I feel like one thing maybe that I underestimated is just the amount of angles that Weibo's angle could play, right? Because you saw in that last fight, it's like the Shy's putting pressure on Kepler on one side, like On kind of moving around the fight. The other carries have to be conscious of him. There's just so many things you have to keep track of on the side of TT, despite the fact that, again, their comp should be fine, throwing out the Renata ultimate, locking everyone in place, and then allowing Kepler and UCal to pop off. But with the amount of mobility able to come out from Hwanfeng, from these members, it makes it very hard to pin them down.
Yeah, and even in front of two members, technically three, as Yao was in the vicinity, Beitron can't even defend his own jungle. He's having to fight for his own Krugs because he knows that Angel's just in a stronger position. Angel can make this one up. And the thing with the Pike that we haven't really got the hit on as well is that he prioritized the Umbral Glaive. As we can see, Hoya looking for the flank, but Hwanfeng is there with SOFM. This will be difficult to really make stick as they're going to try and make this one work. There's going to be the spell shield. He gets the flash in, the explosive cast flash away there from Hwanfeng. He gets Heartbreaker on top of, but he hasn't been taken out. Finally does go down as you eventually get UCal into the fight, but he had to flash to be a part of it, and now he's dead. Nowhere for them to go. The Shy comes back with a double kill, and UCal just left on his lonesome in a demonic ascension, but they flash in, get the hook, get the stun down. Angel looking to try and the abscond and the abduct, slap down from the depths, and Weibo clean up house.
Weibo able to clean up house because TT threw everything in the kitchen sink and trying to take down Hwanfeng. They weren't left with too many tools in the extended fight. UCal did his damnedest, staying in the middle of everyone with that ult, but still wasn't enough in the end. They're just continuing to extend their gold lead. Dragon is coming up in 8 seconds. So now that members of Weibo are making it back on the map, SOFM still on the map, they might be able to prioritize this, but Beitron and Hoya are also down towards that side. Hopefully that doesn't get taken during a replay, because it feels like this Dragon super important, but we'll see here. TT wanting to catch out Hwanfeng on the Sivir. Uses the spell shield a little bit early, which allows Hoya to just use his W and then go in with the engage. They were so committed, though. Beitron's like, no, this is going down. Follows up, uses his ult as well until UCal flashes in. But this is what we're talking about with, like, so many angles. And TT putting themselves in harm's way, trying to kill Hwanfeng, allows the Shy to get so much value out of this ultimate. UCal's also getting a ton from his with the members of Weibo staying in range, but they did finally back off, and we did miss Dragon. But apparently there was no fight, so It's what it is.
It is what it is. Now a nearly 10,000 gold lead. Warmog's picked up there for SOFM. He knows he is just a meat wall, I should say, in the face of TT. And honestly, Kepler knows going to be able to really kill him. So I like the real stat check there. As we can see, Kepler, that was 1 Q. That was 1 Q from a 3-item Kennen. Void Staff and Banshees picked up alongside the Hextech Rocket Belt. So yeah, this is going to get harder and harder. And again, honestly, throughout this entire series, even in the game they lost, the Shy has been exceptional on these AP picks and topside.
I mean, this is just pure comfort for the Shy, right? Especially having the winning matchup as Angel. Going to look for the 1v1.
Yeah, gets the Crown of the Shadow Queen out and the Explosive Cast. And that thing is, if Hoya uses that defensively, he doesn't have it for a potential fight. So yeah, this is going to be difficult here. TT trying to just force this one here, Lyric, but I don't know if they can. And Weibo are just commanding control around this river, commanding the TT respond to them. And yes, TT, fair play to them. They're moving as a unit to try and make sure they don't lose all the semblance of vision. But as I said before, as I was going to say before, with the Umbral Glaive here for the Pike on, that makes it just so much harder just to continue to keep that vision. You just get it lost so quickly.
And right, you add that with the gold lead, with the amount of pressure they're keeping up in sides with the Silas, it really does just feel so hard for TT. They could have theoretically tried to make a play there if Hoya had his ultimate of like rotating him over while Angel's pushing, because Angel doesn't have TP. But with the ultimate, it feels like Gragas would have been useless. So now for Weibo, they'd Angel push out bot. They're doing Baron while also threatening the engage.
Yeah, again, SOFM has Warmog, so a couple of seconds after the fight in here at Baron, he can just regen up, not a problem. But we're going to have a bit of a 5v4, as now it's going to be a 5v5. The Shy is going to be TPing in. Watch out for that one. The bailout for UCal does not help him. The Shy is coming in now. They're slicing Maelstrom, not really hitting anyone, to be perfectly honest. But On might be looking for resets. Never mind, he's already used his ultimate and didn't get it. So now it's a 1-for-0 kill, as UCal did go down. But now SOFM in a lot of trouble. He's isolated. He's left by himself, and he's been taken out. TT, they called Weibo's bluff, and Weibo didn't have an answer.
And we saw there, just running headfirst into TT's composition can be very hard, but Weibo now forced out a lot of tools.
Oh, nicely done there by Angel. With the exhaust down on him, though, he's going to find a real struggle to really kind of make himself relevant to this. The Shy comes back in. Kepler almost dead. Angel goes back in with the abduct, but I don't know if that was the correct call as he ends up falling down. Finally, Huanfeng is there. Look how low they are. The rocket belt does enough. Kepler trying to get himself over the wall. No, the pizza shall slice him in half, and eventually Weibo end up taking the fight.
The TPs from Weibo coming in clutch to make sure they take the extended brawl. The Shy doesn't even care about UCal's damage with the Mandate. He is huge at this point. Gonna get a bit of damage down onto the turret, but now with Yao coming back up, will pay some respect. But once again, here's the small moments coming out from Weibo where they're able to get this damage down. W popped by Huanfeng, which now also gives you a burst of attack speed that used to be connected to your ultimate, so we saw him pushing in topside. But going back to the fight, they try to go in. Angel's immediately locked down, so can't really follow up on Debatron. And then UCal taking so much damage. The Renata ult, the hostile takeover, keeping them at arm's length, allowing Kepler to get some solid damage off as well. So this is why TT were really able to survive this kind of like initial outburst coming out from the side of Weibo. And then very easy for them to just all in on one member in SOFM. But luckily for Weibo, they did have the TPs available, so they can just choke out TT in this extended fight once Angel and the Shy get involved.
Yeah, we might have to come back to live fairly soon, but the end fight of this was basically the Shy having a full health bar. And TT, you got to give him commitment. We're going to come back straight into live. But SOFM's kind of been caught out, but again, he's just a stat stick. He's just HP, and now Hoya has the belly flop over the side there. So SOFM, look at this. He's just going to heal that back up. So you commit so much to try and kill the jungler, but it's not really going to mean much in the grand scheme of things.
That is like pretty much the only reason to buy Warmogs is like staying power on the map. You get chunked out, you back off, you're able to keep going with the pressure that you have. As Huanfeng flashes!
Huanfeng, he knows he's just too powerful right now. I think he picked up his Infinity Edge right at the end there as UCal does fall down. You've lost your mid laner, your sticking power. Angel, the Shy, they've all decided the time is now to take this game. This is over, Lyric. They are not letting anyone out alive, even SOFM, the staying power that you were talking about. He's not quite able to get to Hoya, but with the blast cone on the rift, they will take him out. It's a clean ace, 5-for-0. And at 28.5 minutes, this series is done.
Yeah, Weibo cementing themselves apart from the middle of the pack by taking down TT. The Shy, once again, looking unstoppable.
2-1 on the day, and that is going to be 3 wins now in a row for the side of Weibo. They took down V5. They were able to take down TT today, and of course, they did beat out BLG before this. So, nice little bit of run of form here, and good start here. Good way to kind of bring themselves into the back quarter almost of the split. I think Weibo, they were tested today, but they came up trumps.
Oh, yeah, they did. They definitely did, right? We saw, I mean, even in this last game when I kind of doubted them being able to pull it off, again, with the Pike, with the Sivir, these things kind of coming out, and TT's draft looking a lot more like, at least in sync. But they managed to do it. We saw, again, just they were putting threat on TT from so many different positions that it made it really hard for them to ever keep Kepler in a safe position. And we saw the one time when Kepler was able to reposition with his flash towards the end, that's where TT were actually able to make it close and make it competitive. But it felt like they fell way too far behind in terms of gold by the time we got there that it didn't really matter in the end. But it does feel like the one through line from the past 2 series is, again, just kind of the Shy popping off consistently. SOFM has definitely like ticked the box of he's shown that he is able to play more with his team in like so many series in a row that's like, okay, before I'd always have to doubt like which SOFM we're going to get. We're going to get SOFM who wants to farm, or we're going to get, you know, the team SOFM. And it feels like now we kind of have an SOFM that you can rely on to play more with his laners. And that kind of just leaves like, if Hwanfeng and Angel are performing, then this Weibo squad does look completely solid.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that you look at some of the names in this roster. I think Angel, Deshai, and even SOFM had that, you know, again, big Worlds performance on Suiting in 2020. This is a roster that can reach heights. And like they've previously shown, they can beat the likes of E5 on their day. They have a lot of variance depending on what's happening. And I think On definitely showed us himself to be a wide variety player, shall we say, in this particular setup. But a win's a win. And again, look, up to 7-4. They joined the likes of EDG. They're up with Anyone's Legend. They are fighting for a top 4, top 5 spot. And that is significant for this roster because they want to do better than they did in the previous split. And, you know, again, they want to try and get further on in playoffs. It's all about getting as far as you can so you can be in contention for one of those 4 world spots.
I definitely think Weibo has inspired more confidence, and this is a team that you can believe on kind of heading towards that goal. On the opposite side for TT, a bit disappointing game 3. You can even see like the damage numbers coming out, especially like how low, I mean, Beitron doing more damage than Kepler. Even On almost did as much damage as the enemy AD carry. So not able to find that consistent team fight that we saw, but I'll still give TT the silver lining of just like expectations, because I don't think any of us ever expected us to get here where TT throughout the series were making good decisions. They won a game, and even in their last game that they lost, it was like, hey, like things were close, things were coming together towards that game 1. So still an exciting squad to keep your eye on. They do have a pretty important match coming up next, like FPX. It feels like that is a must win for them if they want to keep that dream alive. But still, it's been nice to see what TT have been able to do in such a short amount of time.
Yeah, TT, the next match again is in week 8. That's up against FPX, like I just mentioned. But then Top Esports, you'd imagine Top should be winning that one there. If they can take that win, that could be a massive upset that gives them a bit more life. But LGD, they should win. Then RNG again, another very tough matchup. Ultra Prime and then RA. Realistically, if you were to take out of the last 6 matches, they only win 3 of them. That only puts them on 7 wins. 7 is not a good time to be at. Yes, we have seen 7 wins be enough in previous seasons, but just the way the middle of the pack is kind of coming up with it does feel like 8 is the minimum you're going to need. But again, anything can happen in the LPL. Anything can really go down. For the side of Weibo, I think this is great for them. You know, you're up to 7-4. Your next few matches, you know, you got to feel like they're not going to be feeling too upset about it. Again, against OMG, I think they actually played them later on this weekend, I believe. LGD, JDG, FBX, and then LNG. Really only 2 matches there that you'll be like, well, maybe they don't come out with the win. So they're sitting pretty.
Also, it's like when you beat V5, you can now all remind yourself, and your coaches can remind you, like, hey, we beat V5. Yeah, we can literally take down anyone. If we show up on the day, you know, this is our league. So great from Weibo to be able to fall back on that. And like, even if, let's say, they did go through like a tough time in terms of maybe losing a series or losing 1 or 2, they will always have that to count on in terms of like, we can look at that and we can move forward. So for Weibo, it definitely feels like there's still some, I don't know, I don't think disconnect's the right word, but like moments where members of the map are like stepping too far forward or getting caught out. We saw their bot lane really struggle to like base Schwann's ganks earlier in the series. So there's definitely still areas where Weibo can look to improve. But it feels like they have a very solid hold on what their identity is of like playing through top side, typically SOFM counter jungling through there or enabling the Shy, and also reinforcing mid a lot, right? Even if they weren't necessarily ganking mid, you see On and SOFM hovering around mid a lot more to make sure that Angel like has pride and can push his lane and that they can roam as a squad.
I like that as well. Reinforce mid. It's not an ARAM. We're reinforcing mid. That's what we're doing now. It's like a little positive lining coming into this one there. And yeah, I think that we did see that a lot. I think they were very happy to kind of keep their solo lanes. And honestly, I think the Sivir coming into meta right now could be exceptional for someone like Huanfeng because it just means he can sit on bot side, just clear waves, not really be under any kind of pressure, and they don't have to put any resources to him. But going from the bot lane back up to the top, the Shy is the MVP for game number 3. Honestly, all 3 games he could have ended up winning it. It's good that he wins one of the, the kind of 2 wins for it. And again, 9, 1, and 8, nearly 40% of his team's damage. It's just the Shy things.
Yeah, the Shy, I mean, again, he's having an exceptional split so far this year. Almost 40% of your team's damage is ridiculous. He was the one having a lot of high impact ults. And when they were falling behind early, we kept pointing to the Shy as the member of like, hey, he's sitting atop, he's taking plates, he's getting ahead, he has a massive CS lead, like this has to be on him. And moments like this, he was like, hey, the ball's in my court, I'm gonna slam and I'm gonna dunk, and that is what he absolutely did.
Yeah, come on and jam and welcome to the Shy in top lane. I don't know. I'll figure out a way to rhyme it out next time. Even though your name's Lyric, you're not very good with the lyrics there. You're kind of leaving me out to dry here now. But we'll come back to it as we wait for the kind of to really see what this guy can do. And honestly, it's always exciting to think about this guy in playoffs. And like Weibo are a team that I feel can upset anybody, and I feel like when we get later in the split and obviously into playoffs as well, like this is a team that if they can play on their day should be considered a bit of a dark horse. If they can continue to have this style and continue to show that they can make it work for themselves, that's when I get a lot more excited for this team. I think I need to see 1 or 2 more series where they really contest some of the bigger teams. That's when I'm going to be like, okay, now I'm going to start looking at you pretty damn seriously.
I was going to say, like, in my mind at that point, they're not even a dark horse. In my mind at that point, they're just a legitimate, contender for the title, which it feels like they are right now. Like, these past 2 series was enough for me, but still, if Weibo can deliver more, it'll solidify that confidence even greater.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they can keep building upon that momentum, but we're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we'll have our second series of the day. It is going to be V5 versus LNG, and we'll see you guys very soon.
EDG have denied Uzi once again.
Where were you when history was made? Because here comes Uzi.
RNG's hopes that a world title fall. EDG.
The LPL are king again.
Now, I know what you're thinking. They're not really about to do an episode on EDG and RNG, especially not when top esports, JDG and Victory 5 exist. Definitely not, right?
There's the drag back there with the handshake as Mako flashes away, does get caught out there by the Void Rush, and they're trying to turn this one around. Dawning Shadow, bailout is only going to delay you, and that is a great turnaround. The power of this bot lane is just too much.
And you know what, Twitch chat? I get it. Those teams are pretty cool. But you know what's even cooler? LPL titles, MSI titles, and this little thing called a World Championship.
While they try and stop any kind of retreat, there's a good ultimate there from the Renata, but look at them, they're like fish in a barrel, just throwing rocks at their faces. It's brutal, but it's just so damn effective. Scout flashes forward, doesn't land any more CC down, but a double kill coming in here for Viper.
There are very few guarantees in life. There's death and taxes and EDG versus RNG being an absolute banger. In the middle of everyone, the Glacier Prison saves his life as he flushes over the wall, and Shaohu coming through with the wall too. Gala picks up the first kill. RNG with the cavalry in the nick of time as Panda only just dies. Under turret, LNG have just been hand-dipped as the triple comes round. The Quadra and Gala! Spencer again, baby! An RNG style on their opponent. This MSI champion is looking hot.
I remember the time you said good things we heard, I said nothing. Heard from a friend that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years or so. It would be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light, or something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming our tune, it won't be long before they sing it too. It won't be long before they sing it too. Look out my window and all I see are flowers blooming on empty streets. Sometime soon they'll be alive. Hope when they do, they sing with me. It'll be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light, or something tells me that if we keep singing a
感觉卡卡也是现在挺猛的。我们现在像赢比赛的话，因为我们自己状态。
Carson might be super strong, but he's not starting today. I'm
Kind
sorry,
of awkward.
Tarzan. Yeah,
Kind of awkward.
Tarzan's not going to be able to go against him. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming into our second series of the day. It is V5 versus LNG. Of course, I'm still Ushin. He is still Lyric. And this is the only thing we're going to talk about in terms of narratives and story points. V5 win, they're in. They get to 10 wins, they go to playoffs.
Yeah, and right, it feels like, I mean, they're guaranteed playoffs with their scoreline, but still, it's always nice to have that confirmation that you've locked in, that stress isn't on your mind anymore of like...
impossible to mess it up.
Exactly, right? Because who knows, if in your mind you could be like, one loss, what could that turn into? How does your team react to that? But luckily for V5, with the chance to lock in here today, they should be fine.
They should be fine, and... Look, we can talk about that losses a little bit from V5 as well, because look, no disgrace in giving your best, and that's, you know, that's kind of how we have to look at these guys, because they did give their best against Weibo, and yes, it wasn't enough, and Weibo are that team that we just saw can turn it on or off depending on their kind of setup of the day, but V5, they did lose to them, but it wasn't a total blowout. They did show some, again, great play from themselves.
Yeah, and right, it just goes back to one loss doesn't define you. In the LPL, you get like 3 or 4 losses, you know?
Yeah.
Even thinking back, right? RNG won MSI in spring. They won the split. They lost to WE in spring split in the regular season. So it's like, seriously, it happens. But I do got to say, once we take a look back at that series, we talked a little bit about it earlier with the Shy, about like Rich just got absolutely decimated. That made it hard. It felt like a lot of V5's team fights and setups this time weren't on point, which is crazy because they've looked like the best team fighting team in the league. You look here, Rookie missed a couple of Qs. He actually missed the charm to start this fight off onto the Shy. Renata ult not able to get a lot of value. And then V5 are just kind of like forced into this pit with no tools left to where Weibo are able to take it. So things like that not only happened this game, but happened a few times throughout the series where not like the synergy wasn't there in terms of setting up combos, and they were just getting forced off of objectives by Weibo's superior setup.
Yeah, and again, just even here, you can see them kind of throw everything at the Shy. I will say it's a great hostile takeover to stop them going for it. Yeah, the pillar was huge at stopping out Rookie there, and it does feel like, yes, there was some very kind of uncharacteristic faux pas, shall we say, from V5, but when they were able to bring it together, that's when we saw the V5 of the split, and even of Spring as well, because they are still monsters.
Yeah, and I think you could still look at them and be one of the teams you have the most confidence in going forward and, you know, being a potential favorite to taking the split. So one small hurdle, I always think it's better to have it happen in regular season than happen in playoffs.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If you could drop it in regular season, definitely not as horrible as dropping it in the gauntlet, but again, you know, see how V5 bounced back. Of course, they did just play their best of 3 versus Weibo. They lost that. Of course, this is their first series back off that. So we'll see how that momentum ends up shifting. But speaking of momentum, we got to talk about LNG, because LNG, where have you been all my life? More specifically, where have you been all split doing? Because he finally showed up and was able to bring them a pretty convincing win in their last series.
It, like, the fact that Duinby was on point again was like the highlight of that LNG series. They played against Ultra Prime, and Duinby and Tarzan were just having fun with them. Great performances on Silas. We saw some huge Viego performances come out from Tarzan. And just overall, this LNG team, with the substitutions they've made of bringing Lumao back onto the roster and bringing Panda C up in top lane, like, it might not always be about individual play, right? It's about how the team comes together holistically.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the way you kind of like look at how LNG have been able to kind of bring themselves back, it does feel like Tarzan stepped up, and Duinby kind of said, okay, if one of us can step up, I can step up too. And that's going to be the big thing here against someone like Ultra Prime, who sadly have had actually a little bit of an unfortunate split, but still a very solid team.
Yeah, I mean, Ultra Prime is a team that, like, no matter how they're coming together as players, like as a unit, individually, they do have strong players, right? So I think beating them is always a nice boost to your confidence, or like a nice, let's say, litmus test of skill. And like we said, Duinby really having a pop-off game on the Silas and setting up for Tarzan. Kind of the mid-jungle combo that we were waiting to see all split long. And even just better mid-game decision-making, better like knowledge of how to play around these objectives, like having people zone out the pit and not just opting into these flips.
Yeah, I think that was the big thing there. There was a very clear call. There was a cohesive unit moving forward, and they made it work for themselves. And even things like having the Lucian Nami come out, which we saw completely fall out of favor, they showed that there is still value in this pick if the enemy team can punish it, and that was exactly what happened. I think Light and Lumao just became so much harder to deal with, and that meant that the mid-game spike was so much better for the side of LNG. But now, coming into today, much different beats. V5 are going to feel probably very invigorated, a little bit pride sore as well, coming after the loss to Weibo, and this is going to be a tough one. It all stems from the jungle as well. It has to come from Tarzan in this matchup for LNG.
100% right. Tarzan, when Tarzan's early game is there and he is ganking lanes, he's setting up, like, my God, we've seen this man dismantle the first 5 minutes of the game by himself, and teams have really struggled to play against it. So we're going to be looking at Tarzan, and then for the side of V5, Xiaolongbao coming in. It has felt like V5 have been using Xiaolongbao and maybe opponents they view as a bit easier in Karsa against top teams, but now it is Xiaolongbao's time to come in, step up, and we can see, right, very aggressive in the early game at like that kills plus assists at 15, which is kind of funny when he's lower in terms of first bloods, but his aggression in the early game, being able to find his own advantages, is one of the ways that V5 are going to play, especially when we know that Rookie and Xiaolongbao can work together quite well.
Yeah, they really, really do, and I think it's nice to see the V5 again. They have a fantastic jungler to be able to kind of swap in and out with Karsa, and I think he brings a very different vibe to it as well. I think that the two junglers of V5 do very, very different things for their team, and I think against someone like Tarzan, who is going to be very, very aggressive in the early game, I think that Xiaolongbao should be able to give him a little bit more of a run for his money, and you can even see that, yes, some of these stats can be a little bit skewed because Xiaolongbao hasn't played a lot of games, but still, K+A at 15, huge here for the V5 jungler.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it goes to the fact that since he, isn't getting, let's say, like, full splits of playing time, right? Like, every split we've seen Xiaolongbao, he's pretty much coming in and out of rosters, that it could make his play style still a little bit more, I don't want to say solo queue or anything, but like aggressive, right? Like, he's going to go in the enemy jungle, he's going to look for these plays, he's going to go for a lot of, like, high variance sort of, like, risky plays that can or cannot work out. With V5 as a team behind you, I feel like they typically do. We still remember when, like, Rookie first came back onto the roster, they were still using Xiaolongbao, and just how well those two were linking up, invading enemy jungle together, and just setting the enemy team behind. So when you got Rookie behind you, I really feel like Xiaolongbao can succeed, especially when I feel like Karsa is having a bit of a rough split once again. Really been hit or miss just in terms of, like, the series they've played. Some games he's been on, and sometimes you're just like, man, why are you here? Like the enemy's got to bounce back in top side. Maybe you should be helping Rich, but maybe he's looking for, like, a gank bot or invading enemy side of the jungle. Just all these things. Tarzan does respect Karsa, though, like we heard, so who knows? We might get him later on in this series because you have subs. You can bring in whoever you want, whenever you want. That's how it works.
That's how substitutions work. My God, Lyric, you've got it on lock coming into this one here. I'm so proud of you. But same with the side of LNG. I think that, looking at Tarzan, I think Tarzan and even in some of the series they lost recently, Tarzan was a man of the mission. Tarzan, even in the RNG series, was like a man possessed to just make stuff happen in the early game. And we've seen comments coming out from him as well, where he's like, Poppy's the most proactive early game jumpy in the game right now. If I can play her, I will. And he's proven that time and time again. So I feel like, again, like we've mentioned so many times with this jungle matchup, if they can kind of get that going for them on the side of LNG, if you can unlock Doinb to do Doinb things like we saw in their last series, that's when V5 got to start putting themselves some question marks into this game. And honestly, I think it comes down to the draft of what kind of compositions they prioritize for themselves.
Yeah, that's why I think it could be a little bit of a rough one for the side of LNG, right? I mean, I feel like Doinb's champion pool up against rookies is, like, solidly in favor of Rookie in terms of being able to play everything, to where for Doinb, if they can get their hands back on the Sylas, I have a lot of confidence in him. But kind of beyond that, I feel like a lot of the meta picks aren't his best champion. And then even looking towards the top side, where Panda C has had a rough run in the league so far. He is a rookie. He was the sub for their LDL team, so wasn't even necessarily full-time starting when he did get brought up. But Rich is no easy top laner to go up against. No. So definitely feels like a lot of the lanes are stacked in V5's favor. So there's going to be a lot of heavy lifting on the part of Tarzan. It's going to be even harder when we're kind of saying with champion pools, it could even be hard to come out with, like, a draft that feels good.
Yeah, and I think for LNG as well, they need to start bringing it together. They had a great start to the season. I think they went up to 5-0 at one point, so it was a good one. But they went against a lot of quote unquote easier opponents. Definitely a lot more higher or lower in the standing opponents. So now they go up against V5. Next week they go against EDG, and then they finish it all off against Weibo in their final 5 games. So this is where we start to see if LNG are going to be a playoff contender, because when you have 10 teams in the playoffs, it just means that you can't really have a bad season or a bad series, because if you want to start it in the gauntlet, you're going to have to work exceptionally hard. Again, I always make reference to this because if you look at 2021 summer, LNG and WE made the gauntlet. LNG made it to Worlds. WE didn't, despite WE playing literally the most best of 5s in the entire split.
Yeah, it did fall apart right at the end. I got to say, I feel like LNG are in a pretty good position right now, just from the fact of, like you said, picking up all those early wins. So I shouldn't have too much to worry about. My expectations for LNG are just kind of what we've seen from TT, is that if we can see like this consistency from like week to week, like we know there's going to be mishaps, we know there's going to be hurdles and misplays on the Rift, but if they can keep having competitive showings against top teams and beating out the teams below them, in my mind, that's a win. For a team that was fully on fire in my mind with like expectations going into the split, the fact that they've kind of like readjusted the ship a little bit is definitely a strong point for me. So, hey, if they can bring V5 to 3 games, that's a win in my mind for LNG.
Yeah, I think if you can get it to 3 games, if you can really kind of give V5 a little bit of a hard time. Because remember, up until the Weibo loss, V5 had only actually lost 2 games. That's it, 2 games out of the series. So like only a handful of teams had actually brought them over to the 3-game mark. And I think that it was RNG and Anyone's Legends. So again, 2 of our top 6 teams at the moment. So if LNG can kind of give them the same kind of run for their money, that's where we're going to have to start and see where they're going for. And for V5, don't hit the panic buttons just yet. You lost against Weibo. I think we talked about it a little bit earlier. The Shy is just rookie's kryptonite. That's why he wanted to play with him all the time. It was like, look, I can't beat you, so join me. If you can't beat him, join him and such. But sadly for the duo from the 2018 IG World Championship winning roster, they weren't able to make it work for this particular season. But yeah, I think V5 are going to be very comfortable. They take a win today, like we mentioned earlier, they will lock themselves into playoffs. And even looking at the last few matches, they've actually got some pretty big matches coming up. They play JDG at the start of week 8. They play OMG. That's going to be another playoff game. And then right at the end of the season, they play against Top Esports. So actually the current top 2 teams, V5 have yet to play.
Oh, and I'm so excited to see that JDG one especially, right? You said kind of coming up soon for them. The level of aggression that JDG puts up, how they'll be able to fare. And, I'm going to try and curse this a little bit of like, Sheen, pick and ban. Where is it? We're probably a long ways away.
I've completely forgotten it. I'm so sorry. This is so embarrassing. I have to get this one there. But of course, we are waiting for picks and bans to start. Of course, once we have any kind of update, we will let you guys know. And sadly, we just have to kind of see where they kind of go for it. I think it's just, both teams want to try and build up the momentum, the hype, the anticipation right now before they fully push themselves in, They want to make sure everyone's here. Because I think that, there's so much to think about in this game. And I'm going to let you tell me what you want to think about in this game.
I think that... Oh, wait, I think I want to think about... That's a weird sentence.
There you go. What do you think you want to think about?
I don't really like how you asked that. Honestly, I'm just kind of excited to see jungle matchup. Like, that's why we highlighted it, right? Of seeing specifically what Xiaolang Bao is able to do now that he is being given a chance against, like, again, sure, LNG has their struggles, but going against, like, these top-tier level players... where if he can have an impressive performance, like, who knows? We might just keep seeing Xiaolang Bao on the Rift, because I really have liked his level of aggression. He was a player that I wasn't really hyped about when he was on RNG, and back in 2020, I feel like a lot of his struggles got put on other members, people like Xiaohu back in 2020 when he was in mid lane still. And it's like, no, Xiaolang Bao was just really struggling, I think, to come into like competitive play, especially in LPL, and not be too aggressive or too greedy. And now that he has found his footing, I feel like he's one of the most exciting players to watch.
I mean, he's played 6 games so far this split, and he hasn't lost. He's literally 100% win rate in every single game he's played. And not even just like if they bring him in for a one trick or anything like that. Like, he's played 4 different champions: Rek'Sai, Taliyah, Xin Zhao, Wukong. Like, he has played a variety of different styles of champion. And even the likes of the Taliyah, having that in your back pocket, they're going to say, not only can you not give it to rookie, but it's also a flex, because we can put this into the jungle and it can work with so much. And this is where we start to kind of see what this guy can do. But waiting until, where you want to try and put this particular setup is going to be the crux of it for the side of for V5, because if they can get Xiao Lanbao and Rookie unlocked, that's where this match can get really kind of set up. And again, it's the mid jungle. I always remember last year when we talked about LNG specifically, we said Tarzan and Zoomsy was possibly the best mid jungle in the league. Definitely not that right now, but we have seen some reignition, shall we say, back into that argument.
Look, Sheen, we got roster graphics.
We did.
And I'm hoping roster graphics is a sign. Is a sign pointing to draft. But if it isn't, one other player I want to highlight. One other player we can highlight real quick is Lu Mao. I thought draft was gonna come. I was ready.
You were like, I'm gonna drag it out. I'm gonna see. Oh crap. Moving on. But yes, go on with your point about Lu Mao.
I will say Lu Mao's another player who, like, right, again, heavily criticized for a reason, but I feel like has been looking more solid in the past 2 series as well, and actually has had good moments. So it's kind of nice to see that, again, with what has been maybe like a downgrade in terms of like individual skill and bringing in Panda C and then Lu Mao over Iwandi has been a bit of like revitalization for the other members of the team to actually have to bring it together better.
Absolutely. We could kind of talk about this a little bit as well for LNG specifically, because this is a team that is clearly not satisfied with the results they were getting. They did start off with, kind of like what I wanted. Wow, that was loud in my ear. Thank you very much. But yeah, they started off with, like swapping out Lu Mao into the bot lane over Iwandi. Now they've swapped out Ale and bringing in Panda C. So we'll see what LNG are able to kind of do with this roster. And it has been leading to better results. So we'll see if they can keep up that momentum as V5 get the Talia that we were just talking about. That is a flex between jungle and mid. I will say, though, that Rookie has looked exceptional on this pick, and now LNG, you've got to figure out where you want to take your draft.
Yeah, I'm curious to see where it goes. But now, going straight towards the Lucian. I mean,
Wow.
LNG have been one of the teams that have looked like competent and look solid when they go for the Lucian Nami. Really, one of the only ones is V5 answering back with some spice of their own. Bring out the Kog'Maw. We've already seen Photic play it once this split, the Kog'Maw Lulu, and it was a win. So I'm curious to see how this one goes. I can't remember who V5 played in that matchup off the top of my head, but I remember them completely destroying the bot lane 2v2.
Yeah, it was not pretty, to say the least, but we'll see what it ends up working towards. Photic, of course, has had a fantastic split. You can even think of Photic as a general player at the moment, where he's just been absolutely absurd, just his meteoric rise. Like, don't forget, this is a guy that was on top esports for a while, didn't click at the moment. They swapped him out for Jackie Love, and then finally has found his home on the V5, and a roster that just seems to be working. So very excited to see what he can do with it.
I remember it was their first series of the split against TT, where I remember Karsa's Poppy.
Yes.
And I just remember watching them completely destroy TT's bot lane in this exact matchup and thinking, like, is this supposed to be this bad? So I'm excited to see what V5 are able to do on it against, again, a bot lane who has made the Lucian Nami work so well. So already kind of indexing into LNG, wanting to play a bit more proactively, a little bit more aggressively around the spot lane in the early game, to where V5 feels like you definitely have some options. Even at the first item mark, I feel like Kog'Maw Lulu comes on pretty strong, and having the global presence of the Talia in mid can maybe shut down Light and Lu Mao from finding the aggression they want.
Yeah, I will say as well, just to kind of add on to your Lulu Kog'Maw matchup the last time we saw Photic play it, that was into the Lucian Nami as well. That was into Puff and Southwind on that particular matchup. They did have to match the Galio into the mid lane, but the Talia does a very similar thing of roaming around, setting up these like pockets of area where you can and cannot traverse. So now we can come back into the draft after we saw those 2 big globals that I just talked about from V5 being banned away, the Galio, the Twist of Fate. They're going to go with the Lissandra. It does do something similar, just not as fast.
Yeah, now for V5, where they want to go with their jungle pick. I mean, we still have things like Viego on the board. Right now, kind of going through some other options, but no, wanting to go back to the Trundle. So, gonna at least look to bring a bit more peel onto the board. And again, things like Trundle Pillar can sit up really well from like cutting off the escape path of someone on LNG, maybe setting up for an easier seismic shove coming out from Rookie, and just rounding it out with another frontliner on the top side for Rich.
Getting yourself a front to back. This is just a setup Photic to win composition. Yes, it is still going to be Rookie onto the Talia. Still will be able to do exceptional work with that, but it is going to be a big ask to try and kill off this Kog'Maw. But with the tools they have available to them, it's not like LNG are lacking in answers. If you're able to get some of that point and click CC, if you're able to kite away with the tidal wave and get on top of people with the Lucian, that's where you could find your opportunities here to try and take down V5's Photic.
And I feel like our 2 drafts kind of come into like very maybe general answers of like LNG have opted into full burst, right? Get your one combo onto the Kog'Maw and hope you can take him down and that wild growth isn't like doing enough to keep him alive and that he's not repositioning well. But V5, way more DPS and way more tanky with the front line that they have. So I feel like we're going to be seeing fights pretty consistently. If we get 5v5s, if V5 can live out through the initial burst, they should be able to win out, right? They just have better frontline. They have better sustain stools available on the Rift to where for LNG, they're really going to have to make use of their early power spike to be able to come out ahead. And then I feel like Dwinby and Tarzan, especially on the Lissandra Wukong, are going to have to do a great job of locking down Photic's Kog'Maw to make sure he doesn't become too unstoppable.
That's the big thing. I think if you can keep the Kog'Maw down early, make it sure he's not getting the 2-3 items, at the same spike as your AD carry, that's where you can take advantage of it. But that does mean you are looking towards Lumao and Light to be very aggressive. They need to be making sure this Lucian Nami combination works in their favor, because if you pick this and you end up going to 3 items, you're just not going to be relevant. The range discrepancy the Kog'Maw has over you is just going to be too big.
And that's why not only bot lane, but mid-jungle, enabling them to do so, trying to find the ability to move and make their way down to the bot lane. So our top lane, gonna be, some burly champions slapping each other. I guess Gwen's not that tanky, but, she might as well be that tanky.
She might as well with the resistances and, of course, the immunity. But we will jump on to the Rift for Game 1 as we can now see V5 pushing forward. They'll already get a nice little cheeky ward take away already, so nice start to the game for them, you would imagine, as they kind of sweep out that vision. They know that no one's playing aggressive on the side of LNG.
Does give them a little bit of brush control on bot side as well. Like LNG can make their way in now and try and clear that one out and maybe use Light's Ward to be able to keep up that brush control and get some more favorable trades coming through. But we'll see if they want to dedicate those resources to that. So I think both teams, for LNG especially, right, playing down towards the bottom lane, seeing if Tarzan can provide any early impact. Does look like he's going to be starting in his bot quadrant of the jungle, but still will give openings to be able to look for plays. But V5, I wonder if they're looking to be a little bit cheeky with a late invade.
Yeah, they are. They don't really know exactly where anyone from LNG is, as no one did show. But we now see that Panda C and Rich are going to end up going toe-to-toe in the top side here, but it is just going to be Tarzan starting on his Wolves, and they have full vision of that, so they know that they're there, but that also gives over to LNG that blue buff is gone. So now do they look to try and maybe make something aggressive in this bot side? Photic looking to try and just push away Lumao from this bot side, and again, without your jungler here in the vicinity and a trundle of all junglers on the enemy team, you can't be that aggressive here as LNG.
Even just factoring in that, Lucian Nami definitely not like the most insane at level 1. Something we've hit on a lot throughout the split since we've had it so much, right? Coming online, once you have those full combos in, Lucian can dash forward, get the damage down, and really just prevent them from being able to take over. So they're doing a nice job of trying to keep them away from the wave, and they should be able to hit level 2 first as well.
Yeah, they should be able to go for it, as we do see now Tarzan recognizing that his blue buff is gone, so he's going to be able to trade that one back. Rookie, though, is coming in here with Xiao Lambao. They should be able to secure this there as the Wukong. If he goes for the Gromp, that's where this gets a little bit dicey. He actually hasn't got himself a smite, so he's going to have to go for it. No, he can't. Rookie steals it away, so that's perfect for the side of V5. And Tarzan, he wanted to go for the aggression and sadly was punished for it. Disaster for LNG, but V5, they call it perfectly.
Great job by V5 to put him in that position, right? By invading his jungle, level 1, and making him feel forced to look for the counter jungle on enemy blue. He had top prio, so he's thinking, hey, I could get this, I'll be fine, and I could make it out before anyone's able to follow up. But we already highlighted how good Rookie's been at enabling his jungler and enabling his teammates. Also good at hitting those seismic shoves. Now we'll see what Xiao Langbao can do, because you can even just look to rinse and repeat, but Panda C kind of checking out what's going on around River.
Yeah, XLB, though, is just kind of finding himself around the side here. They do know he's there, though, so Panda C not going to be caught out by this, you would imagine, and no real reason for him to walk over to this. Never mind, he's going to do it anyway, because they know now that the Trundle is here. And Panda C going to skip and snip himself over the wall, very close to getting hit there by that pillar, but it ends up being a good defense here by the top laners. Oh, a good bubble, but Light, he needs to be very careful. Photic flashes away and gets the heal out of him as well. They've burned all summoners nearly in bot side. Only the sports left with their flashes.
Nice response coming out from LNG. That was so close to being able for them to find the kill onto Photic. And when we were hitting on that, they've really been one of the bot lanes who've actually been able to maneuver this solution Nami. It's great to see them keep it up. But now, with Xiao Langbao making his way back towards the bottom half of the Rift, they've gotten themselves both Scuttle Crabs, and they can give some safety to Photic and PP God.
Yeah, a little bit of safety there, as you can see there. Doomby versus Rookie coming out onto your screens there. And again, Rookie second in KDA for mid laners is kind of crazy. Again, had a little bit of a slow start, because he didn't start, to be perfectly honest.
I was going to say, he didn't have a start.
Yeah, it didn't have a start, but when he got back into the league, it just felt like he never left. You can see now, Panda C just trying to be aggressive here, and this could work out in his favor. He's got the Ghost. He's going to pop it. There is no flash here for Rich. One more sniff would be able to do it, but he didn't quite get it fully stacked up, so just going to lose that summoner. The Ignite did come down from Rich, but I like this from the Gwen. This is what Panda C's going to have to do. On this Gwen pick, you need to be getting that early priority.
And just knowing that he is like a favorable time looking for trades in this matchup, like you'd have to be a little bit wary of the Ignite and maybe the all-in at 6, but right, most of the time when we see Sejuani come out, it is into the Gnar because of the kill threat you have when he is in mini Gnar form. I feel like Gwen definitely faring a lot better in this matchup, and Panda C should be able to do just fine. Sadly, I don't feel like top lane matchup matters all too much in the context of this game. It is a lot more about mid-jungle of LNG and then transitioning that down to bot, to where V5, I think, are playing it right, just enabling their bot lane outright. Rookie can be able to deal with his waves on his own and find roam timings as we get the dive.
Oh, we do get the dive. Remember, there's no flash here on Light, but he's trying to turn this one back onto PP God. Not quite able to do it, and that's going to be 2 kills. Again and again, we see our top teams executing on these dives so perfectly.
It was an admirable attempt by Light, was able to force out the flash from PP God and get some damage down. But like you said, the execution of the dive coming out from V5 was just too good. The heavy trading from earlier and the fact that Xiaolongbao just passed straight down to bot had been hovering around this half of the map the whole time, as we're going to just... an instant replay right after it's done. They go in. PP God, actually the one to initially tank. Turret, knowing he's ranged, can back off more easily. Light tries to bring him down by going in. Sadly, isn't able to, which allows Photic to finish it off. And Xiaolongbao had actually been working on Lumao the whole time.
Yeah, really good turret aggro there coming out from the side of V5. And again, like, it's always that thing of people saying, like, you know, oh, no one goes for turret dives. Yeah, I was going to say, they're going to keep going for it. Lumao is going to probably have to force his own flash out of here, or the seismic shove would have hit. And there's so much extra terrain with a Trundle and a Talia. It's so hard to navigate.
And that's what we were talking about, right? That kind of setup where you can put the pillar behind them. And, I mean, if they don't flash, you pretty much guarantee the seismic shove able to come through. So, kind of really cool example of it coming out from Victory 5. But just the fact that they were, once again, so ready to head down towards that bottom half of the map. Sean was like, I don't care about my wolves or anything else going on top side. We know what our win condition is, and they're constantly looking for this opportunity.
Gonna go again. This time around, though, it looks like LNG have set themselves up for success. We do see a replay up on that top side of a good trade coming out here for Rich onto Panda C, but doesn't lead into anything else, and now we can start to see this blue buff 4v4. Welcome to the LPL, where everything's an objective. It doesn't matter if it's one of the big ones, it's got to be anything and everything. But V5 recognize they're not really in a position to contest it right now, and they back themselves away. But they're just showing to LNG you can't get anything for free in this game. And I gotta say, for V5, yes, they have 3 kills. That's 3 kills under a Trundle. Trundle in the early to mid game is obnoxious, to say the least. And he's this fed, it's gonna be so hard for LNG to really do anything about it.
Oh, definitely, right? Even just like looking at their damage, we said kind of coming in under the profile of Burst, and Xiaolongbao eventually is going to get pretty huge and hard to take down. And even going back to that invade, right? Even if you don't get anything, the fact that you pull LNG's members out of their lanes into their jungle, since you will then be leaving first, you get to your lanes first, you're able to just guarantee the tempo and the push to be able to make the next move once again. So at the end of the day, even if that didn't get anything tangible, V5 were still able to keep up tempo with the play that they made.
And that's the big thing, the tempo that we like to talk about there. And V5, they're enjoying the tempo that they have, because you're keeping Light down. He's not even level 6 yet compared to Photic, who is. He's 25 CS down. He has a 50% deficit on his enemy laner. So this is now becoming a bit of an issue. And you pick the Lucian Nami to have that kill pressure, to try and get that first item spike and look to try and punish with it. It's just not really coming to fruition right now. So V5 happy with the tempo of the game, the pressure that they've been able to kind of accrue. And it's just difficult for them to really go for anything here. Look at Numao. He can't even walk forward.
No, the fact that they haven't been able to find an advantage, and V5 have been putting so much attention towards the side, just makes it so easy for them. The poke now coming through, the level advantage. But the thing I'm most curious about is what V5 do with this. Like, do you try and keep isolated lanes and play for Herald, because we do see Xiaolongbao up there now, or I wonder if they would eventually rotate. It does look like they're going for the dive.
They're going to go for the straight dive. They're going to put the exhaust down. Photic, though, may have gone a little bit too far forward, and he ends up paying for it with his life. The Wild Grove just came in for PP God, but just not quite quick enough. And that means they're going to end up trading him. Not quite sure. I think that's worth it there for V5. They go very aggressive and end up trading 2 summoners for the side of 1 on the side of LNG.
I think it's definitely not, just even from the standpoint of Light survived, Light's able to pick up the wave and get the push to where maybe had you taken out Light and both AD carries go down, it's like, okay, he still keeps up his advantage, but not to the same extent. We'll be able to get Blade of the Rune King, and at the same time, as we were wondering what V5 would do, they're getting engaged on.
They are getting engaged on. Xiaolan Bao has to flash over the wall, as he did use the subjugate as well. Tarzan was in a good position, and we haven't been seeing a lot of Tarzan in this early game, mainly because of the early game plays from V5. But now that he's at level 6, that Cyclone combination alongside the Glacial Tomb is going to be pretty significant if they can find an isolated target.
Yeah, not going to have the Cyclone up for whatever they want to do now, though, so I don't know if V5 would maybe try and look for some sort of Drake play, but with Xiaolan Bao also not having his ulti up, feels like it could be a little bit hard.
Oh, Rookie forced to flash away. He did have the cleanse, though, because of the spell book, so he keeps himself alive, but that means LNG, they get full priority on this Dragon, unless we see a steal coming in from XLB, which he's nowhere near for this. That means first Dragon to LNG. Very well played.
LNG just kind of punishing some missteps coming out from V5, despite them having that gold lead. We're going to go back in, and I mean, PP God's already 6 here. I don't know if maybe just slightly too low.
No mana.
No mana, yep. Slightly too low on the mana to be able to come forward to go for this.
Oh, God. Not gonna lie, slightly terrifying. Thank you, observers, for that particular nightmare fuel coming into the game. But Doomby now recognizing that he had priority in the mid lane. Rookie did have to back away, so he gets himself a push in mid, equals up the CS there. And now we start to see where you want to try and go with this one here, because you got Blade the Ruin King with V5. How do V5 want to continue to play this early game? Because they're being very aggressive.
I mean, their blueprint, stock and standard. They're doing it now once again. You keep hovering, you know, like around mid. Rookie gets his pressure. Probably could have even gotten him for free at that point, considering that Doomby had just used a lot to push the wave. And then make your way down to bot like this, trying to force the aggression. The nice thing is LNG have read this well. They've actually even brought Panda C down to the play. So if LNG can bait a fight here, it would be huge.
I mean, the wave's going to push in now in a second. Panacea even drops down a little ward there for Doomby to maybe see if he can catch somebody out. But speaking of catching somebody out, the Aqua Prison is magnificent. And LNG, like you said, they read V5 like a book. And V5 don't have an answer for this because the TP brings you straight back to top.
The thing is, there isn't really too much you can turn this into in terms of neutral objectives, right? No Dragon on the map, no Rift Herald. And with Xiaolan Bao hovering in the area, they can't even turn it into a plate. So it is a nice kill, especially just trying to get Light back in like reaching distance in terms of CS, because right now Photic 114 compared to 76 for Light. But yeah, so it was a nice little bit of relief, but doesn't turn into too much pressure for LNG.
It won't turn into too much pressure, but it does keep V5 on their toes. Rich will take this moment to take away a camp on the LNG side, and now LNG with that Dragon in tow. They've got 3 minutes to the next one. They are trying to see if they can get back control, and again, we're back towards this blue buff lyric. XLB alongside V5's Rookie and PP God should be able to secure this one in terms of a steal, and there should not be any repercussions. As I say that, though, they might try and go on top of this one here. Rookie doesn't have flash or cleanse like the last time he was in mid lane, and a great capitalization from LNG. They keep picking up these picks and keeping up the pace of the game.
And we're seeing the difference in LNG moving as a unit, right? After the early shenanigans, they've been so wary, so we're seeing Light, Tarzan, and Lumao consistently walking together, and they're catching out these isolated members of E5 who are either walking alone or walking in pairs of 2. So they will be able to rack bot lane and try and stop this Herald from going down. Will be able to get a pretty sizable charge, but it feels like a lot of the momentum that V5 had has stalled. Despite the fact that they're still in a gold lead, it's been LNG back to back to back finding the kills.
Yeah, don't forget, this was a 3-0 start for V5. Now 4-3 in terms of the kills. Only about a 1,500, not even gold lead coming out for them now. The Dragons will do well for LNG if they can get those stacking for themselves. And Panda C's almost up to level 18, level 11 now as well. So with that Riftmaker, he's going to be pretty damn significant in these team fights if he can get onto Photic. And that's where we're going to have to try and look at ourselves. But we'll wait until see when that happens. And if that will be happening anytime soon. For the moment, we are just going to try to see both teams trying to gain control around this Dragon Pit. Still a minute 30 until that Dragon spawns, but already V5 getting some decent vision control around that mid lane, especially around those ramps as well.
Yeah, V5, they just keep rinsing and repeating in terms of what they're looking for. If they were able to get some deeper vision into enemy jungle, they then at least could have a better idea of Tarzan's path. I believe they did just spot him with the control ward they had around red buff. Because if they do that right, you can try and time these windows to where you know they can't stack and match you with numbers, or do cheeky things like they did before with Panda C in terms of like him being down there as well.
Yeah, now with the turret plates down, this turret is pretty easy pickings for the side of V5, especially when you've got that Bio-Arcane Barrage. You just get yourself the extra little bit of range there. And now Doonby, he needs to be a little bit careful. He will get the Everfrost down. And oh, that's a little bit of an unfortunate misstep there from XLB. His pillar actually knocks him off the seismic shove, so they weren't able to bring Doonby back. And that means that Doonby shall live to fight another day.
At the very least, V5 do open up the map, so we'll be able to give them maybe a little bit more freedom to move around. Dragon coming up in 30 seconds. Rift Herald also coming up in 30 seconds. So we're going to get to see how the teams opt into this choice. LNG, with a team with Prio in top so far, you'd assume maybe want to try and make a swing for this, but V5 already forcing their way in just through their own jungle.
Yeah, they're just basically committing their entire bot lane because they've already taken the tower. They don't need to push in that bot side. There's nothing really for them to take, so it's going to be Panda C just getting pushed in this top side. Does not have TP to try and rejoin his team, and it looks like they're kind of caught between two things. It looks like, honestly, V5 could probably take both the Rift Herald and the Dragon. They've already sent Rookie down towards that bot side. They can rotate back up, and with the Weaver's Wall, he should be totally fine to be able to kind of contest this objective in the next few seconds.
Yeah, well, they at least will get a head start on Dragon, but with recalling Rich at the same time, I don't know if they would necessarily look for a posture on topside, but the fact that LNG still aren't starting this up means you're right. V5 actually might be able to take this and then look for a fight around Herald. You can see pings coming out already.
Yep. Here they go. The objective's already been started now as Tarzan's finally there, but he needs to reset it because he's already not in a great position as Lumao. Photic, Lulu, Kog'Maw, my dude. It's so obnoxious. The extra picks damage is actually absurd. And now you don't have a flash on Lumao. You got to be so careful with the next time you step up.
And you just see there, right? You throw the speed up, you throw the shield, and Photic can just run forward unafraid of what's going on. And beautiful seismic shove coming out from Rookie as well. So things so far just connecting. But Rich and Xiaolongbao are also an important part of this equation. Rich locking someone down with his ulti and Xiaolongbao taking up damage would be huge. But it looks like LNG actually just going to opt into giving this one up. They don't have confidence in taking the fight. They'll be able to push in mid, but that's about it.
Yeah, they're going to try and maybe go for the fight afterwards, or maybe just deny the take because V5 had already reset Rookie, so they couldn't really go for this. And with the push in mid lane, they gave up the Rift Herald, but not really.
It's so crazy too, right? Because V5 having the confidence and thinking the same thing, right? They're thinking, oh, LNG are contesting, they're giving it up. They just have Rookie go for the base, thinking it's fine, we'll get this ourselves. And LNG kind of coming a little bit later, dissuading them from doing it. Nice move from LNG to make sure that nothing going over in the end, because if not, right, they weren't trading, they weren't cross-mapping, they weren't finding anything else. Maybe they would have theoretically been able to get a bit more damage on the mid-turret, but that would have been it.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, I'm loving this almost 5D chess-esque kind of setup for both these teams. Push and pull. As even we think V5 has completely outplayed LNG. LNG kind of called their bluff and say, no, you don't get free resets off this. Yeah, you'll get the experience and the little bit of gold for killing the Rift Herald, but you won't get the actual benefit of it. So really like that coming out from the side of LNG as we see now Rich and Panda C trying to go for something here, but there's Xiaolongbao, and yeah, you're dead, my son. There's not really a lot. That was just a really good bait there from Rich.
Yeah, and we already saw him actually, he chunked out Panda C quite a bit himself, bring another melee champion up, trying to stack that passive even more. He had the Ignite, and now with the Demolish, going to get some serious damage down on this turret. So V5, even if they've given over quite a few picks and there has been some sloppiness, they've at least been winning in the objective game as Rookie's caught out.
Yeah, he's going to have to flash over the wall. You know that was happening there. If he gets caught out by another Aqua Prison, he is almost certainly going to die. Tarzan will get his red buff steal, so nice little objective there from that. And honestly, I think LNG have done very well at just keeping Rookie very much quiet in this game. But if V5 aren't a team that just rely on one player, they are a cohesive and terrifying unit set up of 5 different carries from all different lanes. And you got to respect it on all sides. Yes, you get Rookie down, but look at Rich, look at Photic, look at XLB. They're all so big at this point.
And especially like keeping up in items like you said earlier on, like Light and Lumao not able to find that advantage. Actually, almost 50 CS behind. And Photic, once again, having complete trust in PP God, just running him down.
just, it's so close as well, because Photic needs to be that very, he can get so much damage down and probably kill a lot of different members of the side of LNG if he can continue to get the support from PP God. But if it goes wrong and he ends up getting called out, remember, he doesn't have a cleanse, so he gets caught out by the Frozen Tomb into an Aqua Prison or even vice versa, he will just get obliterated.
And let's remember that Lucian's effective range is like a little bit longer than what you would think for like a burst trade, because you could just like ult and Gale Force, and that would, you know, that potentially could force Wild Growth to come out, or Photic to use his flash in a situation like that. So you're definitely right in pointing out there are things to fear for Photic, so to not get too far ahead of himself, but also having the Blade of the Rune King so early, right? He's been able to keep up with the sustain and make sure that he's been fine in lane. And there it is. Ginsu's coming in clutch. So Kog'Maw going to be at an incredibly strong point right now in the game. And you can see V5 already maneuvering on top side, getting some deep vision down. I believe they've had that control ward up there for quite a long time and potentially going to start fishing for picks.
Fishing for picks, or even just fishing for camps. You're denying Tarzan getting up to a second item, and we talked about how pivotal Tarzan is going to be in this jungle, and right now he's falling behind because he can't really contest the Trundle. This is why you pick the Trundle. The Trundle fantastic at just stopping you from doing anything really in that jungle in a 1v1 situation. Light doing exceptionally well at just dodging everything, and now here we go. Doomby's already on the backside. They jump onto Rookie, but he's no flash, and he's already dead. They pop down the exhaust onto Photic, and Photic gets wild growthed, as we can see. Panda C gets completely crippled by the exhaust on the other side. Doomby, though, trying to run away. It's a double kill. Tarzan tries to get back onto Photic, who flashes away. They've still got some decent damage, though, with Light. As you can see, Lumao and Light on this Lucian Nami combination, trying to make it work. The cleanse comes in, and he keeps himself alive. Not quite able to hit him with the living artillery. Oh, never mind. Right on the backside, Photic stays alive. It's a 3-for-3 and an all-out brawl in the mid lane.
Man, Photic playing that so well, like almost pixel perfect on things like the flash, being able to kite out some of these key abilities, and they're still going.
They're still going, but this time around there's a turret, so there's going to be a kill back, so it's a 4-for-4. I don't think the Lulu wins this trade, unfortunately, PP God. So 5-for-4 in favor of LNG. This is starting to heat up to be some kind of a banger lyric.
The over-aggression catches V5 in the end. But you're right, V5 had some solid moments in that, LNG had some solid moments in that fight. Doomby being able to get to the backline right away and setting up for a huge engage to come out. And now LNG keeping Tarzan on the map. We'll have first track on the Dragon, but XLB's here.
XLB is around, but he's not going to be able to contest it with Doomby and Panda C all in the area. Definitely would have been a one-way trip, and not even one that's guaranteed to give him success. But let's have a look at the replay here, because again, Doomby with a fantastic flank gets himself into a position where they just don't see him coming.
No, gets right behind and knows he's going to just outright take Rookie out of this fight. So having now a 5v4 for the side of V5, but Doomby took a lot of meaningful damage in the meantime. But look at Photic here, just kiting out so well, getting charges of his ulti available. And then we're going to see Tarzan look for the engage with that flash, almost pixel perfect to make sure he doesn't go down. On the opposite side, though, we see members like XLB and Rich trying to buy time, which opens them up for Light to go in. But once again, like V5 seem to understand so well, it's about putting our bodies between the enemy team and Photic so he can survive, so he can dish out the DPS.
Yeah, Photic stays alive, and even then he goes a little bit too ham. I'm going to have to stop myself now with Panda C. Gets hit by a little bit of CC himself, but Rich now no longer has that Glacial Prison. And now has to back himself away, so you can see the kind of little moments there coming out. Doomby on another flank. This time around, there's a pink ward to spot him out, so they're going to know exactly where he is. He's going to go try and get in, but with the pillar and, of course, the polymorph, he's not able to make it work. They do get the tower, though, in mid, and Rich is taking a fair chunk of damage. Ooh, Lyric, this is starting to become a very tentative game. It seems to be whoever gets the better angle seems to have the advantage in these fights.
I mean, both teams understand how they should be playing this out, right? We've seen V5 kind of realizing in terms of the front to back, in terms of the peel, and LNG constantly looking for Doomby to find the angle, to find the flank, to be able to come in from. As we're going to go back once again. So I guess this is how we ended up where we just were, Photic being dead and them angling for mid. Just kind of constantly over-aggressing, right? Having a lot of confidence because he is incredibly strong right now. We've seen him able to solo dive or maybe duo dive, right? Him and PP got always together consistently, but you're getting to a point to where it just feels like you're downplaying LNG too much. Things like the bubble, things like the wave coming out from Lumao can lock you down and allow Light to find the burst.
Yeah, and Photic does have a QSS now, but that is going to delay him a little bit in terms of becoming the super carry in the late stages of this fight, but it should keep him relatively safe. But that being said, like, there's so many things that you have to look out for. You've got the knock-up from the Cyclone, you've got the Frozen Tomb, the Aqua Prison. Even just the knock-up and the slow from the Tidal Wave is going to be significant against something that Photic has, so needs to be playing a little bit more respectfully, as finally the mid lane's going to start to take a fair bit of damage. They do have a little bit more in their pocket, but now you can see with Panda C and Tarzan trying to look for something here. We can see the Cyclone coming in. They're going to jump straight in. Panda C just using the needlework to back everybody away. And both teams just posturing very aggressively. I will say V5 do look stronger at the moment, especially if they can keep Rich just tanking in the front line.
Especially if Photic can keep getting his poke out, right? If you can do that, then it should be pretty good. For LNG, at least, to do the sustain coming from Nami is Rookie uses the wall to separate them.
We've seen this before. Tidal Wave comes out to try and clear out this wave. You got Rookie doing some decent one, but at the double trouble on the bubble as they're going to be able to burn down XLB. And now one of your frontliners is no longer here. You got to back away now as V5. And again, we've seen V5 try and use that Weaver's Wall to force the tower to go down, but LNG call their bluff every time.
Well, it also just, this reminds me of V5 in playoffs so much, where, like, if V5 can't brute force you, they just don't know what to do. And, like, this is a game where V5 would be fine, like, playing a bit slower, getting on objectives first, as they're still finding the poke, but, like, if they're playing around dragons, getting there first, able to force LNG into them, but they keep running head first into LNG. Head first every time. It now hasn't worked, like, 3 times in a row. Just makes you wonder when they're going to learn.
Tower still stands.
Yeah, I mean, it's even kind of weird to me that we're getting a replay like straight into this. They try to wall them off. They really just want to bring this tower down or force certain members into a small area so they can land their CC and land their damage, but they're not able to do so. And LNG have great CC chaining to come through. The Everfrost, the Tidal Wave, the Bubble, DoinB with his W with his ultimate. Just so many ways to keep them there.
It does feel like a little bit of a lack of respect coming out here from V5. And
I got it. I got it, Ashin. So, Photic, right, has been under Jackie Love. Jackie Love, if you don't know out there, has this great interview where he says he loves Kog'Maw because you can maximize your damage since you can still deal damage when you're dead. So maybe Photic's playing with that philosophy of like, hey, I am not getting the most out of this champion unless I keep just running. So learning from his old sensei.
His old sensei. You gotta respect the teachings of the old way. But finally, V5 take down that mid turret. It will give them a little bit of pressure now towards this mid lane. But with 2 dragons already in the back pocket for LNG, and it being a Cloud Soul, they could start to go for this. That's a significant chunk of damage they want to Photic. You can see now 3 items onto Light. He's looking fairly dangerous and feeling very confident. He goes in with the Relentless Pursuit and really wants to try and punish out Photic, who's already kind of at the moment where you're hovering over that wild growth as PP God.
And again, I feel like V5 are just playing this like with too much urgency. Like they're so often the ones aggressing into LNG, and it feels like it's giving LNG just a free time to layer their CC, land their abilities. We'll see if they can get it here.
Here we go. They're not going to get the steals. It's going to be Soul Point there coming out. Tidal Wave trying to separate XLB from the rest of his team. There's going to be a good Glacial Prison, but Rich can't really follow up. Again, Rookie and PP God trying to just keep Photic away from the backside of this fight. Tarzan got to get himself over the back of the wall, and this is still great from the side of LNG. They're just kind of pulling V5 away, and again, V5 are half committing to that fight, half not. It doesn't feel like the V5 from the start of the split.
I mean, with the way the game has been playing out, I actually kind of have more confidence in LNG.
Yeah, for sure.
To be able to win out, just for the fact that it seems like V5 just keep making mistakes. I mean, again, they're going to have phenomenal damage, especially as we see Photic keep stacking up items, now hitting the Runon, so it's only going to get harder and harder. XLB getting his Randuins as well, but seems like LNG are on the same page. They're constantly staying grouped up and just finding the right moment to send DoinB in. Really feels like DoinB has been the one starting off with like a lot of the CC, and it's been Tarzan and Light to be able to follow through. I mean, think about it, right? Think about how rough this game was for Light in the early game. He got focused down. He's actually still like 50 CS behind, but he's 5-2-3 and has a huge bounty.
Yeah, and LNG are also ahead in gold. LNG are the ones that are actually, kind of putting themselves into a very decent position. I will say you've got the Rabadon's death cap now for Panda C, so if he's able to get on the Photic will have to drop the exhaust immediately, you would find, for him to be able to try and keep himself alive. And but like you said, 3 items and the QSS still available. Photic has the exhaust and the flash, and we're starting to see a second exhaust coming out for Rookie on his spell book, so he's going to be in a position to try and, stop anyone else who tries to get on top of this Kog'Maw, but only for a little while. You only get really kind of one use of that for the, kind of cooldown that it is on, but Now we start to see where this game goes. And honestly, Lyric, where do you think it's going to end up happening? Because Dragon's out for 3 minutes.
First, I gotta say, the Rabadons I find so weird considering that there's already Force of Nature. There's a QSS on the enemy Kog'Maw as well. You know XLB is going to be going into Magic Resist as well, like already picking up the cloak. So definitely feels like some Magic Pen maybe would have been a little bit better. But kind of talking about in terms of where we're looking at next, I definitely want to see V5 kind of calm down a little bit. I like what they've done, get a bit of shallow vision around topside, and you could start playing to get this down. And play the long con of like kind of weaving in and out, forcing LNG into their jungle, trying to see if we can get some of this damage down. If one of them walks even a bit too far forward, you put the pillar, that can turn into a seismic shove. That could be a pick that leads to a winning fight. And LNG doing a nice job of playing out through sides with the Gwen, knowing that Rich shouldn't be able to match it.
Right now, V5 just being confident, moving forward, getting their vision down. It has been equaled out, though, by LNG. They know that they have some semi-decent setup here, but it's 5 members of V5 here. Photic taking a lot of damage here from the culling. You got the Imperial Mandate now onto the Nami, and especially with the setup that the Lucian has, you've got plenty to go for. Now Photic trying to just see if they can cover this mid lane as Panda C joins up with his team. It could be a full 5v5, but the mid wave has been kind of protected for the moment by LNG. They're not quite able to get those minions to go with them, though, as they want to be a part of the fight. Now the Baron is a real moment here as Panda C, very aggressive, but he's got the W, so he's immune.
Yeah, he's just playing the role of frontliner so well, trying to make sure they can't come in, but might be bursted out.
Is he playing the role of frontliner very well? Because he just got himself caught out. He tried to go onto Rich, and Rich is the frontliner, and it's just completely cursed, just as you say it. Panda C gets over-aggressive and honestly just unnecessary. They didn't even burn anything on the side of V5. He wasn't even on the Photic.
Man, you just can't compliment players in this league.
No.
We were building up the V5 bot lane at the start of this one, then they start running it down. We build up Panda C, runs it down, and now, you know, V5 are doing a great job with this Baron. There it is. Let's see what happens.
Yeah. Good job, Lyric. I love the drama. I'm loving the setup right now. But let's see what they're able to do. You can see Photic is the only one really on this kind of Baron right now. A couple more seconds till Panda C is there. He does have the TP, so he's still about 20 seconds away. And now they might try and look for a big fight. As you can see now, they're going forward. Photic does get the wild growth for himself. They're trying to burn him down, and he's dead. They've gotten rid of the Kog'Maw, but they still have damage at Rookie. They didn't quite get the Baron just yet. And Doinby now trying to see if he can get away. The ultimate from the Sejuani completely whiffs as Light tries to go forward. He gets jumped on and shut down. 950 gold over to the side of the Sejuani. You can see Panda C wants to try and help out his team, but he's just a little bit too late. And LNG, they almost had it. These health bars are low. Panda C, he's got to try and maybe make something work.
The curse wasn't strong enough, but V5 now should be able to secure themselves this Baron coming through. I love it. This time using Photic as the bait, still able to get a ton of huge damage out. I mean, Panda C can go for it, but it'll be dicey.
It will be very dicey. He's going to try and maybe get some kills off the back of this
die.
one here. He's not going to die just yet, though, because he's going to be able to take down Rich out of the fight. Now XLB's trying to run away, and he's the Rookie completely untouched, though, right now. As I say that, he's forced to flash away, and oh my lord, Lyric, those health bars were low. It was almost a hero play from Panda C, but V5 just play it too well.
It was almost a hero play, but even with how long he waited to do it right at the end, we got Baron, so he would have found a few kills and it would have led to Dragon, but I feel like LNG could have just gotten Dragon anyway had he just stayed in mid and then they moved to Dragon first like they're doing now. So definitely feels like a play that was a little bit redundant in terms of what the goal was.
Well, the goal right now is going to be get away from this Dragon Pit. We do not have Panda C to put any kind of pressure onto Photic. Even without summoners, you still have to respect this Kog'Maw. And the game seems to have shifted gears again. LNG had a very solid mid-game, but the late game has come, and Kog'Maw is still very much here.
And we can go back to this initial fight. We need to remember this is a 5v4. We might actually have to end the replay soon, considering that V5 are aggressively pushing up on the bottom left-hand corner of our screens. But Rookie getting some nice damage down. They commit onto this pretty long, but hey, no more replay.
No more replay. There's the tidal wave coming out. Photic trying to see if he can get away from this tower. The tower will go down. Tarzan's on a bit of a flank, as is Doinby. They're looking to try and see if they can pinch them in. These health bars are getting relatively low, but you still got to respect the kiting. You still got to respect the damage that can come out. Good vision control here from V5 means they know exactly where Tarzan is at all times, and they can still keep themselves at safe distances. Now, can they push this into another tower on the bot side? It's 11 minutes and 30 of this Baron, but Tarzan, he's still looking for that flank.
Yeah, Tarzan is a man on a mission right now, trying to find a way in around the defenses of V5, but V5 doing a nice job of kind of keeping Rich off this angle to just spot him out and mark someone on the enemy team. And yeah, they're just going to be able to guarantee that they get this. So kind of finally finding a bit of a meaningful gold advantage, making it up to 5K gold lead.
Yeah, 5K gold lead now. Really putting the pressure onto LNG. LNG really want to try and take this fight while Photic is down on Summoners. They want to try and kill him off while they have an opportunity, and he's not at his strongest. But now knocking on the inhibitor door on the bot side. Doonby already down so low. The ebb and flow will do enough, but without the mana, he's not really in a situation to keep this fight going. So it looks like they're going to end up losing out on this inhibitor as well, as Ben and Jerry, the two cannon minions in the bot side. That's what I've coined them, and that's what they'll forever be. End up taking up down that turret. So now Tarzan looking for a flank here. He's going to be able to try and put him out there, but with Rookie just playing bodyguard, it's so hard for him to get in on top of this backline.
Oh, they find some CC?
Find some CC, but not really an angle in, so the Weaver's Wall just kind of stopping everybody there. That means that you've already broken up the base on mid and in bot lane, and LNG don't quite find the opportunity to go for it. And you're at full build Photic now. He's got a GA. He's going to be able to turn that QSS into Mercurial Scimitar, so a little bit of extra damage, but in terms of effectiveness in a fight, he's there.
I also love how XLB went for the Mikhails, just again indexing into more safety for your Kog'Maw. If he gets locked down, we'll have that ready for the debuff. Yeah, have that and the Scimitar, and has the GA as well. Like, they really have all in on making sure that it feels impossible for Photic to be able to go down at this point. LNG have been trying their best to find angles into the fight, but V5 have kind of smartly adapted to how they were playing before in terms of they always have one member marking the flanks and marking the side, right? It started off with Rich in the jungle, then turned into Rookie on the side, just constantly throwing out those Qs. So definitely how they should be playing if they want to be able to keep up this momentum. And we can see here, right, when they have Baron, I mean, LNG don't even have the range to walk up to hit a cannon minion. So going to be keeping an eye on when that one comes up again, especially in 2 minutes. But who knows, V5 might be able to take way more in that time, especially as they're setting up the top wave to go into the tier 2 turret.
Yeah, tier 2 will be probably the next move here, the final tier 2. And they haven't killed any of the inhibitors. Ooh, that's a lot of damage. They jump straight onto Zhao Lanbao. He is dead. You have a Mikhail's Blessing for Photic, but Photic's been isolated, and he goes into the GA. They've gotten rid of so many of the tools here for the side of V5. The prison from the Aquafish of Nami is absolutely insane, and out of nowhere, though, they've made us a 2 for 2. They will flash away from Lu Mao, as Rookie is still a significant portion of V5's damage, but LNG not out of it just yet.
The fact that LNG are able to find the picks is so huge. Light and Lu Mao waiting in the brush. So much burst between them, and Lu Mao's buffing up Light. The passive damage coming through the electrocute. We're going to go straight into it. Not even expecting it to come through. Just look how much Light and Lu Mao's full combo does. Even Lu Mao landing the bubble. The CC chain there once again. And then Photic with nowhere to go does get locked down before he's able to flash over the wall. Doesn't matter. There was no Mikhails because the Trundle went down. Your GA was just popped, and he is brought down as well. But Rookie, I mean, you do have 2 threats on the side of E5, right? It's not all up to the Kog'Maw because they were able to kite out the other 2 members of LNG to at least equalize the scoreline.
Yeah, and it's a big kind of momentum shift now. 20 seconds till the Dragon spawn. Still soul point for LNG. They don't feel comfortable. They don't have to fight this. But honestly, no exhaust, no flash, no GA. I think this is going to be your best moment right now to try and kill off Photic and then take the fight afterwards.
The fact that both AD carries are at full builds, like Rookie's close to his Rabadons, which should be his 5th, like we are getting to the point, right, where it's going to be all about how you execute. Still feel like for V5 it should be a little bit easier, but LNG have done a great job at playing around some of this vision. Yes, you're right. They have no idea.
No idea, but the Dragon's going down. That's going to be confirmed and secured here by the side of V5, but the fight might not happen on their terms. They try and go in this one. That's going to be XLB going down, so it's a 4v5. They're going to use the immunity of Gwen as Pandacy trying to get some work here with the needlework, but not quite able to. They're going to have a QSS used by Photic, who's not really able to plant his feet and do the damage. They don't get any more kills, but Baron's up and available, and you don't have a jungler as V5.
V5, though, at least do have, you know, DPS to come through to where, look at LNG, all of their ults are gone, and I'd say they are much more ult reliant than V5 is. So 4v5. We've seen them pull off 4v5 in hero plays before in team fights.
We have indeed. We've also seen them move away from the Baron and definitely the lesser of the two teams. But here we go. Votic trying to get this over the wall. The Baron down to 4,000 HP. They're going to be able to try and burst this one down. Here it goes. No! Stolen! Votic gets it! They didn't smite! Tarzan didn't smite! Oh, it's a rookie error for LNG, and it's disaster for them.
What is this game? Like, we have V5, they were supposed to be the best team in the league. We have LNG, who's been looking better recently. And both these teams keep finding areas to exploit of the others, to keep taking advantage of the mistakes coming through. And oh my god, are we going to be in for a long one? Are we going to be in for a 50-minute fiesta coming through?
No, I can't do it. It's just... Let's have a look at this one here, because how low does it go? Because yes, Votic does damage, but I didn't think it was over 900 smite.
I mean, we're going to take a look. I mean, V5 are doing a nice job of, like, kind of zoning out some of the other members. Gets right to... I mean, we saw it hit, like, about the 800 mark, right, and then able to come through. I think both Rookie and Votic were both spamming their spells on that one. But Tarzan is going to be caking himself for the fact that he wasn't able to secure that objective.
No, and it's always one of those things. I think Tarzan's been exceptional with his engages, but it's those one moments, those one mistakes that can be the difference. The TP coming in, they know he's there though. They had vision on him, so they know exactly that he's coming in on top of this. Or did they? They just seem to have an idea that he's coming in on top of this one here, but they don't know exactly where. So not quite sure where he's going. Will he be able to? He will. So he just TPs and gets himself a little bit of extra time. So just wastes a couple of seconds of the Baron and gets himself back out into the map. But I like the idea coming out here from the LNG. Again, they know it's all about the flanks. It's all about positioning.
Yes, so they're constantly looking for that. 4v5, though, we kind of hit on when they have Baron, it feels like it is a lot harder for LNG to find those moments. Even just walking up to hit the cannon minion is so much harder for them. So V5 are going to finally be able to guarantee some inhibitors to go down. We don't have the TP on Panda C anymore. We'll see if Doinby maybe manages to find an angle, because we've seen, right, if one member gets locked down for a second, the burst between all the members is enough to just take them out of a fight outright.
Doinby's on a TP. Rich is already down below half HP. He's actually getting almost completely obliterated. They go in, they get stasis out of him, and now they're going to try and jump into Votic, but now he's Rookie trying to see if he can get away from this one. The Cogma's dead again. They got the two big frontliners on the backside of this one as well, as Panda C tries to make it work onto PP got an XLB. Again and again, LNG are finding the windows in these fights.
And it's a lot of it coming down to the vision they're keeping up as well, right? They're constantly having wards behind V5, finding cheeky places to put them and make sure they're not getting taken out by control wards. Because you look, V5 do actually have a bunch of control wards down, but they're not spotting out anything. And LNG now able to keep pushing V5 further into their base and should probably be able to take mid lane turn off of this.
Yeah, they should be able to possibly break open the base as well. You do have Rookie, though, so some decent wave clear. But as I say that, he gets jumped on straight away. Light just about kept alive, but he has a GA, so he knows he's going to be K. They get Rookie. Xiaolan Bao is going to be the left to try and just defend this one, and Tarzan goes into a GA of his own. He's very, very low. You need Tarzan to be staying alive right now if you want to try and keep this comeback going for LNG. They don't get the inhibitor turret. They know the timers are coming back up, but these staggered death timers are going to slow down V5.
Definitely going to slow down. And I mean, just the fact that we're even in this position is pretty crazy. We're going to go straight back to the flank. Again, LNG know exactly what their win condition is in these fights. Doinby being a little bit patient is like it's huge damage on the Rich, because he doesn't just want to get focused and zoned out by one member. So he throws all of his cooldowns, knows he cannot keep trading with Votic, so he gets away. But luckily, Light and Panda C are right behind him. They take down the President, and then Panda C able to keep following up with the damage that he has. Another thing to highlight, Votic has sold the Mercurial and has actually picked up Aranduins now. So trying to index into more armor to be able to have, especially with the amount of damage that Light's doing.
Yeah, I think it's just... You can't Mercurial and Mikhail's Blessing and everything in perfect synergy. You're kind of relying on your enemy team, and that's the big thing. It's all about timing when it comes out to these active items. So now 10 seconds till the dragon spawns. Honestly, I don't think that LNG are going to be too upset if they lose this, but they've got Tarzan down below on that bot side to try and maybe look for a bit of a flank. Still
They keep doing it.
They still keep doing it, and they still keep looking for it. They now that Tarzan's there, though, because of the sweeper, so he's been spotted out and now needs to run away. They're going to try and push them back now with the Weavers. wall and maybe make this one work for themselves. Doomby looking to try and see if he can find an angle. You can see Panda C just
Tarzan
getting
can't get
slowed
in.
up. Tarzan can get in. Stolen! The 80 carries versus the junglers. The junglers don't have a smite button. And now Tarzan in a 1v1 against Rich. They do land the Glacial Prison, but XLB in a lot of trouble. Photic goes forward and immediately has to get the Wild Growth. They do take down Panda C, but Photic is the target as he flashes away. Rookie and Photic are so low, but they know they need to fight this team. They know they need to try and push forward because they have an advantage. They get down the Doomby mid laner as Light tries to go away. Photic goes forward, and Photic is huge. He goes back down into GA because he knows he's got it available to him. And after all is said and done, Lumao is left all by himself. LNG got the soul, but V5 will pick up the win.
In the end, they were able to protect the member they needed. Photic stayed alive, and that is all V5 needed to be able to take this.
Such a back and forth game, and Lyric, I am delighted to tell you and our viewers that is game 1 of our best of 3. God, I love the LPL, and that was an absolute certified banger of a way to start this series.
That game was just so crazy. Like, considering from where we started, of the momentum that V5 had in the early game, to then when V5 just started throwing it away and we're getting like picked off, right? LNG realized of like, hey, they're constantly looking down towards bot side. So then we always saw Tarzan hovering, and we saw LNG kind of walking as a 3-man core. Tarzan was always next to Light and Lumao, so they were finding members of V5 either like by themselves or walking in pairs, so they were always able to take them down. And then just like this back and forth of, okay, Photic is extremely confident and extremely greedy, looking for these kills. He's getting punished. Well, now we're seeing LNG not able to find the flanks because V5 are doing a great job of marking it. Now they are finding the flanks. I don't know, Sheen. It's so convoluted. That's why it's back and forth. And what was that game? You tell me what that game was. I don't know.
I mean, that game, it was a testament to just how good these two teams can be. Honestly, I think that it showed that I'm very positive to what LNG can bring now into this series. Yes, they did lose the game. It's very heartbreaking because they gave it absolutely everything, and unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. But just the smallest little margins coming out here. Photic just getting the flash away, not going into the GA super early, because if he's not consistently putting out DPS, that doesn't go the side of LNG, the side of V5. The fact that Rich stays alive, the fact that they're able to just constantly keeping up these shieldings from PP God, little small margins that make the difference in these team fights. And honestly, I cannot wait for game 2 and potentially, hopefully, please, game 3, because that was just such a close affair.
Yeah, I mean, that game was decided by one team fight, right? I mean, there's a world where they find easier access onto the Kog'Maw in that last fight. Like, maybe, like, I didn't notice if maybe some needleworks missed, but you were able to lock him down. He got so close to dying. Then LNG win the game. LNG literally win the game right then and there. So it is nice to see, especially when we said, kind of for us as what we want to see from LNG, is just keeping it competitive. It's just making sure that they can go toe-to-toe with these teams, because you've been swapping your roster all split long. It's just about finding consistency with the roster you can build with, and then hopefully go into playoffs with a bit of momentum. To where for V5, this was a lot sloppier than I think you want to see for a team that just dropped the series, and a team who, let's be honest, got close to the finish line in spring and then just wasn't able to deliver. And my God, shout out to Light for being able to deliver in this game after being put down so far.
Again, yeah, like we headed up as a you know, oh, the Lucian doesn't do as much in the late game, but Light was doing consistent damage. We saw it so many times where XLB and Rich thought they could just walk forward. Light put about 2 combos into them in terms of auto attacks and of course the piercing lights, and they were down below half. They couldn't just walk forward onto him, and just the items, you know, again, he's still an 80 carry. He still has late game crit items. Fair enough, it's not as famous as something like a Kog'Maw because of the range, but it is just so damn good to see him kind of going forward. And again, LNG, one of those teams that are very much favoring this Nami Lucian combination and kind of proving why that it needs to be respected outside of that early game.
Even Lumao delivering 100% kill participation. So on the side of V5, I mean, we saw V5 had a very clear plan of put everything into our Kog'Maw. They were able to do it. Even the fights where he went down, V5 were at least always able to keep it close off of the performances coming out from Rookie. PP got decent showing, so definitely some highlight things for both sides going in. And like you said, it kind of just makes me excited going into game 2 and seeing what we can have pan out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for LNG as well, they're going to be on the blue side, I would imagine, going into this next game. But we'll have to wait and see. Of course, strange things can happen in the LPL. But yeah, they felt very, very powerful. It felt very much like they had a game plan, and they almost executed on it. So V5, they got to think about what they're doing the next one as well, and maybe not as greedy. Well, regardless of that, we'll see what they're able to do. We're going to send it to a break, and when we return, Game 2 picks and bans.
跋涉，迷雾中找光线。谁甘愿在沉默中妥协？困住，翅膀也要飞得更远。尝过现实中的锤炼，嘲笑声。也不过是雨点，勇者的入场券，拒绝最廉价的怨言。剩多少次吹了过，让独行总有一天会被看见。想升高全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念，粉碎极限，将光之间。冷漠与偏见，也接受不完美的缺点。聪明有多危险？不怕，只怕不够轰烈。剩多少次摔倒过？但独行总有一天会被看见。想宣告全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念，粉碎极限，向光之间穿透这片黑夜，太耀眼，沸腾血液，何来胆怯？心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。流的泪，受过的伤都会终结。被否定，被拒绝多少遍，挡不住勇气疯狂蔓延。一颗心，一双脚都匹配，这条路不走到尾，绝不停歇。每个你，每个我很渺小，却有生而无畏的信念，战胜一切，向光之间穿透这片黑夜，才耀眼。战至闪电，点亮世界，心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。 got that chemistry. There's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that we're never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. There's nothing I can do, baby. My hands are tied. Oh, yeah. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Don't try to fight it. Why would you try?
我这一年的成长嘛，反正就跟着队友们，就是也是一起打了蛮久的嘛，就不管是比赛还是训练赛，就反正就是每次打完都会自己就想一下哪里做的不好什么，就反正就有在慢慢进步嘛。我觉得这样就是挺好的。虽然就是9-1嘛，但是我觉得我们还是有很多做的不好的地方，就还是得就是把问题找出来，然后解决掉就可以了。
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are just coming off the back of a long victory in Game 1 of this best-of-3 series for V5. Of course, your man on the screen, Photic, he was the center of attention for us and, of course, for LNG, and they just could not take him down. He was our MVP from Game 1 on the Kog'Maw. Still keeping up that 100% win rate on that in the split, but at the same time, he had some things to deal with. You could see him chopping and changing. He was so rich, he was changing his build on the fly.
And, like, right, he had some ups, he had some downs in that game, but one thing you can't say is that this man is a coward. This man was fearless. I mean, definitely inheriting something from Jackie Love with how aggressively he was walking and flashing forward, looking for some of those kills. And I love, in his interview, he said, you know, I've just been reflecting, I've been reviewing, and I've been gradually improving, and I'm happy with that. Because I feel like that's something we've seen. Like, going all the way back from his top esports days, to, like, thinking about how he was doing in Spring Split, to where he has come now. This has been a player that I feel like, if you've been following the LPL, we've gotten to see this guy grow right in front of our eyes, and that is just always such like a phenomenal and great thing to be able to witness. And also for V5, having trust in this guy because they were playing so heavily around him, seriously, just investing so much to keeping him alive. We even saw Rich there, right, kind of queuing backwards, trying to get between him and the enemies to just make sure that he can deliver as much damage as possible.
Yeah, I'll say a little bit of a kind of an unsung hero in these situations. PP God. I think PP God was exceptional, just keeping both Rookie and Photic. You can see him almost like two dogs on two leashes. He's like, oh, hang on now, hang on. I got to cooldowns for you, cooldowns for you. Yeah. Keep these kind of things going. But he's always just keeping them in the right place at the right time. And
Rich as
even
well.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that the whole V5 system worked very, very well in terms of keeping it together. And I think, you know, despite them, you know, kind of obviously having the victory, I think LNG did exceptionally well as well. I think this is a lot closer of a game than we probably anticipated coming into the series.
It all comes down to expectations, right? To why, honestly, coming out of that game, it felt like we were praising LNG more than V5, despite V5 winning, because LNG have been a team that we've had such low expectations for this whole split, to where V5 have been a team that, I mean, most of us have been considering favorites for the LPL with how they've looked. So the fact that LNG kept it close, kept it competitive, despite falling behind, like, seemed very conscious of what their win condition was just really impressive, and just keeps being a breath of fresh air from a team who was just disappointing at the start of the split. I do got to say, Panda C's performance, still not exactly up to stuff, but again, it feels like these roster changes weren't made based on who are the best players we can field. We've seen rosters like BLG show that that's not always the way forward. It's about what the system can bring. And at the very least, again, they have been looking more comfortable, even if individually players like Panda C have not really been having the best time against a lot of top-tier top laners, to be fair.
Yeah.
I mean, he just had to play... I don't know. He's been having a rough one, right? We've seen him like play against people like Shanji. They played against Zoom the other day, who again having a rough split, but still playing against like a lot of like top tier top laners or like legends who have proven themselves before.
Went up
and now
against
Rich.
Yeah, like now Rich. There was a lot of different mayors up there that he had to go up against, and had a relatively kind of set. I think 369 is another one he had to play up against recently. So for LNG, it has been a tough start of the one. And before we go jump into picks and bans and start analyzing everything here, I did want to kind of say something. Make note to something that you mentioned very briefly when we were talking about this. When V5 were just kind of overpowering their opponents, not really working for it. I really do want to commend them to kind of say, right, they did take a moment to reset themselves, put themselves in, and reevaluate, which is something we didn't see from them in spring. So very excited to see if they can continue that trend and look to try and continue out a 2-0 against LNG. LNG though on the blue, V5 on the red. They actually ban away the Lucian because it's the only team I think in the league that still plays it, but Light is still exceptional on the pick.
And normally this is where teams would go for the Aphelios, but since it is V5, it does always open up for what we're seeing on the screen now for them to go towards the Senna. They're by far the best, like, Senna Tom, or, if they even want to opt into any other type of quote-unquote support in the bot lane. They've just been so consistent at being able to pull out this pick and to make it work, win out in those extended fights later on. You just find a lot of impact on the map. So we get the Senna, and we instantly go straight into the Xin Zhao as well. Just another pick where Xiaolan Bao can be very aggressive in the early game, but also provide some PO, provide some strong frontline and team fighting as the game progresses.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for Xiaolan Bao, this sort of fits his style as well. Like you said, kind of having that early aggression. We talked about how he had some of the best, early game stats in jungle so far. Again, hasn't played a huge amount of games. Still has 100% win rate, so still looking exceptionally good on this team. And this will become his, actually with this game, this becomes his most played champion of the split so far. He had 2 games alongside his Wukong, but Sivir, Yuumi locked in for Light and Lumao. Honestly, I'm so happy to see this purely because I think Light had an exceptional game in game 1.
So this is exactly what FPX pulled out the other day when they took down Anyone's Legend. So they know they're going up against a bot lane that is not going to put up a lot of threat. So they're like, cool, we're just going to go for the scaling. We have the movement speed that Sivir is going to bring later on. We have like kind of the hyper scaling AoE teamfight ability, but also the Yuumi. And then pairing that with the Wukong as well. They're just going to have so many ways of running and locking Victory 5 down.
Yeah, and that's going to be, again, like you said, just good scaling coming out here. And I like what LNG are doing with these bans as well, saying, look, Rookie, we understand that if we take scaling, you might just go for something like a Azir hyper scale into the late game. We are not going to allow it. V5 kind of saying we're not going to let the Silas through. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised even to see the Lissandra ban coming out here from LNG, because we saw what Doomby can do with it. I have no doubt in my mind that Rookie could do the same thing. And you are waiting on a bit of a primary engage to come out from V5 for the moment.
I'm curious to see what they go with their soul laners, because I feel like typically when you have things like Senna Seraphine or just any type of, like sustain like this that can allow members to keep going in, like Yuumi on the opposite side as well. I really like bruisers who can bring some sustain, and they can kind of just feel like unkillable frontliners with the amount of support that they have behind him. We have a lot of things banned out though, and V5 actually taking away a lot of those like options themselves in terms of like Silas and Gwen kind of fitting that description, but instead going to go straight towards the Gragas. I do also want to highlight that, right, even though we expect it to be Senna Seraphine bot, something we've seen a few times in the LPL now, like, the Seraphine also technically could be a flex and always could go towards that mid lane if they so choose.
Yeah, got the Gragas there, so good disengage there. Of course, nice flash body belly bop. We saw Hoya on TT using it to very great success in all 3 of the games in our previous series there today, but what do you want to go for? Light going to be locking in the Ornn for Panda C in that top side. So getting themselves, again, a good team fighter. Someone who can set up. Yeah, I was going to say, you could go Clid and it would actually work out very well. You wouldn't have a lot of AP damage, but honestly, with a Sivir in your team, you don't really need it.
You would have, like, no AP damage. You would also be blinding it. It would be a terrible idea. But Clid did get buffed this patch. So, like, that's what I want to see. If Doinby doesn't pick it at some point this patch, I'll be kind of disappointed. He hasn't played it this split. But this does give them the AP. It does give them the sustain. Ooh. And on the opposite side, we get Rookie bringing out the Yone. My God, this series so far delivering.
It is huge to see him here. And again, this is what it gives you when you have got the Gragas topside. It doesn't build tank anymore. You get the AP. The Seraphine as well builds AP in the later stages. And honestly, if you can fight team fight with team fight, if you can burst out Light, there is no real damage on the side of LNG. So Rookie's going to have one target in these team fights, and it's going to be Sivir.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting to see how these pan out, right? Because LNG's definitely very short range. You already hit on Sivir in the 500 auto attack range earlier. Like, you need to get up close and personal. Swain, Wukong, all of these champions hitting the same mark in terms of like these like very brawly, very scrappy fights. To where for the side of V5, I feel like it's a little bit different, right? It is a little bit more important in terms of the positioning that you're giving through, because if Senna Seraphine get engaged on by things like the Wukong early on and are taken out of the fight, it just feels like V5 might not have a lot of steam to work with. I'm very curious to see how this mid lane matchup goes, though, of Yone versus the Swain, and to see what kind of impact Rookie can find on this pick.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a little bit of a pop quiz before we jump into the game. Obviously, since 2014, Rookie has had a fantastically illustrious career. How many games of Yone do you think he has?
My guess is going to be 1. For some reason, I
this
feel like
is
he's
the
played
number
it
one.
once. So
this
this
is
is the first
number
one?
This is the first time we are seeing Rookie on the pick. So we're going to have a first professional pick here for Yone on Rookie, or Rookie on Yone, whichever one you prefer. And it's honestly, I'm not going to elaborate any further from that point, as we got a interesting little intro there for the LNG Stadium. And yeah, again, I want to see what he can do with this pick. It's going to be very curious to see if he can find his mark. But if he doesn't find it on the Sivir, you're going in without a paddle. I feel like V5 very much going to rely on him to be the initial kind of initiator alongside kind of the secondary engage of things like the Seraphine ultimate and such like that.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot about how his team supports him, is V5 trying to force their way in, but Light should be fine with the enemy walking in. And kind of looking at how these drafts go, right? I mean, we have kind of 2 bot lanes that want to scale, don't want to do too much. 2 top laners that should be a bit of a wet noodle fight. Maybe Rich can try and find some prio and impact the map like we saw Hoya doing earlier from TT, like he was just constantly giving waves and grouping up. Because V5 definitely having a lot of all-in and aggression coming out from their mid-jungle. It's not mixed damage, so it's not like as hard to itemize against for Duinbi, right? Especially someone who can opt into like maybe an earlier Zanya's or Ninja Tabby or anything like, I guess plated steel caps now, anything like that could make his life a little bit easier. But point is, I expect Shellingbound Rookie to be the aggressors, especially once Rookie, starts getting some levels on his belt, hits level 3 and has a lot of that like all-in short trade potential.
And the all-in short trades that you want to be trying to set up there. And we'll see what they're able to kind of go for as we get both junglers starting on the top side of the map, and they should be pathing their way towards bot side. I do love to see if you can be a little bit more inventive with your pathing. Of course, the idea that, you assume the enemy has information on you and you kind of subvert it can be a massive tool in favor of your arsenal, as we can now see Photic needs to be very careful here, because at level 2, he's not going to have a lot of sustain. And early levels, this Yuumi Sivir is going to be very powerful, just consistently putting back this Senna Seraphine.
Yeah, and again, I saw like Freak put up the numbers right, and actually Sivir's W now being 4 seconds instead of just 3 hits with the Ricochet actually does come out to being able to get a little bit more damage onto enemy champions in the early game, as we see all-ins coming out on both sides.
Yeah, we get the full all-in onto Photic, who ignited on top of him. It will only just be that 1 summoner spell, though, for the moment, as Light did take up the TP. And you've got Luma with the heal in the back pocket. Of course, you never take flash on a Yuumi. You're always attached to someone who usually has one themselves. It's now Tarzan going for a little bit. Yeah, the never move. Huge. The exhaust comes down. I think Rookie knows he's probably going to be dying. He flashes anyway, but a flash over. He gets the shielding. He's going to be coming back to his own shadow. But now XLB trying to see if he can trade this one back. The never move from Duinbi as he flashes to make sure Tarzan cannot go down. They will lose both flashes off the mid laners and junglers. But now Tarzan and Duinbi, the never move. Oh, so close to hitting him. Not quite able to make it. XLB getting the bit of healing. And while that was happening in bot side, we can see that Seraphine is getting a kill back onto the Yuumi and the Sivir. This is an all-out brawl as they finally get Duinbi getting a kill. It's 3 for 2, and Lyric, there's action across the board.
Mid laners and junglers are going crazy. Duinbi might walk into Rookie here.
Might walk into him, but he's going to have to go back to his effigy as a cat decides to try and jump in here. But now PP God, why are you here? You have got flash, and you might have to use it there in a second, but no real CC available to LNG, and we're going to need a lot of replays there to catch up what happened.
We have 5 kills in 3.5 minutes. We're going to see here, actually going all the way back to bot lane. Oh, I guess maybe some more action happening down here as LNG looking for the all-in. Shooting some good trades down. We see Lumao connect the Q. And Light with the flash forward, able to find it with all the shenanigans going on around mid. Completely missed that one coming through. I kind of do want to walk back to mid of like nice gank coming out from LNG, because once again, Yone is one of these champions whose trade patterns put him in harm's way. Like you need to be getting in there. You need to be looking for these like short bursty trades, backing out. And typically a lot of times you're putting yourselves in harm's way. So LNG played around that beautifully. Duinbi was, those first few never moves were gorgeous.
Oh, they really were. Even the fact that he flashes in behind XLB to make sure that when he hits the never move, it's going to drag him away from Tarzan so that Tarzan doesn't die. Really, really well played from him. And this is what we talked about right at the start of the day. Where have you been all my life? Because Doonby, this split, honestly, has been really underperforming. I don't think anyone's going to argue that particular fact in this, setup, because he's really not been the Doonby of 2021, where he was pentakilling on Lee Sin and 100% carrying FBX to 2 back-to-back finals. But now we're starting to see him come back. Now we're starting to see him be that massive mid lane threat and just again add to the massive mid lane pool that we have for ourselves.
Especially when you have someone like Tarzan who is putting up such extreme levels of pressure. So great to see them finally starting to come together as a mid jungle that we'd always hoped to see. To where on the opposite side, Photic not able to beat an annoying nuisance one more time. And for the fact that it is Sivir Yumi versus Senna Seraphine, a lot more brawling and a lot more scrappiness than I think we would expect to see come through.
We can actually talk about the Sivir for a little bit as well. So let's kind of break down the newer style. Obviously, there's a lot of nuances to the way that her mini rework came in. But what power spikes are we waiting for? What are the big moments where this Sivir will just become, the stronger it can be?
I feel like the biggest change is definitely her W coming through, where, like we've hit on, that it used to just be like Ricochet would be your next 3 attacks. Now it is just 4 seconds and also gives you some movement speed. So a lot more potential to get damage out, on top of the fact that before, it could only hit an enemy champion once per Ricochet. Now it can actually hit an enemy champion twice. So your damage potential is a lot higher, especially when we get to these like late game kind of grouped up fights. And the other big change that I gravitate towards is the R, to where now, like, you don't get that instant burst of movement speed. You do still get it, but on kill, it refreshes the duration, and while you're auto-attacking during your R, it actually lowers the cooldown of your basic abilities by 0.5 seconds. So kind of a lot of a potential to get a lot more damage out in these like close-knit, brawly team fights if Light can continue to auto-attack consistently.
Yeah, it's about planting your feet and getting yourself to basically, as I say right here, just get those ricochets out. You can see just even the ricochet going between the minions really just multiple times, constantly making a bit more of a nuisance of themselves. And
you're like an artillery turret, just like
basically with like little boomerangs, little I don't even know what they're called, to be honest with you, giant rings of death. And now PP God wanted a little bit of a honey fruit, but you shall not be allowed to eat your vegetables. You must go back into the jungle and kill some monsters for meat. That is what you have to do right now. But a dragon is live. Lumao and Tarzan looking to see if they can maybe make this one a bit of a quick trade, but they recognize that they know they've been spotted, so they're thinking maybe someone would walk over trying to get some advantage, but not to be, and they should be able to take this dragon pretty damn easily.
LNG doing a nice job of utilizing their prio in both mid and bot to be able to secure this one. B5, we're going to see how they respond. Maybe Shellenbao can try and find something around mid again, but no, Tarzan actually here first.
Okay, so they haven't got the dragon just yet. Tarzan looking to try and just cover his lanes and get a little bit of a trade-off right now. The blue buff will be stolen by XLB and get himself back onto the map. That might give him level 6 right now. No, not quite. It's probably only just about a camp or so left on that one there. As we can see, Panda C looking to try and just be a nuisance here onto the Gragas, and now Rich is actually fully engaged onto this one here, and what is happening right there? I think the explosive cast actually moved Panda C into a better position behind Rich, who may be forced to flash away. The Bellows Breath will come out, but he's not really in position to flash. Oh, Panda C, that's not what you wanted. He thought he could flash, get the brittle proc and the auto attack, and now he is just going to die. Xiaolanbao in the right place at the right time after stealing the blue, and that is the little bits of moments that you're talking about from Panda C that just aren't quite there yet.
Look, Asheen, we're going to silver lining this and be like, hey, this is how you get experience in the LPL. You take the all-in trades, you see what you can get away with, and you learn from there. Tarzan's going to try and use this opportunity to sneak himself a Rift Herald. Xiaolanbao doing his Krugs and Rookie hovering towards bot side. I think Tarzan will probably just end up getting this one for free.
Yeah, probably just... Rookie, seeing if he's looking for a flank, but not quite. So yeah, gonna be able to get the Rift Herald for free, but with all the pressure in the bot side, it's almost 2 plates as well over the V5, so they're not unhappy with this trade.
No, so far doing a solid job in terms of how they're playing out this matchup. We can already see Lumao picking up the Oblivion Orb as well, just with the amount of sustain in that lane. Definitely wanting to make way to that Chemtech Putrefier and make it not so hard to deal with. As we see here, comes out. Actually, he's early. He ended up not getting hit by the cask because he E'd, but obviously also not able to get the second hit of the ram, and then just trying to run him down. I mean, Rich's cooldowns are just so low, right? Able to keep them coming up consistently. His flash doesn't close enough distance for him to be able to get the last auto, and I don't think he'd have enough damage anyway, but still buys enough time for Xiaolongbao to be able to get up here and punish the aggression coming out from Panda C.
Yeah, gives him enough time for the Xin Zhao, and the Xin Zhao in the early game is just so damn powerful. We can see now with the explosive cast, this time around you're being delivered straight to Photic, who puts down the little bit of a root. They're going to be able to auto you down, no problem whatsoever. But with the Senna going up towards that top side, that does mean you have priority bot lane. So can LNG make something work off of this, now that they have the Rift Herald and priority over the Dragon? PP God thinking about maybe he might get dove, but very difficult to do that onto a Seraphine at the best of times.
I'm actually surprised they don't commit to it more, as Doonby getting heavily traded on. Maybe just still curious about if Xiaolongbao would maybe be closer by right now, so they instantly pivot to the Dragon. But now V5 are going to be able to come and contest because Photic just making his way from top to mid, now having Prio so they can come and contest. So Tarzan has to back off. LNG get nothing. Fantastic roam from Photic, created so much pressure.
Yeah, it really did, and LNG just didn't have an answer for it. And even then, like Panda C going up towards top side, he's now down about 25 CS. He also doesn't have a teleport, so if they wanted to go for a fight around this Dragon, it'd be very difficult for LNG to actually match what V5 have available to them. And with the Everfrost available over a couple of half items, you're just nowhere near in terms of the power spike as you on LNG as you are with V5. So great moves around the map here from V5. Really good understanding of how they wanted to try and set this game up. And honestly, it just feels like right now V5 are looking much more comfortable on this game.
Yeah, V5 definitely finding their footing early, which they did do in game one, right? Just typically then they started finding all those, giving over all those picks. They've died a few times, but it has been much better. We've seen them kind of stabilize because let's remember that we had 5 kills at 3 minutes, so actually most of these kills have not happened recently. And they're just doing a nice job of playing around their Senna actually being the one to move. You can see Photic actually hovering around mid right now, leaving PPGod to catch waves.
Yeah, now we can see Doonby trying to use the Visions of Empire, but he's getting caught out just a little bit.
Oh, that's great.
That's unfortunate for LNG, but great for
Yeah,
V5.
I was going to say, I guess it
depending on
depends
your point
the
of view. Yeah, you're losing the Demonic Ascension, especially at this early stage. It's not that big of a cooldown, but it means you can't look for those big aggressive trades at the end of it all.
It just means if V5 are somehow able to force a fight right now while they have all their ultimates up, that Doonby's going to be a little bit of a non-factor, not able to be that drain tank that the Swain usually is. And it looks like now V5 going to commit fully up to this top side with almost all members.
Yeah, they're going to try and see there's the Ornhorn coming out, the Call of the Forge God, just to try and clear out this minion wave, but it's not exactly a damaging ultimate, not exactly a true shot barrage. I will say you end up trading the tower in bot lane. That being said, though, double TP. It's Rookie and Rich. They think it's only one, but it's going to be two. There's going to be a 3-man Everfrost right into the Fate Seal. They will get the Senna ultimate on top of it as well. And this is just absolute perfection from V5. They call the bluff of LNG. LNG did not expect a double TP, and they are punished.
That was a great play, and they're still punishing in mid as well. They're pushing onto this mid lane turret. V5 completely punishing LNG everywhere on the map.
Yeah, it is just, this is the V5 that is so terrifying. This is the V5 that is going to really want to try and make a mark in the playoffs right now, and why we consider them to be probably our top team at the moment, because they are just so good at getting an inch, taking a mile. 4 plates in mid lane and a 4,000 gold lead.
And we're going to see here both waiting, channeling their TPs at the same time. And then just the way the play is executed is beautiful. Rich going in immediately, huge Everfrost like you said, and then we see the ultimate come out from Rookie. Doonby gets away. You were able to lock down 2 members, so the focus was definitely on point for Rich and Rookie.
Yeah, and again, like you use that Rift Herald to try and create the trade-off, get the turret plates, the tower, get something off of that, but you just don't have the position for it. Now Tarzan, seeing that he can't just walk up to this wave as Rookie is so confident on this Yone pick. He's never played it professionally before, but now it's looking like a comfort pick.
Yeah, it definitely is. And now with plates going down, I believe LNG got 6, and V5, I think, got 8 or 9. So definitely V5 being up, I mean, being very far up in gold with how we've been seeing this game go so far, even in terms of CS advantages, which is one area V5 have completely been winning out game 1 to game 2 is just being able to find these lane leads. Both Rich and Rookie are up massively. Heck, even Xiaolong Bao in the jungle, kind of cementing himself a difference with Tarzan, even being a level up is, Rookie not able to connect.
He was looking for it, though. I do want to get your opinion as well on this build right now, because Rookie's going straight for the Blade of the Ruined King. Of course, if you know anything about Yone and Yasuo, they build off of Trip. I'm going to have to stop myself very quickly here. As Xiaolong Bao forced to flash over the wall. Rookie looking to try and see if he can do something here. Still has flash available to him, but will get never moved all the way back. There's going to be the Cyclone as Rookie doesn't use his flash and gets punished for it. So, LNG trying to just get back some of that tempo, and they do get themselves a good kill.
We will see V5 answer with a turret in mid, and assuming Xiaolong Bao starts moving up to Herald now, you would assume that should be something that V5 are looking to pick up. But, you know, in terms of Rookie going towards Blade of the Ruined King first, right, especially because it looks like he's going to be playing a lot of side lane, will be able to help him win out in the 1v1 with the HP damage, you know, you're doing on hit. So definitely indexing into being stronger early in terms of that 1v1. And, you know, we can expect to see things like the Immortal Shield Bow and stuff still be able to follow up later on. So won't be able to lose out too much, and we'll be able to index on some strength right now, because V5 are looking to pick up the Herald like we assumed.
Yeah, they've got full priority on top and mid. They've already taken out the 2 outer turrets there. Massive amount of gold lead now, almost coming up to 5,000 at the 15, nearly 16-minute mark. And this Rift Herald's going to have to give them that bit more pressure. The next dragon spawning in 6 seconds. You would imagine they might try and look to try and confirm their status around there. They've already got the first item being picked up by Photic, the Umbral Glaive, making it so much harder for the side of LNG to control areas for consistent long times. And now LNG, you got to figure out a way to come back into this, because you're just being outpaced. You're just being outrun around the map, and honestly, I don't know how you can come back.
Yeah, for them getting outpaced, I mean, just with how far behind they are, and in terms of really having no one who can play out through sides, it just looks really rough, because they kind of have to give up pressure somewhere on the map and then just overload one side to be able to garner some pressure coming through.
I'm trying to overload it now on top side, but as you can see, it's just being answered right now by V5 to get themselves their second Drake. Mountain Dragon going to be the soul now on the Rift, as Shelly gets to do her favorite thing in the world, headbutt turret structures, and we'll probably get 2 pushes off of this. That being said, Rich goes forward to try and jump onto Light. A great spell shield there from Light. Stops him from getting disengaged upon. They will take a lot of damage, and Light does have to flash away and use the heal from Lulmao, but they do get their man in the end. But while this is happening, V5 are still pushing bot side, and they get 2 towers.
Yeah, V5 are just getting so much more, and it's coming down to that, right? LNG are kind of admitting that they can't match V5, so they're looking to find plays elsewhere. But when you find yourself in this sort of a hole this early on, right, the enemy team should always be able to get more than you. So LNG can at least be able to get this wave pushed in as well. You'd assume back should be coming out, considering that they don't know if certain members of V5 have backed, and of course certain members of V5 have backed, so they will be able to answer out. But we're going to go and see what happened with Rich. I guess just not expecting Tarzan to be waiting in the area. Light with a nice spell shield as well to make sure he doesn't end up getting knocked back. And my god, this was close. Light, though, flashing away from the Senna ultimate to make sure he doesn't go down.
Yeah, an interesting little move there as well. The spell shield giving him the extra little bit of HP. I actually think he dies without that HP, so nice little move, nice little change.
Looks like Rookie is going to be either going towards the Sunfire or the Frostfire Gauntlet. Both are other builds you can see on the Yone. Frostfire, right, going to give you more chase on potential. Sunfire just going to give you a lot of damage once you are looking for those all-ins with that emulate potential, and then just making you beefier overall. So not putting a lot of stock into the damage that Doinby will be doing, right? A lot of LNG's damage is going to be overloaded onto the AD side.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to be... Oh, stop myself here as we get a single knock up there. Flash from Photic keeps him alive and well. Panda C trying to run away here, but XLB going to have one little knock up. He's not quite in range, though. He backs himself away. TP did come in from Rich and Rookie. They are holding hands in the TP brothers right now on the solo lanes of V5. They aren't able to turn anything back around. Again, it's still 5,000 gold leader just underneath it for V5, and they are still in control of this game.
And I mean, it's going to take a lot for them to be able to lose control, right? Especially for Light, kind of looking at him to be able to hit that 3-item mark, like the traditional crit 80 carry that she has gone back to being before she becomes an insane team fighter. And Panda C getting mauled by the poke coming through from PB God and Photic.
I mean, they tried to go for that. Rookie, going to try if he can get away from this one right now. He's going to go straight into the Spirit form, but he's going to have to go back to a point. There's the Seraphine ultimate alongside the Dawning Shadow, and you can see it's just so hard to take down these carries. Doonby, though, finds a great never move. He's on top of 4 members, but he's just not quite there yet. He's not quite got himself the damage. And again, Light's just not really going to be able to put out the DPS needed at this moment in time. It was a good idea from LNG, but it's just not quite there, and they're going to be able to sustain up with a Senna and a Seraphine.
And it's rough when you're playing this AD carry with such low range against things like Senna and Seraphine. You saw what happened when LNG's members group up, and Light is just gone.
You just get CC'd, and if you get caught, you're just going to be burnt down to a crisp. V5 take no prisoners and have themselves a 7,000 gold lead.
And you see, right, because LNG's comp needs to get close, needs to get up front and kind of group on top of each other, and just how much V5 are able to do with the amount of AoE that they do have. LNG are the ones being the aggressors, thinking they maybe found a good angle with Tarzan coming in, but Xiaolong Bao buys a lot of space, and then right there, Seraphine ultimate connecting onto 2 members. Rich zoning out Doonby on the opposite side, so that encore really got a lot of value coming out from PB God and making it easy to finish off the remaining members of LNG.
Yeah, it really did, and I think that's it just shows you how powerful this composition is from the side of V5. It's something we haven't even seen again. It's a new type of composition they're able to go for, and it's what makes this team so terrifying is that they can just flip it on a dime. They played to protect the comp last time. I was like, all right, Photic, you got all the resources. Now give them all. You have to be the one to try and protect the rest of the team as you go on the Senna. And yes, he will do significant damage. I believe he picked up the Kraken Slayer right there before we go towards this dragon in 30 seconds time.
LNG, though, do a first move on Drake. I don't think V5 are feeling too pressured, considering that they are already 2 dragons up to 0. So I wonder if they're going to look for a cross map and like maybe threaten a Baron. You could already see V5 making their way up towards that area right now. But now with the other members connecting in, oh, might get a bit of a fight with a Rich waiting in the wings.
Yes, remember now, a lot of flashes were used in that last engage. We're going to see them try and go in on top of this one here. Rich does put out the explosive cast, and Light does end up body blocking it, but immediately the mark is Light. You can see Rookie straight like an arrow goes straight in on top of him, and the fight is going to be all V5. Yes, they lose the Seraphine, but look at the health bars. No one else is going to be going down. Triple kill coming in there for Rookie and Ace, and they can take anything they want. They own the map.
And you could see once Light goes down, LNG just don't have any steam in the composition. You're running an Imperial Mandate Swain, something that's a lot more about enabling others. Rookie with a beautiful ultimate to capitalize and get straight on top of him. We're going to see V5 pick up the Baron. Wouldn't be surprised to see them make their way towards a Dragon after this.
Yeah, Baron, Dragon, all the pressure in all the lanes, and a 10,000 gold lead. They're even going to wait for Seraphine PP God to get himself back up and ready on the map. So they have a full 5 pallet. But yeah, this is just, look at Rookie. Watch Rookie just hone in on Light and say, I don't care, you're dead.
That was so important, though, because Rich burns a spell shield. So Rookie, the second he sees that, indexes into going in, and even Rich flashing to make sure that they have the combo and the damage there. You could see Doonby doing a respectable amount, but again, the damage is not really able to follow up. Through this whole time, PB God and Photic able to dish out damage from the backline, but that Gragas and Yone combo is seriously just working so well. Like, my God, the second he saw the spell shield go down, Rookie's just like, this is mine.
Yeah, just flashed in, immediately popped down the Fate Sealed, and the fate of Light was sealed in that last particular fight. You can see as well, Rookie with this build, fair enough, doesn't have any crit, but this Bruiser setup with the durability, of course, coming in, it's just so hard to burn him out, to take him out, and even if he does overextend, he's still got so much HP and resistance.
Yes. And you can see he's making his way towards the Death Stance next, which is only going to make it even more annoying for them to be able to take him down. But honestly, I don't know if I see LNG making it that long, considering we're at an 11k gold lead, and V5, they just keep looking for engages.
Rich is just trying to see if Tarzan will take the bait. They are going to jump on top of him, though. The member move is good, but here comes the Fate Sealed right down in the back of the fight. Again, the Encore over the top side of this one. Light trying to see if he can do something. He's still alive, and Doonby still doing damage. He's in the stasis to make sure he can stay there a little bit longer. Xiaolong Bao will finally fall down, but it's just a Yuumi and a Sivir, and Rookie is still so healthy. How can you take him out? It's a fine fight for LNG, but you've lost the 3 for 2, and I don't think you can defend.
Like, you know it's bad when all of V5's members just stayed in the Swain ult and did not care. They're just like, fine, we'll wait for you to come out of your zonas. We are going to kill you no matter what. They do it. the guaranteed inhibitor. And, I mean, just the amount of sustain coming through for the side of V5. Senna plus Seraphine. Such an annoying combo. Seraphine is definitely a champion I think we should see more in the LPL, considering that it feels like her and like the items around her have only consistently gotten buffed patch after patch after patch, and we still haven't seen her get hit yet. So we'll go straight into the replay. Rookie and Co kind of finding initial damage, but it will be once Rich goes in and gets a huge chunk onto Tarzan that the rest of the V5 squad kind of have to follow up with how far committed he is. Thing is, they don't really care about having to follow up because they just have so much damage. They get a good amount onto the front line of LNG. Can't necessarily reach Light, but we see things like the Encore getting a lot of value. And again, at the same time, Botic might not be playing a flashy role, but look, he's like auto-attacking this whole time, keeping them down. And here's what I said. They don't even care about being in his ultimate. They just know they have enough sustain and enough damage to win out in the extended fight.
I will say a small silver lining right now for the side of LNG is you are onto a triple item 80 carry in Light. So if Light can stay alive, Light can do damage. We even saw towards the back end of that fight, he literally picks up the Infinity Edge, and all of a sudden the rest of V5 have to back themselves away. That being said, though, you are in a very deep and dark hole for the side of LNG. V5 are about 11,000 gold ahead of you, and they are scaling exceptionally into the late game. You've already got 3 items onto your Seraphine. You're building up to that Gwyn's who's Rage Blade for Photic, who's already got the Kraken Slayer. It's tough. It's so tough. It's going to take a big effort for V5 to really lose this, in my opinion.
He will have to outplay so hard, or V5 will need to make like countless mistakes, right? Because you have to kite out with Sivir range against a Yone, Xin Zhao, Gragas who are jumping on top of you. Not to mention the fact that both Senna and Seraphine will be damaging you off of your screen. So,
yeah.
I mean,
I'm trying to be positive, man. I'm just, you know,
hey, but that's why it's setting the
influence.
stage. if he does it, he is an absolute legend.
Yeah, he's a god in the eyes of 80 carries if he's able to do it. And with a GA picked up for a Xiaolan Bao, he's looking very good. I will say as well, Panda C has just not had a good game right now. He's 0-5, 3 levels down, and honestly, still hasn't even finished up his first item. He's just getting wrecked underneath the turret right now. That's your tankiest member, and Rookie's kind of playing with him like he's a child.
Yeah, Rookie doesn't even need to respect the amount of damage coming out from the turrets, just with how tanky he's gotten with that stance and Frostfire Gauntlet. So he's keeping up pressure in sides. He does have TP up now, so I like that V5 are kind of playing the map very wide, knowing that they do have the TPs able to come through. LNG also do have 2 TPs, not on their mid laner, but Light, of course, having one. But Light definitely not going to feel comfortable matching Rookie in a side lane. And Rookie's pulling 4 members to him to have to deal with this.
We're going to see now, Doing B, no mana. And a flash to try and get him away. The never move lands onto the minions, so it's not really going to do him a lot. He pops down the exhaust onto XLB. They're going to TP in. He's going to actually force a TP from Panda C as well. This is going to be a 5v4. Panda C jumps in to try and run away immediately. Rookie gets a 2-man, technically 3-man knockup and goes straight onto the tank. Like we said, he does not respect you. He does not think your damage is relevant. It's going to be the Ornhorn coming out to try and disengage. Goes right between the sticks. That's going to be a nice 3 points there over to the side of Panda C, but he's just not having the moment right now. Tarzan tries to look for something. You can see Light is doing damage, but can he get himself in the position to do some more? The answer is no. Rich will put him right into the fray, and that is going to be V5 2-0. It was close in game 1. It wasn't even a competition in game 2.
No, V5 made it look so easy once they started finding some momentum in this game. Constantly roaming around, getting in the face of LNG and finding these picks. We saw some beautiful mechanical plays come out from V5 in terms of the coordination between Rich and Rookie in these fights. Overall, just really fun series. Pretty sad for LNG. I'll still take this series overall as a positive for them, considering the Game 1 performance. But, right, I mean, this really feels like how it was going to pan out in terms of V5 being able to pick up the win in the end, just overall with the split that they've been able to have, even doing it with a bit of pizzazz. You highlighting Rookie's first career game on the Yone, and now V5 locked into playoffs, guaranteed. You can't take it away from them, no matter how much I know you want to, Machine.
Why do I want to take it off of them? I'm not here to try and rain on anyone's parade. But yes, it is going to be the playoffs locked there. 10 is the magic number for now to lock yourself into playoffs, especially with 3.5 weeks left of play, which is a pretty nice place to be. And now it's all about positioning. So remember, it's a gauntlet. It's not just about getting into the top 10. It's about getting as far into that top 10 as you possibly can, because that is where it's going to be the big matchups coming out later on in the split. But for the moment, congratulations to V5. They are in there, and they join the likes of Top Esports and JD Gaming. The 3 teams that started the season so brightly are continuing to put themselves at the top of the pack.
Yeah, and it's just so nice to see V5 even having 2 options in terms of junglers, right? Whether it's Karsa or Xiaolong Bao, like
Dream as well.
Yeah, like either way, even substituting these players out, it just feels like that they have a good idea of how they want to play the game as a unit, and that, to me, that shows that you have like a good system behind you. If you can sub out people like Rookie, who's again just the best player on this roster and just outright one of the best players to ever play the game, and even Karsa with like the intangibles, his experience, his leadership, all these types of things, that Sean Bell can come in a bit fresher and it doesn't change anything, I think shows the strength of V5's coaching staff as well.
Oh, absolutely. I think they built this roster. They've worked with it as well. I think if you look at maybe some of the people they brought in, I remember Rich came in. A lot of people very skeptical about his introduction to this roster, and even the league in general, saying, oh, he's a Heroes of the Storm. He's not really going to be someone who can like just try and transition over to this. And honestly, has been a fantastic addition to the roster and the league, straight up. And yeah, look at all the damage done across the board. Light tried his very best, but you're just, when you have so little outside of your AD carry to deal with these existential threats, you're just not going to be able to do anything outside of it when Light's targeted like this.
No, I mean, it's just the problem that they fell behind too much early on, right? Because had they been able to go to, let's say, like 30 minutes, which this game didn't even make it to, in like a neutral or slightly behind point, because V5 should be able to find early advantages with what they drafted, but if they could have kept it manageable, then it's like, okay, your front line, like Panda C was literally getting bursted out just by Rookie by himself, right? But if your front line can actually be able to withstand that damage, kind of bait out some cooldowns and buy space for Light to be able to walk forward, it could work. The problem here was Light never able to walk forward. I believe Photic finished off with 120 souls as well, so that's a decent bit of bonus range coming in for him, making it even harder for Light to be able to find access to the fight. So yeah, very creative draft coming out from V5. I think making it pretty hard for LNG's draft to work with the early advantage that V5 were able to find.
Yeah, I love as well you mentioned the early advantage, because I did a little bit of research just before coming in today because I was quite curious. The LPL is actually the fastest major region of the 4. We have an average game time of 31 minutes and 13 seconds.
What a shock.
Yeah, I know, right? But then the next closest is actually the LCK at 32 minutes and 52 seconds. They're nearly a minute and 40 seconds slower than our average game time, which again, it varies depending on the teams. But it's, again, teams like V5 that say, look, oh, you want to go late? You want to try and go to the super hyper carry AD carry? We're not going to allow you. We're going to go for a very aggressive mid-jungle combination. And then our bot lane is just going to endlessly scale for the rest of the game. So even if we do fall a little bit behind, we're covered. We can still look for these picks. And it is this kind of style that I think is just bread and butter of the LPL. They go for everything. Everything's a fight you can go for, and everything's an objective. And honestly, it's so nice every single time. We see all these different variations of comps coming in, especially from our top teams.
Yeah, and I feel like that's one thing that sets our top 3 teams a little bit apart from the rest of the pack. Like even counting out teams like RNG. It's like J2G, Tez, V5 are like all willing to just push the go button, be very aggressive, go in and take everything they can. I know this is an anecdote I brought up on broadcasts in past years, but even comes to like when I was at a dinner with some LPL coaches and I asked them about like this idea of fighting for nothing, and they said like that is not a thing. Like at this moment in time where it looks like we're A-ramming mid or like fighting over a Gromp or something like that, I know my team's stronger. I know they don't have like these cooldowns, and if we win, we're gonna expand on our gold lead. We're gonna be able to take more wards. It's just like a different idea, a different way of thinking about the game than, you know, maybe either some regions or viewers or other teams or whatever think about it, right? So I think that is definitely one of the distinctions that we've been able to consistently see with our teams in the LPL, especially a lot of our top teams right now.
Oh, absolutely. I think if you look at, you know, even our top 4 as it stands at the moment, JD Gaming, Top Esports, Victory 5, RNG. If we send those 4 teams over to Worlds, that is terrifying. And we haven't even touched on the likes of Weibo, EDG, anyone's legends.
Don't say it's terrifying. It always happens, Sheen, where, you know,
it doesn't. What do you mean it always happens? We always win. We always win. What are you talking about? What do you mean it always happens?
you know, This is not
Go
the
on.
Conversation. That's not the conversation for right now. Who do you think's MVP?
My MVP for the last game has got to be Rookie. I think just having the constant engages. I think it could go to Rich as well. His barrels were fantastic, but I think Rookie just having the confidence to constantly be in the face, the double TT bot lane. I think the solo laners were exceptional in my opinion.
Yeah, I definitely look at those two as just having like the standout highlight pop-off moments of the game. This one's a little bit hard considering that it felt like the impact was there from a little bit of everyone though, right? Because I don't know if the team fights would have been winnable without Seraphine and Senna, but I feel like, especially just that play where they found Light, just feels so hard to not give it to one of the two of them. And again, probably going to be Rookie. Probably going to be Rookie for being real.
I mean, you look at the plays that were made and how he was able to react to them as well. And honestly, just V5, we criticized them a little bit for it in game 1, but in game 2, we see why they love this style of just kind of barreling towards you at 100 miles an hour for all of the game, because if they get ahead, they just can't stop. You cannot stop them. It's impossible to stop them at that point. You need to stop them right at the root of it before they get any momentum behind them, because once they gain that momentum, I don't see how you're able to change it. It just carries them forward throughout the rest of the game. And for LNG, it's a rough time. They're now 6-6 in the standings. They're going to be very much fighting for their lives. Again, they're kind of like on the bottom side of things. So they only have actually 4 series left, excuse me. So they're really running out of series to try and make something work. And EDG, WE, RA, Weibo have 2 wins, 2 losses, you would expect. So they might be our literal, temperature check of an 8-8. So, which even then, as it stands, that might not be good enough to get you in. 9 is generally the magic number we see. 8's usually fine, but then 7's definitely not good enough. So they're going to have to pick up some wins soon.
I think for LNG, I feel so fine about them making it in, just in terms of like even having to play teams like RA still left in your schedule, which no disrespect to RA, just I feel like LNG have shown to be above the teams below them in the standings right now. I mean, even today, right, was a decent sign for LNG being able to have a competitive game against Victory 5. To our Victory 5, like they're locked in, like you said, but I'm so excited for their matchups coming forward. That JDG one especially, which is going to be this coming Tuesday, I think is just set up to be an absolute explosive banger. And I mean, I don't even know who's going to win early game, right? Because V5 looks strong. JDG, though, try to hard muscle their way through. Just a lot of great matchups coming through.
Really is. I'm looking at JDG's schedule. They actually play V5 on Tuesday and then RNG on Saturday next week. So they've actually 2 massive indicators of how they're actually feeling and looking going in towards the playoffs. And if you can pick up wins there, not only do you control then top spot for your own hands and your own kind of destiny, they'll own the head-to-head over top esports and over V5, but they also kind of put themselves in a position to say, look, we can beat you even in a best of 3, even a best of 5. It does not matter. We'll have to wait and see. But we're going to see Photic as our MVP coming in here, as I just get information from my producer. And yeah, honestly, I think it could have went to any number of players. I think V5 are a star-studded lineup.
I mean, especially like there's some definitely like Rookie and Rich had the like highlight moments, right? But Photic, I mean, he was making an impact. Even just thinking to early game, right, where he got out of lane, he shows up top, he gains top, they find a kill, he goes to mid, generates some pressure, they make their way down towards bot side and are able to just start taking pressure, taking dragons. He really just was having a phenomenal impact in this series so far. And a lot of those fights, I mean, he doesn't need to make flashy plays. He's on a Senna, so for one, I don't even really feel like it's that possible. But sitting back, consistently getting off the DPS,
flashy.
had a lot of great ultimates. Honestly, this is probably the flashiest play he had, which was just roaming the map. Just him being like, hey, I might be on Senna, but I could be here. Like,
and then
I don't need to be Alistar. I could do what I want.
Yeah, and then he was like, oh, cool, you guys are getting kills bot lane? Poo-poo. Big old Dawning Shadow right at the end there, just to make sure it ends up securing themselves the win and the bot lane outplay. But yeah, honestly, it could have went to absolutely anybody. I think it just shows you how scary this V5 lineup is. And it's honestly, when we look at MVPs or like players of the game, not even one player from actually I do believe though that Photic got this when he goes up to 7, but I was going to say at the time everyone on V5 was winning them, so you're actually cannibalizing them off your own team, so it ends up being you're on the lower down in the MVP standings in that regard. But I think Photic now equals out on the likes of Clid, 369, and of course Viper as well. So Knight's still standing on top with 9, so he's doing pretty damn well for himself, but we'll obviously wait to see how top esports end up kind of transitioning themselves, because they I think they play on Sunday actually. I think we have JDG tomorrow and then top esports on Sunday.
Yeah, the three trifecta teams right now, all weekend long. But you know what, Asheen? I'm going to take your job, and we're going to look at the results of the day. If you miss this day, Well, guess what? There's VODs. You can actually go back and watch this day.
Spoilers coming in. Weibo were able to dispatch TT, knock the train off its tracks, and keep themselves up very healthy on a 7-4 scoreline. And then LNG started so brightly, it really looked like they could have been able to give to V5 a very strong run for their money, but they lost all steam after game 1, which went to, I think it was like 44, 45 minutes. And then V5 absolutely smashed them on the back end of that game too. So 2-0 for V5. They get themselves to 10-1. And again, we still sit at only 3 teams taking over games, let alone series over V5. They are still looking absolutely indomitable. But let's have a look at the standings and where everything all ends up leaving themselves. Because like we said, V5 have joined the Elite. They actually go atop the standings because of their game difference. And they are now sitting at 10-1 alongside Top Esports and JDG and have got themselves into postseason.
Yeah, and especially when we look at this and it's like, okay, it's going to actually come down to the wire for finishing top 2, because that is your goal, is any of these teams.
Yes.
And like literally every game you drop now is going to matter, like even just not counting series, because if you can get that game difference, it is going to make a huge world of difference just buying yourself straight into the double elimination portion of the bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. But we got some more games to come this weekend as we hit our final Super Saturday of the summer split. The last time we will have 3 games, touch wood, all scheduling happening correctly. It's the last time we will have 3 games on the Saturday. WE versus IG, it's a bottom of the barrel bout. You have to see, it's all about pride. That one's going to be an absolute banger. And it always is, Lyric. It always is from our bottom teams that are going against each other. And then JDG against BLG, again, another fantastic mid-table bash against the top table. But then RNG versus EDG, the reigning MSI champions versus the reigning world champions. Our match of the week, that could decide so much in the grand scheme of the standings.
Yeah, I mean, just the match of the week is going to be a super exciting one. RNG, EDG, always a fun matchup. And I feel like just one of the rivalries where both teams step up their gameplay because the players know each other so well. Like Scout, Xiaohu, Ming, and Mako. Like, these are guys who not only know each other's players, but like waiting in green rooms at like international events or playoffs or traveling. Like, when you're on teams and you're top teams, you typically spend a lot of time around each other. So I think it's just going to be a fun one where we're going to actually see both teams step up and deliver.
Yeah, it really is. And I think with EDG as well, you look at their current run of form, they've definitely be stepping it up. And same with RNG, getting a little bit more comfortable. And I cannot wait to see how that one goes. But speaking of going, we're going to have to go because we have hit the end of our show. Thank you so much for bringing me through the weird and wonderful LPL Lyric. It's always a pleasure to be casting alongside you. Of course, thank you for watching, and thank you to all of our fantastic back-end staff. Without them, none of this will be possible. We'll be back tomorrow on the same channel at a slightly earlier time, and we'll see you then.